Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 176 The Premier League officially kicks off. Arsenal tried to create an offside trap, but it's a good goal. The linesman didn't raise his flag. The commentator described Manchester City's attack at lightning speed. Aguero has broken into the penalty area. Szczesny has come out to intercept. Aguero's shot hits the far corner. The ball bounces off the post and into the net. 3-3. The score is tied again. Manchester City fans in the stadium stood up excitedly after seeing Lin Quan and Aguero's long-range combination, their eyes fixed on Aguero dribbling towards the opponent's goal. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Aguero seize the opportunity and put the ball into the net. Immediately afterwards, enthusiastic applause and cheers resounded throughout the Etihad Stadium. For the fans who bought tickets, this match was definitely worth the price. Although it was just a friendly match, it was precisely because it was a friendly that both teams played very aggressively. The first half saw both teams playing attacking football, exchanging attacks back and forth, making for a very exciting game. Although the second half saw a decrease in attacking intensity, the intense midfield battles and Lin Quan's high-quality long-range pass kept the fans excited. Perhaps they should be grateful it was a friendly. The lack of league points meant both teams were relaxed and able to play such a high-quality game. Once the league season begins and the pressure to secure points sets in, both teams' tactics become more conservative, and their football may become more pragmatic, lacking the entertainment value of a friendly. While the outcome of the friendly wasn't crucial, neither Arsenal nor Manchester City wanted to lose. Thus, in the remaining time, both teams gave their all, trying to defeat their opponent. However, they seemed to lack a bit of luck. In the 67th minute of the second half, Manchester City striker Aguero missed a one-on-one opportunity. For Arsenal, Giroud's header hit the crossbar, also missing a chance to change the score. Ultimately, the match ended in a 3-3 draw after 90 minutes, with neither team able to change the score. After the game, Wenger approached Pellegrini, embraced him, and said, "I really envy you having such a group of excellent players." Pellegrini smiled and replied, "Arsenal's group of talented geniuses is also enviable, and your status within the Arsenal team is something a coach like me can't compare to." Wenger smiled but didn't respond. He was different from managers like Pellegrini. He belonged to the old-school football manager category. His responsibilities at Arsenal extended beyond coaching on the field. He also had involvement in the team's operations. Pellegrini, however, was different. Like other coaches in the top 5 leagues, his primary responsibility was leading the team in training and matches. Team operations were handled by the club's director of football. Therefore, his authority was far less than Wenger's. The position of football manager is a product of the old Premier League era. With Ferguson's retirement, fewer and fewer coaches held this position. Now, Arsene Wenger is probably the only true football manager left. For a coach, naturally, the more power they have, the better. Therefore, the football manager position is highly coveted. However, clubs don't want a head coach to have too much power. Especially now, with teams changing managers more frequently, giving the head coach too much authority isn't good for the club. So they create the position of director of football, involved in team management, taking away some of the coach's power. This trend is becoming increasingly obvious and even irreversible. Hearing Pellegrini's words, Wenger didn't know how to respond. Even he himself felt he was a remnant of the old era, and that once he retired, the position of football manager might completely disappear, becoming a historical term. On the pitch, Cazorla walked up to Lin Quan and apologized. "Sorry, Lin, I tackled you a few times while defending earlier, please don't take it to heart." Lin Quan smiled and said, "All right, we're all playing for our respective teams on the field. If you go easy on me, you'll be doing a disservice to your salary." Cazorla nodded repeatedly, impressed by Lin Quan's magnanimity and broad-mindedness. No wonder coaches like Del Bosque and Wenger like him so much. His character is exceptional. However, we're teammates on the national team, After all, it's disheartening for me to be so rough with you. Haha, that's easy to say. When you come to London, I'll treat you to hot pot. I know an authentic Chongqing hot pot restaurant. It'll definitely warm you up. That's more like it. Next time you visit Manchester City, I'll treat you to dinner. Okay, it's a deal. After the friendly match, Pellegrini gave the whole team a day off. This is practically their last holiday before the start of the new Premier League season. Once the new season begins, Manchester City will be on the fast track. The Premier League officially kicks off on August 17th. The opening match sees Liverpool hosting Stoke City, who finished 13th in the Premier League last season, at Anfield. Just hearing the names of the two teams, most people might think Liverpool has a huge advantage. However, that's not necessarily the case. Liverpool's performance in recent seasons has been poor. Although they are one of the traditional powerhouses of the Premier League, they have missed out on the Champions League for 4 consecutive seasons since Benitez left. The Reds, once invincible in the Premier League and Champions League, have had a truly dismal record in recent seasons. Liverpool, playing at home, played incredibly dull in the first half. They seemed to want to launch attacks, but the team couldn't find any direction. Suarez, who helped them score last season, was banned for 10 matches by the FA for biting at the end of last season. This means he will be unable to play for Liverpool in the first 6 matches of this season. Without Suarez, Liverpool's attack was abysmal, causing immense anxiety for the Reds fans at Anfield. Liverpool's record in opening matches over the past 4 seasons has been dismal, with 2 losses and 2 draws, failing to secure a victory. Fans couldn't help but worry, would the team fail to win this year's opening match as well? Unable to accept this harsh reality, the Reds fans sang their famous anthem, Never Alone, to cheer on their team. With the fans' chants, the Liverpool players seemed to gradually find their rhythm. In the 37th minute of the first half, Sturridge stepped up, receiving a pass from Aspas 22 meters from goal and unleashing a long-range shot that found the back of the net, the first and only goal of the Premier League season. Ultimately, thanks to Sturridge's golden goal, the Reds broke their 4-year losing streak and finally secured a victory in their opening match. It's worth noting that this season marked the first time the Premier League introduced Hawk-Eye technology. In the second half, Liverpool had a shot that hit the post and bounced off the goal line. After review by the cameras using Hawk-Eye technology, it was determined that the ball did not completely cross the goal line and was therefore not considered a goal. Following the opening match between Liverpool and Stoke City, the Premier League season officially began. In the 5 matches played simultaneously afterward, Arsenal, who had just played a friendly against Manchester City, suffered a major upset, losing 1-3 at home to Aston Villa. Arsenal's loss was particularly unfair, as they took the lead in the 6th minute. However, the referee awarded them 2 penalties in the 21st and 61st minutes. While the first penalty was largely uncontroversial, the one in the 61st minute was highly controversial. In the 61st minute, Aston Villa striker Egbon Lahore dribbled into the penalty area and was tripped by Koscielny. Slow-motion replays showed that Koscielny touched the ball first before tripping the player, suggesting a clean tackle. However, the referee ruled it a foul, issuing Koscielny a yellow card and awarding Aston Villa their second penalty of the match. Aston Villa's Bentic capitalized on the opportunity, converting the penalty to give his team a 2-1 lead over Arsenal. At this point, Arsenal still had a chance, with 30 minutes remaining. Given their attacking prowess, if they could adjust their mentality, they had a chance to equalize or even turn the game around. However, Arsenal's players are generally young, and young players are easily affected by their mentality. Koscielny, in particular, couldn't accept the wrong decision and the resulting deficit, clearly losing his composure. Wenger's indecisiveness in making adjustments was exposed. Knowing his centre-back was emotionally unstable, he failed to make timely substitutions. Just 5 minutes later, Koscielny committed another foul, receiving his second yellow card. 2 yellows equal a red card, leaving Arsenal not only trailing by 1 goal but also with 10 men. In the 85th minute, Aston Villa capitalized on Arsenal's eagerness to attack, scoring again on a counter-attack. This sealed Arsenal's fate. This was Arsenal's first defeat in the first round of the Premier League in 13 seasons. The Gunners, who are incredibly formidable at the start of each season, seem to have lost their magic this season. Aside from Arsenal's upset, other top teams fared relatively uneventfully. Tottenham Hotspur narrowly defeated newly promoted Crystal Palace 1-0. Chelsea hosted Hull City 2-0. Manchester United, another highly anticipated team, secured a 4-1 away victory against Swansea City in their first match. This was Moyes' first game in charge of Manchester United, and the performance was, so far, a respectable one. However, doubts remain about whether Moyes can replicate the dominance of the Ferguson era. Few believe Moyes can continue Manchester United's past successes, even though United defeated Swansea, a team not considered a top club. To prove Manchester United's strength, they need to demonstrate it in high-stakes matches. Fortunately, in the second round, Manchester United will face Chelsea. Moyes' coaching ability should be tested in this game. The final match of the first round of the league will be between Manchester City and Newcastle. Due to scheduling conflicts, this match is 3 days later than the opening game. Therefore, when Manchester City's match begins, all other Premier League matches have finished. All of Manchester City's rivals have ample time to attend and assess their form. This season, Manchester City has been spending lavishly in the transfer market, continuing the tradition of their previous seasons of extravagant spending. Coupled with the signing of a phenomenal player like Lin Quan, this has fueled considerable curiosity about Manchester City's strength. People are eager to know if, outside the traditional powerhouses, Manchester City, this nouveau riche, can transform itself from a newly rich club into a new Premier League giant, just like Chelsea did in their heyday. The Etihad Stadium was exceptionally lively for this match. Manchester United, their arch-rivals, had scouts from all four of the Big Four, Arsenal, Chelsea, and Liverpool, present to observe the match. With a derby against Manchester City set to take place in the fifth round of the league, even manager David Moyes was personally present. For Moyes, a draw or even a loss for Chelsea would be acceptable. Given their strength, losing to them wouldn't be shameful. But Manchester City is different. They're a team that has been dominated by Manchester United for decades. Although they've transformed themselves from a struggling team into a rising powerhouse, they still fall short of true elite status. Therefore, Moyes' Manchester United must suppress them. Losing to Manchester City is unacceptable. A loss to City would inevitably draw fierce criticism from Manchester United fans and negative public opinion, making his time at Manchester United extremely difficult. Manchester City manager Manuel Pellegrini also placed great importance on this match, fielding what he considered Manchester City's strongest lineup. Manchester City's formation in this match was a 4-4-2 with a flat midfield. 1. Goalkeeper Joe Hart. 5. Right back Zabaleta. 4. Centre back Company. 6. Centre back Lescott. 22. Left back Clichy. 15. Left winger Navas. 25. Defensive midfielder Fernandinho. 42. Defensive midfielder Yaya Toure. 21. Right winger David Silva. 10. Lin Quan. 16. Aguero. Lin Quan and Aguero were initially the two forwards, but after the game started, Lin Quan dropped back, becoming a shadow striker while still fulfilling the role of an attacking midfielder. The 4-4-2 formation is an old and popular formation in the Premier League, known for its balanced attack and defense. In defense, the four midfielders can drop back, shortening the distance between themselves and the defensive line, thus compressing the opponent's attacking space, increasing their defensive margin, and making it difficult for the opponent to break through their defense. Moreover, in attack, the two wingers can easily transform into forwards, joining the two strikers to create a link-up play, effectively doubling the attacking options and increasing the number of passing options and attacking surfaces, making it difficult for the opponent to defend. However, this formation also has a drawback: it places high demands on the midfielders. Players with average abilities will find it difficult to fully utilize the advantages of this formation. But for Manchester City, this is not a problem at all. Their midfield is luxurious enough, especially the two wingers, Navas and Silva. Their defensive abilities may be slightly weaker, but their attacking abilities are absolutely reliable. At 1800 hours sharp, with the referee's whistle, the match between Manchester City and Newcastle officially kicked off. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, Manchester City's players launched a fierce attack on their opponents from the very first second. Newcastle seemed unprepared for such a relentless attack, and were pushed back step by step after the start, with their goal constantly under threat. In the first minute of the match, Manchester City had their first shot on goal. Lin Quan received a pass from Silva on the edge of the penalty area, evaded the opposing midfielder, and unleashed a long-range shot from outside the box. The ball went slightly over the crossbar. Although it didn't go in, the fans still gave Lin Quan a warm round of applause. They had clearly noticed Lin Quan's strong attacking desire in this match, and they were eagerly anticipating seeing him perform at the Etihad Stadium. And Lin Quan certainly didn't disappoint. In the 6th minute, Silva again broke through on the wing and provided an assist. Lin Quan received the ball but didn't attempt another long-range shot. Instead, he entered the penalty area, skillfully maneuvered and changed direction in a tight space, beating 2 defenders before calmly chipping the ball over the goalkeeper to score his first Premier League goal. Chapter 177 Unexpected Turn of Events. Unexpected injury leads to retreat. This kid is integrating into the team faster than we expected. Moyes frowned and said to his assistant in the stands. He was mainly there to assess 2 players, Chilean engineer Pellegrini's tactics and in-game management, and Lin Quan's match performance. He had information on all the other Manchester City players, but these 2 were relatively unfamiliar to him. Neither of them had previously coached or played in the Premier League, so it was unclear whether they could adapt to the pace and style of the competition. Currently, Pellegrini's tactics seemed conventional. His 4-4-2 formation was common among Premier League coaches. Moreover, the match was still relatively short, and Moyes hadn't yet seen Pellegrini's in-game management and substitutions, making further assessment of his abilities impossible. But Lin Quan was different. Based solely on his performance in the first half so far, Moyes had no doubt about his ability to integrate into the Premier League. No wonder he was considered the 3rd best player after Messi and Ronaldo. He certainly had the ability. Thinking this, Moyes instructed his assistant, get him back and find the videos of his Bundesliga and Spanish national team matches. I need to study him carefully. Although football is a team game, the impact of a superstar on the field cannot be ignored. Superstars often only need a flash of brilliance to rewrite the score with their individual skill. Just like Messi, no one could have predicted that a simple pass from Busquets would allow him to break through Real Madrid's entire defense. This kind of performance is a flash of brilliance from a superstar. Even if Messi were to do it again in the same position, he might not be able to create such a miracle. But as long as they are on the field, they have the potential to create such miracles, and you have to be wary of them. The assistant was quite surprised. Moyes thought highly of Manchester City. They were just a bunch of nouveau riche. Why was he so impressed? Things are different now. This Manchester City is not the same as before. Moyes noticed his assistant's nonchalance and emphasized, don't underestimate them. I don't want to taste defeat because of underestimating our opponents. We've just arrived at Manchester United, and we need to be careful in every game. We can't afford any mistakes, especially in a derby like this against Manchester City. I can't stress the importance of that 1,000 times over. Thinking about their current situation at Manchester United, the assistant immediately perked up and nodded heavily. Don't worry, David, I'll handle it. After scoring, Lin Quan ran to the sidelines, put his hand to his ear, and asked the Manchester City fans in the stands for applause. Even if he didn't actively ask for applause, the Manchester City fans wouldn't hesitate to applaud and cheer. So, seeing his gesture, the fans applauded and cheered wildly, and the volume of the entire stadium suddenly increased significantly. Lin, well done. Crush them. Lin, score another one. Lin, a hat-trick. Hearing the fans' cheers, Lin Quan smiled and waved, even giving them an okay sign. This response made the fans even more excited. Some fans who were close by almost jumped off the stands, wanting to rush onto the pitch to celebrate with Lin Quan. However, they were pushed back by the heavily armed security guards. Manchester City seemed to have anticipated that this match would be very exciting. So they hired thousands of security personnel in advance to maintain order. Now it seems that the money was well spent. Manchester City fans cheered for Lin Quan's goal. But the Newcastle fans on the other side were not so happy. The Magpies fans looked at the number 10 player in the blue jersey on the field, their eyes filled with barely suppressed envy. Back in the day, under Kevin Keegan, they had a super striker, Alan Shearer, the Premier League's all-time leading scorer and single-season goal scorer. But Alan Shearer is long gone and retired, and Newcastle has lost its former glory. A few seasons ago, they even experienced the historic low of relegation to the Championship. The team's resurgence seems a long way off, while Manchester City, who struggled alongside them in the lower half of the league to avoid relegation, have quietly risen to prominence. This has left Newcastle fans both envious and jealous, wondering when such good fortune will befall them. We can't let that kid score so recklessly. That's right, we have to stop him. The Newcastle players were frustrated and even angry. They conceded a goal just 6 minutes into the game, and the scorer had promised the fans he'd score a hat-trick against them. This was simply unacceptable. While Newcastle may not be as strong as Manchester City, that doesn't mean we're easy to bully. Even if they couldn't win the game, they had to stop the opposing number 10 from scoring. Under intense pressure from the opposition, Lin Quan immediately sensed the difference after the game restarted. Newcastle's defense against him became much tighter, and they frequently used fouls to stop his attacks. Realizing the opponent's defensive strategy, Lin Quan immediately made targeted adjustments. He began to reduce the number of times he received the ball, increase the frequency of his passes, and pass to his teammates as much as possible, using their help to get rid of defenders. This tactic quickly proved effective. After Newcastle strengthened their defense against Lin Quan, their marking of the other Manchester City players naturally weakened. In the 21st minute, David Silva made a late run and, after 3 consecutive 1-2 passes with Lin Quan, broke into the penalty area. The ball was at Lin Quan's feet, and he stood on the edge of the penalty area, ready to shoot. Newcastle's players considered him a greater threat than David Silva, so they prioritized his defense. Centre-back Taylor and defensive midfielder Guffin both rushed towards Lin Quan, one in front of the other, intending to double-team him and stifle the opponent's attack just outside the penalty area. Seeing their choice, Lin Quan quickly adjusted, passing the ball to Silva through the gaps in the defense before they could close in. Newcastle's defensive formation had been disrupted. He had drawn enough attention. If Silva could shake off his defender, he would have a one-on-one opportunity with a goalkeeper. Stop him. Seeing Lin Quan pass the ball in such a confined space, the Newcastle defenders were terrified. It was too close to the goal. Any opponent receiving the ball in the penalty area could score directly. Only 20 minutes into the game, if they conceded another goal now, they would have no chance of getting any points. Therefore, they absolutely had to stop this attack. Mbua felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. He saw Silva dart into the penalty area like a cunning eel, quickly assessing the distance between himself and the ball. It was a 50-50 chance. He wasn't confident he could get to the ball before David Silva. So Mbua made a split-second decision, without hesitation diving to his feet and lunging for the ball, his studs flashing. Mbua's plan was shrewd. Accepting the ball might result in injury, not accepting it meant missing a golden attacking opportunity. He intended to intimidate his opponent with this tackle, making him hesitant to take the ball. Manchester City were currently leading, and their opponent had a highly paid, high-potential star. Logically, David Silva shouldn't be going to such lengths. So, in this contest, the moment he flashed with studs, he was already in a winning position. However, to Mbua's surprise, Silva didn't even see his tackle. He was focused on not wasting Lin Quan's assist and failed to notice Mbua's dangerous move immediately. By the time he realized the danger and tried to jump away, it was too late. Beep. A sharp whistle blew, and the Etihad Stadium erupted in chaos. Countless Manchester City fans craned their necks, completely ignoring the referee's decision. They only wanted to confirm whether David Silva was injured. Although David Silva wasn't Manchester City's star player, in his 3 seasons with the club, he had brought them an FA Cup and a league title, and in the 2011-2012 season, he was named Manchester City's Player of the Season. It could be said that before Lin Quan joined the team, David Silva was Manchester City's favorite player. But now, this veteran had been brutally fouled in the penalty area. This worried countless Manchester City fans. David, get up. David, don't get hurt. What? Some fans anxiously called out to David Silva lying on the grass, hoping he would hear them and get up. But seeing that he didn't get up for a long time, some of the more vulnerable fans couldn't hold back anymore and began to sob. Seeing David Silva fall to the ground and not immediately get up, Manchester City manager Pellegrini jumped to his feet. He rushed to the sidelines, trying to find out what was wrong with Silva. Silva is a crucial member of the team. His role in the attacking third is enormous. The new season has just begun. He absolutely cannot afford to get injured at this time. In a VIP box at the Etihad Stadium, Masia, the club's owner who had flown all the way from the Middle East to Manchester to watch the match, saw David Silva fall in the opponent's penalty area. He abruptly stood up, unleashing a string of profanities. How dare they? How dare they commit such a blatant foul? If they can foul David Silva today, they'll treat his superstar, whom they spent hundreds of millions of pounds to bring back, in the same way tomorrow. The thought of Lin Quan having his leg broken by an opponent sent a chill down Masia's spine. No, we can't let this happen and everyone just sit idly by. I have to do something to protect Manchester City's players. In that instant, Masia decided to appeal to the FA, demanding they implement a policy to protect star players. If such a protective policy isn't implemented, the Premier League's appeal to top stars will only weaken. Superstars like Ronaldo and Messi don't want to stay in the Premier League because of the reckless fouls by Premier League defenders. Which superstar would dare risk their career to play in the Premier League? It's precisely because Ronaldo and Messi went to La Liga that they've been overshadowed by La Liga in recent years, losing their title as the world's top league. If this situation doesn't change, the Premier League might continue to decline, possibly even being overtaken by the Bundesliga or Serie A. He believed that as long as he clearly explained the situation, the FA would respond. On the field, Manchester City players rushed towards Newcastle's penalty area, anxiously surrounding Silva. Manchester City's team doctor rushed over with a medical kit to examine his injury. Lin Quan was furious. He was the Manchester City player closest to the scene and witnessed the entire incident. Enraged, he confronted Masia, shoving him hard and demanding to know why he did it. Masia wasn't one to back down either. Seeing Lin Quan's attack, he brandished his fists, intending to teach Lin Quan a lesson. However, Newcastle's players, fearing he might be sent off, quickly grabbed him from behind. Masia was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so reckless. He only wanted to deter him, to make him give up the opportunity, but the opponent just charged at him. It was just a game. Was such a desperate act necessary? The referee wouldn't give him a chance to explain. A studs-up tackle in the penalty area, without even bringing down the ball, was, in his view, a very egregious foul. Even though the Premier League's officiating standards are relatively lenient, they couldn't tolerate such a foul. Therefore, he issued Masia a yellow card. The decision stunned Masia and the Manchester City fans in the stadium. Everyone, including Masia himself, thought it would be a red card, but the referee, seemingly about to impose a severe penalty, only gave a yellow card instead. A deafening chorus of boos filled the Etihad Stadium, the fans expressing their dissatisfaction with the decision through their actions. The referee remained unmoved, noting the yellow card and signaling for a penalty kick. Manchester City's team doctor rushed onto the field with a serious expression, but after examining David Silva's injury, his expression became even more grave. He waved to the sidelines, signaling a substitution, and called for a stretcher to carry the injured David Silva off the field. Lin, I'm sorry, I couldn't capitalize on the opportunity you created. Even on the stretcher, David Silva was still blaming himself for wasting Lin Quan's pass. These words brought tears to Lin Quan's eyes, filling him with immense remorse. He grasped David Silva's hand and said, "David, take good care of yourself. I'll avenge you. Yes, I'll wait for your good news." After saying that, he was carried away on a stretcher. After Silva was taken away, Lin Quan glanced back at Newcastle's left back, Masia. At that moment, his anger reached its peak. His desire for revenge was incredibly strong. Newcastle, you can just wash your necks and wait to die. Chapter 178, Max out the injury and immune talent. After David Silva was forced off injured, Pellegrini substituted him with number 7, James Milner. This was a like-for-like substitution. Milner wasn't yet a defender at Liverpool, but a winger for Manchester City. Lin Quan ignored the substitution on the sidelines, holding the ball to the penalty spot, intending to take the penalty himself. Manchester City's first-choice penalty taker was Yaya Touré, who was somewhat displeased to see Lin Quan standing there. However, manager Pellegrini made no comment on Lin Quan's actions, and Touré had to suppress his displeasure. Newcastle's goalkeeper, Krul, was intently watching Lin Quan's every move. He sensed that Lin Quan's emotion seemed somewhat abnormal and immediately formed an idea. Compared to Lin Quan, he was just an unknown goalkeeper. But if he could save this penalty, he would undoubtedly become famous overnight. Next year is the World Cup year, and Krul, who can only be a substitute for the Dutch national team, desperately needs a breakthrough goal to boost his fame. Lin Quan is clearly the stepping stone on his path to stardom. So, before the referee blew the whistle, he deliberately shouted loudly at Lin Quan, "Kid, let me test your skills and see what you're really made of." He then jumped up and down, giving the impression that he had everything under control. Lin Quan didn't even glance at him, as if he had just heard a dog barking. This blatant disregard infuriated Krul. "Kid, you wait, after I save your penalty, you'll be crying." He eagerly anticipated seeing the expression on Lin Quan's face after he saved the penalty. It would be quite a sight. Krul's overall skill wasn't exceptional, but he was certainly good at saving penalties. In the timeline before Lin Quan's time travel, he came on as a substitute in the penalty shootout between the Netherlands and Costa Rica in 2014, saving 2 penalties and helping the Netherlands reach the semifinals. It could be said that the Dutch team included him specifically to have him save penalties. His secret to saving penalties lies in his ability to predict the opponent's shooting trajectory based on their muscle movements, making a preemptive judgment. Now, he's preparing to use this tactic against Lin Quan. Lin Quan retreats, exiting the penalty area, and begins his run-up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Krul counts his opponent's steps in his mind, judging which foot Lin Quan will ultimately use to shoot based on his stride. 7th step, left foot. If he's shooting with his left foot, then he'll shoot to the right of the goal, which is to his left. Thinking this, Krul has just taken a step to his left when he sees Lin Quan indeed touch the ball with his left foot on his 7th step. "Kid, I predicted everything you did, you're done for." Krul was extremely pleased with himself. He launched himself forward with all his might, imagining himself as the team's hero after saving Lin Quan's penalty, showered with praise and reports by countless media outlets and newspapers. What a glorious scene that would be! The ball flew up almost simultaneously, heading towards the goal. However, instead of flying to the right side of the goal, it went straight for the center. Krul's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? It was a left-footed Panenka penalty? The ball crashed into the net, and the Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers. The fans all stood up and applauded Lin Quan. Manchester City players also rushed over, wanting to hug and celebrate with Lin Quan. But Lin Quan refused to celebrate. After scoring the penalty, he quickly ran towards the opponent's goal. While Newcastle goalkeeper Krul was still lying on the ground questioning his life after that goal, he retrieved the ball from the net. Under the astonished gazes of both Manchester City and Newcastle players, Lin Quan ran to the center circle with the ball, placed it at the kickoff point, and stood behind it, waiting for the restart. Both teams' players were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was this guy in such a hurry to restart the game? This kind of action is usually done by the team that is trailing and desperate to equalize, in order to save time and launch as many attacks as possible to level the score. But right now, wasn't Manchester City leading? The Newcastle players couldn't help but look at the scoreboard on the big screen. The 2-0 score was glaringly red. They were indeed behind, so why were the opposing players so eager to attack? Did the opposing team think 2 goals weren't enough and wanted to score a few more against them? The Manchester City players and the fans in the stadium also saw Lin Quan's action. They were stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. After the fans in the stadium realized what was happening, they cheered for Lin Quan. Just keep going. Score them a few more goals, let them know the consequences of messing with Manchester City. Give them a taste of their own medicine, let them remember the Etihad Stadium as a place of heartbreak forever. All these words converged into one, bloodbath Newcastle. Nearly 50,000 Manchester City fans chanted this slogan, filling the stadium with an intense atmosphere of battle and revenge. Influenced by this, the Manchester City players felt their blood boiling, immediately ending their celebrations and quickly returning to their positions, ready to continue their attack. 2 wins weren't enough. They wanted to win big, to make them remember forever that Manchester City was not to be trifled with. The Newcastle players' expressions began to turn serious. They felt the burning fighting spirit of their opponents. Many players were intimidated by the atmosphere of the home stadium. The atmosphere at the Etihad Stadium was somewhat like that of those famous intimidating European stadiums. They had a bad feeling, they might not be able to leave the Etihad Stadium unscathed today. Thus, a very strange scene unfolded on the field. Leading Manchester City opted not to celebrate, returning to their positions early to prepare for the restart. Newcastle, trailing, hesitated and dawdled for a long time, finally reluctantly returning to their positions only after being urged by the referee. Whistle. The referee blew the whistle, and Manchester City immediately launched an attack. Lin Quan passed the ball to Aguero and quickly surged forward. Aguero's pass followed closely, and Lin Quan received the ball and charged straight towards the opponent's wing. Mbua immediately felt a sense of impending doom. He had a premonition that the opponent was coming for him. Not only him, but seeing Lin Quan's menacing demeanor, the other Newcastle players also sensed this. Guffern and Ben Arfa almost simultaneously moved towards their own flanks, intending to cooperate with Mbua to intercept Lin Quan and end the attack. Manchester City's strength lies in their collective effort. If Lin Quan intended to use individual attacks against them, they would be delighted. After all, defending against one person is much easier than defending against a group. No matter how strong the opponent is, can they single-handedly break through your entire defensive line? Impossible, absolutely impossible. With the assistance of his teammates, Mbua's courage instantly grew. He arrogantly charged towards Lin Quan, trash-talking as he approached. "Kid, you want to avenge your teammates? Haha, what a joke. You think you can take on our entire defensive line one-on-one? Don't dream, you're just asking for a humiliation." After hearing the trash talk, Lin Quan calmly raised his head and glanced at him. "Are you done?" "Huh?" Mbua was a little surprised, not expecting the other party to respond. This immediately piqued his interest. "I can't beat you in terms of ball skills, but when it comes to trash talking, 10 of you tied together might not be my match." But just as he was rubbing his hands together, preparing to engage in a war of words with Lin Quan, taking advantage of Mbua's momentary lapse in concentration, Lin Quan cleanly and efficiently dribbled past him. After getting past Mbua, Lin Quan quickly cut inside, easily bypassing Guffern, who was rushing forward. The two center-backs, Taylor and Kalanick, were on high alert, rushing forward to intercept and interfere, preventing him from getting a shot off. However, Lin Quan was faster than them. He pulled the ball laterally, slightly creating space, and then shot from about 25 meters out. Unfortunately, the ball went just over the crossbar and into the stands. Although this attack ultimately failed to result in a goal, Lin Quan's attack down the wing still posed a significant threat to Newcastle's goal. Don't get distracted. That kid's dribbling skills are amazing. A slight lapse in concentration and he'll get past you. His teammates reminded and even criticized Mbua, who had been instrumental in the team's success. My bad, I won't be distracted next time." Mbua felt his teammates' complaint and quickly apologized. He dared not argue with his teammates, that would only bring him trouble. Pellegrini frowned after noticing Lin Quan's intention. This solo approach was not part of his tactical plan. So he called over a player and instructed him to relay his instructions to the other players on the field. He wanted the players to move closer to the right, providing support and cover for Lin Quan, so he wouldn't be fighting alone. In the 33rd minute, Manchester City launched an attack, and Lin Quan received the ball on the wing again. Almost exactly as before, he chose to attack Mbua's side again. But this time, unlike before, Manchester City sent two players to assist Lin Quan when he received the ball. Milner was behind him, and Aguero was in front of him, drawing defenders away from him and preventing them from double-teaming Lin Quan. His teammates' help gave Lin Quan a one-on-one opportunity against Mbua. Mbua felt immense pressure facing Lin Quan alone, without the support of his teammates. He tried to keep his center of gravity low, block the inside, and force his opponent to the perimeter. However, Lin Quan used two dunks and changes of direction to completely outmaneuver him, then calmly drove past him. The fans in the stadium, seeing Mbua, the culprit behind David Silva's injury, so easily outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, roared with laughter and taunted him mercilessly. "Garlic head, where's your defender? Haha, stupid guy. You're not even as good as a pile of dog shit in front of Lin. Even a wooden stake would be better than you. With your skill level, you're playing professionally? Go home and raise pigs." Mbua's hairstyle was peculiar, resembling a garlic clove, which the Manchester City fans used to mock him. Already somewhat irritated by Lin Quan's easy victory, Mbua was now on the verge of exploding with rage from the Manchester City fans. "These Manchester City guys are absolutely outrageous. Just you wait, after I cripple your star player, let's see if you'll still be laughing." After Lin Quan dribbled past Mbua, he passed the ball to Aguero and played a 1-2 with him. Although they haven't played together for long, both have high football intelligence and know the best approach in any situation. Receiving Aguero's pass on the edge of the penalty area, Lin Quan feigned a charge, startling Newcastle players who retreated to intercept. However, he didn't choose to rush in, but instead passed the ball to his teammate Milner on the wing. According to Pellegrini's tactics, When attacking down the flanks, players must consistently overlap and support the attacking players. Milner executed this perfectly, receiving Lin Quan's pass just as he reached the byline. Before the Newcastle players could intercept, Milner passed the ball into the penalty area. Lin Quan made a diagonal run, receiving the ball without looking behind him and flicking it behind him with his heel. Aguero, unmarked and with no one on his side, unleashed a powerful shot, making it 3-0. Manchester City's combination play on the flanks paid off. Milner's cross, Lin Quan's imaginative backheel pass, and Aguero's high-quality finish. All these elements combined to create this goal. Seeing the goal, Pellegrini on the sidelines excitedly applauded his team. This was the kind of attack he wanted. He had just been worried that Lin Quan might lose his composure due to his teammate's injury, getting bogged down in a tangled battle with the opposing defender. He hadn't expected Lin Quan to deliver such a surprise so quickly. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. Lin Quan wasn't the type to act impulsively. Thinking this, Pellegrini completely relaxed. He felt fortunate to have such a calm, talented, and well-rounded player. His decision to accept Manchester City's offer now seemed clearly correct. After scoring, Aguero ran over to high-five Lin Quan in celebration. Lin Quan's pass was absolutely brilliant. He was worried about how Lin Quan would get past the defenders and pass the ball to him, but he never expected Lin Quan to pass it in such a way. Lin, that was a fantastic pass. How did you come up with that way to pass to me? Aguero was curious, wondering what Lin Quan was thinking when he passed the ball. Well, I thought you might be behind me, but I had two defenders around me. I didn't have the time or space to turn around, so I thought I'd flick the ball with my heel without turning. That way, I could help you get the ball and also deceive the defenders, giving them no time to react. I see. You're amazing. Aguero gave Lin Quan a thumbs up. Although it sounded simple, making such a judgment in the blink of an eye and passing the ball to a teammate based on instincts without looking at their position was incredibly difficult. Aguero felt that although Lin Quan hadn't looked at his position before passing, he certainly hadn't just passed based on instinct as Lin Quan claimed. Before receiving the ball, he must have considered his own positioning and anticipated his run, which is why he delivered such a perfectly timed pass. Seeing Lin Quan assist Aguero's second goal, Mba's mood worsened. This goal was inextricably linked to him. All three of Manchester City's goals were related to him. If the match ended with a score, he would become the team's #1 culprit. Thinking of this, Mba's mood instantly turned extremely unpleasant. He glared at Lin Quan viciously, thinking, if I can cripple your teammate, I can cripple you too. Kid, just you wait. As if hearing his thoughts, in the 40th minute, the ball returned to Lin Quan's feet, and Lin Quan reappeared on the right wing. Mba seized the opportunity, and after Lin Quan dribbled past him, he made a sliding tackle from behind. The ball was aimed directly at the player. The fans in the stadium saw Mba, this notorious villain, once again display his studs, this time targeting Lin Quan with a sliding tackle from behind. Their faces paled in horror. Lin, watch out! Watch out for the tackle! The fans cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Mba's foot struck Lin Quan's ankle, but it felt like he'd hit a steel plate. A sharp pain shot through him, causing him to scream in agony. Lin Quan was also brought down by the tackle. The referee rushed over and, without a word, showed a red card to Mba, who was clutching his foot and yelling in pain. This kid, committing a foul right under his nose was one thing, but he even dared to act. Did he think I was blind? I gave him a yellow card for that foul in the penalty area before, which was already letting him off the hook, but he dared to do it again, and with a tackle from behind. Did he really think I wouldn't punish him? After showing Mba with a red card, the referee signaled for him to leave the field and turn to the fallen Lin Quan. In his eyes, Lin Quan was the one who was truly injured. Mba deliberately made the tackle. Could he possibly injure himself? How is it going? Can you keep going? If not, call a stretcher. With two Manchester City players injured in one match, the referee felt this situation was far from over. Manchester City would definitely protest to the FA after the game, and he might even have to write a report or be suspended for investigation. Thinking of this, he decided to write a strong note about Mba in the post-match record, hoping the FA would impose further punishment. He thought Lin Quan was seriously injured, but to his surprise, after hearing his words, Lin Quan jumped up from the ground, hopping around to check his ankle to the astonishment of both teams' players. After confirming there was nothing wrong, he told the referee, I'm fine, no need for a stretcher. Chapter 179. Lin Quan's outburst caused a huge uproar in his debut. When Bua fouled David Silva, Lin Quan had already checked his system points balance and prepared to exchange them for the injury immunity talent. After Werder Bremen's German Cup final, Lin Quan's system points reached 50. Although he didn't receive the Bundesliga assist leader reward, he did receive the 20-point reward for the Bundesliga Golden Boot. This brought his total points to 70. In the subsequent Confederations Cup, Spain won all 5 matches, and Lin Quan played in all of them, earning him another 10 points. Unfortunately, the Confederations Cup Golden Boot and Best Player awards didn't offer additional points. Since joining Manchester City, Lin Quan has played in 4 matches. Manchester City won the Audi Cup against AC Milan and the friendly against Fulham, earning him 4 points. This brings his current total points to 84. The injury immunity talent requires 100 points, and Lin Quan is a little short of that if you were to purchase it entirely. However, upgrading his existing points would be just right. His original level 2 injury immunity talent was worth 20 points, but now he only needs to spend 80 points to upgrade. If he didn't have enough points to exchange for the injury immunity talent, how could Lin Quan have been so confident of making it to the Premier League ahead of schedule? These Premier League defenders treated him like an easy target, thinking they could take advantage of him, but they didn't know what kind of monster they were dealing with. Seeing Lin Quan jumping around, completely unharmed, the players from both Manchester City and Newcastle were incredulous. They couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Quan's ankle, wondering if his ankle was made of iron. Those who fouled him were injured, but he himself was fine. Was he in the river? After the referee showed Mbua a red card, he was still screaming on the ground, unable to get up. Everyone then realized that he was indeed injured. However, his tackle from behind was a foul, and this injury was entirely self-inflicted. He deserved it, and no one would sympathize with him. They were behind in the score, and another teammate had been sent off. 10 men were playing for Newcastle, who were in dire straits. They had given up all hope of scoring and could only hope to avoid a humiliating defeat at the Etihad Stadium. So, at the start of the second half, Newcastle's manager substituted all their attacking players, bringing on 3 defensive players. The intention was clear: they could accept losing, but not being thrashed by Manchester City. However, sometimes parking the bus isn't a sustainable strategy. Lin Quan, now injury-free and without any worries, became even more unstoppable in the second half. Furthermore, the opponent's substitution of all their attacking players rendered them ineffective against Manchester City's goal. Therefore, at the start of the second half, Manchester City's players all rushed forward, joining the siege of Newcastle. Under a relentless barrage of attacks, Newcastle's valiant defense finally crumbled. In the 76th minute of the second half, Manchester City capitalized on a corner kick, with Yaya Toure heading the ball into the goal. The score was now 4-0. Newcastle had been utterly humiliated. The Etihad Stadium had transformed into a sea of jubilation, with Manchester City fans singing and dancing, celebrating their team's opening victory in the Premier League. But that didn't seem enough. Although Lin Quan had contributed 2 goals and an assist in the match, the fans were still not satisfied. Many fans hoped to see Lin Quan score a hat-trick in his Premier League debut. Manchester City fans with this in mind began chanting in unison, "Hat-trick! Hat-trick!" The Newcastle players, already feeling deeply ashamed of being thrashed 4-0, immediately focused their attention on Lin Quan upon hearing the fans' chants. They'd rather let other Manchester City players score than let this kid complete a hat-trick. Newcastle's players had almost entirely retreated into their penalty area, and with the addition of Manchester City players, there were simply too many players in the box on both sides. Lin Quan attempted to break through several times but failed. So, he simply gave up on charging inside and instead tried his luck with long-range shots from outside the penalty area. In the 82nd minute, after receiving the ball, Lin Quan didn't rush inside as before, but instead unleashed a sudden long-range shot. The defenders, who had been guarding against his breakthroughs, were surprised by his choice and didn't immediately intervene. Seeing Lin Quan's shot, Krul quickly dived to save it. The ball wasn't fast, it wasn't the kind of powerful shot that goalkeepers dread. Krul was 80% confident he could save it. But after he took flight, he realized the ball's trajectory was unpredictable, veering left and right in the air, not as easy to save as he had imagined. Krul's eyes widened, and he used all his strength, but still couldn't stop the ball. The ball flew into the net just below his outstretched arm. Lin Quan scored his first Premier League hat-trick with a long-range shot, making the score 5-0. After scoring, Lin Quan ran to the sidelines, took off his jersey, revealing a tight-fitting shirt underneath. The cameras quickly focused on his shirt, projecting the words on it onto the big screen, dedicated to the Manchester City fans. The fans went wild upon seeing this. Wow! Manchester City's new signing seems to have won over the hearts of the Blue Moon fans. Andy Gray exclaimed with exaggerated laughter in the Sky Sports commentary booth. A hat-trick in his first official match for the team, displaying extreme resilience and fighting spirit on the field, even stepping up to defend a teammate when he was injured. Who wouldn't love a player like that? Martin Tyler, a Manchester City fan, wasn't surprised by the reaction. Even he, a neutral fan, was almost a fan of Lin Quan. Martin Tyler had fallen in love with Lin Quan's playing style after commentating on the Confederations Cup matches. Therefore, after Lin Quan joined the Premier League, Tyler specifically requested to commentate on Manchester City's games. He was eager to see what kind of brilliance this young man, not yet 18, could achieve in the Premier League. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Quan's 3 goals and 1 assist, Manchester City thrashed Newcastle 5-0 at home, securing a winning start to the new season. With a 5-goal advantage and goal difference, they temporarily topped the Premier League standings. After the match, unsurprisingly, Lin Quan, who had performed exceptionally well, was swarmed by reporters. Manchester City's press officer, seeing Lin Quan surrounded, quickly came to his rescue. After obtaining Lin Quan's consent, he addressed the reporters, one at a time. Don't rush in. He then selected a few familiar reporters for their interviews. Lin Quan, hello. I'm a reporter from The Guardian. How would you rate your performance in this match? The Guardian and Manchester City have a good relationship, and as a reputable professional football newspaper, they didn't try to stir up any conflict. The question was straightforward, and Lin Quan answered in a similarly straightforward manner, passing grade. I'm generally satisfied with my performance in this match, but my coordination with my teammates wasn't quite there yet. I hope to gradually improve that in the future. The Guardian reporter had assumed that Lin Quan, hailed as the 3rd best player in football and having scored a hat-trick in his debut, would be arrogant or even haughty. He was surprised by Lin Quan's modesty, such a phenomenal performance, and he only considered it passing? How high must his standards be? The reporter was curious, what kind of performance would deserve a perfect score from him? My turn. Lin Quan, hello. I'm a reporter from The Sun. What are your thoughts on Newcastle's playing style and the referee's leniency in this match? Unlike The Guardian, The Sun is a tabloid. They attract attention with sensational stories and unsubstantiated claims. Lin Quan saw through the reporter's intentions. This Sun reporter wanted him to criticize the wild style of play in the Premier League and the lenient refereeing, hoping to incite conflict between the two teams and attract the attention of the FA. Criticizing the referee could result in punishment from the FA, and Lin Quan wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to fall for it. Every team has its own style. Arsenal plays beautiful football, Manchester United plays exhilarating football, Chelsea's ironclad defense is world-renowned, Liverpool's bravery and fearlessness created the miracle of Istanbul. But Newcastle can only play with these bull-like fouls. Why? Because their players can't execute Arsenal's elegant passing, they lack the passion of the Red Devils, they can't optimize their defense to the extreme like Chelsea, and they don't have Liverpool's tenacious spirit of never giving up in adversity. Tell me, what else can they do besides brutal and violent fouls? Lin Quan's rhetorical question stunned the reporter. Although the Premier League is known for its high-octane play, numerous fouls, and intense physical confrontations, not all teams in the Premier League are so wild. This kind of brutal football is just an excuse for those unambitious small and medium-sized teams to compensate for their tactical incompetence and poor technique. Any team with a bit of ambition is pursuing a technical approach. After the match, Lin Quan, who performed brilliantly in his Premier League debut, attracted widespread media attention. Billion-dollar man scores hat-trick in Premier League debut, leads team to resounding victory and Premier League title. Spanish superstar arrives in Premier League, 3 goals and 1 assist, wins fan approval. The Premier League has its own superstar now, La Liga no longer dominates. In general, mainstream media gave Lin Quan's debut high praise. In the post-match ratings, Lin Quan received the highest score of 9.2, winning the MVP award. Many Premier League legends were delighted with his phenomenal performance. Kevin Keegan praised Lin Quan as the kind of attacking player he most wanted, comparing him to Alan Shearer in his prime. Sir Alex Ferguson stated in an interview that since Cristiano Ronaldo's departure, the Premier League had lost a top-tier superstar. Lin Quan's arrival filled this void, ensuring the Premier League is no longer lagging behind La Liga. Having a top-tier superstar in football means having more buzz and appeal, further enhancing the Premier League's global influence, especially in the Far East. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger believes that Lin Quan's arrival further strengthens the technical aspects of Premier League football. The Spanish player's delicate footwork and excellent passing ability will create a trend, injecting technical blood into the Premier League and potentially even leading a new style. Just as I brought about a change when I arrived at Arsenal, Lin Quan's arrival has at least brought the same atmosphere to Manchester City. In recent years, La Liga teams have performed exceptionally well in both the Champions League and international competitions. Although many countries are not convinced, they still can't help but secretly learn from La Liga's style. And bringing in a top-class midfielder from La Liga with excellent vision and passing ability is increasingly becoming a trend. Besides the positive reports, Lin Quan's post-match criticism of Newcastle has also sparked some debate in the football world. Headlines like "Arrogance or Pride?" Premier League newcomer fiercely criticizes the traditional style of Premier League teams, and Lin Quan, Premier League football is a synonym for clumsy and barbaric, are typical of tabloids that rely on sensationalism to attract readers. However, because of their exaggerated headlines, coupled with Lin Quan being one of the most watched players in the Premier League right now, their report garnered significant attention after it was published. The content of their report also sparked heated discussions among fans. I'm an Arsenal fan, and to be honest, I'm on Lingard's side this time. Those unambitious small teams in the Premier League, instead of thinking about how to improve their tactics and style of play each season, they only focus on how to foul. It's disgusting. Arsenal has suffered greatly because of them. Arsenal fan +1. Premier League teams love to foul us when they play against Arsenal. Just look at the rough tackles they made on our players in the first game. In other leagues, several players would have been sent off. I'm a Liverpool fan, and Liverpool also suffers from injuries, so I support Lingard too. Haha, Liverpool's injuries are more related to the team doctor, right? A Manchester United fan agrees. Manchester United's tactics and style of play have improved a lot in recent years, and the performance has risen accordingly. Although there's still a gap compared to the top La Liga teams, the progress is visible to the naked eye. Because Lin Quan praised the four giants in the post-match interview, the Big Four fans' resistance to him greatly decreased, and some even began to have a favorable impression of him. Being praised by ordinary people or even average football stars might not evoke any particular feeling from fans of the four major football clubs. However, being praised by someone of Lin Quan's superstar status made them feel incredibly happy, as if they had eaten honey. Consequently, fans of all the top clubs reciprocated, unanimously siding with Lin Quan. For these elite clubs, every player they field is incredibly valuable. However, in matches against lower-ranked Premier League teams, these expensive stars are easily injured by tackles. Injuries not only have a significant impact on the club's league performance, but can even affect their Champions League campaign. The Champions League is far more competitive than the Premier League. The absence of a key player in a single match could lead to loss and elimination. This is unacceptable to these top clubs. However, fans of smaller teams were far less polite to Lin Quan. Newcastle fans reacted fiercely to Lin Quan's criticism, like a hedgehog with its pincers bristling, "Kid, shut your stinking mouth, or when you come to St. James Park, we guarantee you'll be carried out." In response to the threats, Lin Quan immediately had Manchester City file a complaint with the FA. The FA couldn't ignore the complaint. In his interview, Lin Quan cleverly only answered questions about Newcastle, avoiding any mention of the FA. The FA noticed this and was very satisfied with Lin Quan's handling of the situation. While other teams could freely criticize each other as long as they weren't dragged into it, the FA couldn't ignore the threats from Newcastle fans against Lin Quan personally. As Ferguson said, Lin Quan was the only superstar in the Premier League capable of rivaling the two greatest players of his generation. If you were to be ruined by Premier League teams' fouling tactics, the Premier League would likely be infamous and unable to attract top stars again. Therefore, they had no choice but to intervene. Moreover, immediately after the match, Masia used his influence within the FA to pressure them, forcing them to implement a series of emergency measures. For stars like Lin Quan, who wield significant influence in football, the FA hinted to referees to increase their protection of them on the field, preventing serious offenses that could damage the reputation and image of the Premier League and the FA. Chapter 180 Cristiano Ronaldo, Lin Quan, that kid, actually stole my skills. After the match, Lin Quan made a special trip to the hospital to visit the injured David Silva. After a thorough examination, doctors diagnosed Silva with a severe ankle sprain, requiring approximately 3 months of rest. The new Premier League season had just begun, and he was already sidelined with an injury, missing at least 15 Premier League games. This was definitely not good news for David Silva. Pellegrini was experimenting with the team's tactics, and his absence at this time could very well cause him to fall out of the starting lineup. Once Manchester City's starting lineup was finalized, even if David Silva recovered, he might not be able to regain his place in the team. Silva himself was well aware of this, hence his somewhat downcast mood. However, seeing Lin Quan, he was still very happy. Thank you for avenging me, but next time you encounter something like this, don't be so impulsive. It would be too much of a loss if you got injured too. Silva watched the replay of the previous match on the hospital's television. When he saw Lin Quan being fouled by the opponent while standing up for him, he felt both moved and worried. Thankfully, Lin Quan wasn't injured, otherwise he would have been mortified. Don't be so polite with me. We're not just teammates, we're good friends. Isn't it only natural to go to great lengths for a good friend? Hearing this, David Silva was even more moved. However, he didn't act like a spoiled child, but nodded emphatically, okay, since you consider me a friend, I won't be coy. I won't be able to help with the next matches, so the team is counting on you. Do your best during this time, and don't let the team's points drop to the bottom when I come back. Who do you think you are? Will definitely be at the top of the table waiting for you. That would be best. Focus on recovering. My teammates and I are waiting for you to come back and lift the trophy together. We've got the Premier League title this season. Okay, it's a deal. The two high-fived, vowing to lift the trophy together. Because Manchester City's match was scheduled last in this round, not long after their game against Newcastle, the second round of the Premier League kicked off. On August 24th, Fulham hosted Arsenal, who had suffered a shock defeat in their first match. Due to their frustrating home loss, Wenger gave his team a firm order: a win against Fulham was essential. Another loss would jeopardize their top 4 aspirations for the season. Fulham, fueled by frustration, played with great intensity. Giroud opened the scoring after just 6 minutes, followed by a brace from Podolski, giving them a 3-0 lead. Darren Bent scored in the second half, salvaging some pride. Ultimately, Arsenal won 3-1 away against Fulham, ending their losing streak with 1 win and 1 loss in 2 league matches. Following Arsenal, Liverpool secured a narrow 1-0 away victory against Aston Villa, achieving their second consecutive win. Tottenham also secured their second consecutive win with a 1-0 victory over Swansea. This round of Premier League matches saw relatively few goals. Besides the Liverpool and Tottenham matches, both ending in a single goal, there were 2 goalless games, Everton and Newcastle both drawing 0-0 at home against West Bromwich Albion. Premier League teams, especially those in the mid to lower table, were frequently committing fouls, averaging 4 yellow cards per game. In the Liverpool vs Aston Villa match, a total of 8 yellow cards were issued, with Liverpool receiving 3 and Aston Villa 5. This marked Aston Villa's second consecutive game with 5 yellow cards. They also received 5 yellow cards in their previous match against Arsenal. If it weren't for the resilient Liverpool, their fouling tactics might have worked. Having experienced the power of their opponent's fouling tactics, Liverpool fans could no longer mock Arsenal's loss. Arsenal, a technically skilled team, was truly helpless against an opponent who constantly used rough fouls to stop their attacks. The high number of yellow cards in this round of matches has sparked heated discussions among fans. This is the Premier League, a league known for its lenient officiating standards, yet so many yellow cards have been issued. If other leagues were to use their standards, the number of yellow cards would be double. As a result, fans of other leagues in the top 5 European leagues mocked the Premier League, saying that Premier League players weren't playing football, but rather a more sophisticated game, wrestling. Otherwise, why would so many players be falling over? Premier League fans, naturally, couldn't accept the accusations from other leagues, and they stood up to argue, Fouls don't constitute barbaric football. How can football be played without fouls? A series of incomprehensible statements followed, such as the origin of modern football and a real man's battle, which drew laughter from netizens. The internet and online were instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. After the first day's match, the next day, Manchester City visited Wales to face Cardiff City. Cardiff City had just been promoted from the Championship and was one of the 3 newly promoted teams to the Premier League this season. After a resounding 0-2 defeat to West Ham United in their first away game, they hoped to secure points against Manchester City at home. Cardiff City Stadium was packed with over 30,000 fans. For Cardiff City supporters, this marked their team's first promotion to the top flight in 50 years, so they didn't want to miss their team's first Premier League home game. Not only were the fans enthusiastic, but Cardiff City's owner, Vincent Tan, was also present. Instead of sitting in a VIP box like other Premier League owners, he wore a team jersey and sat in the stands with the regulars. This earned him the support of the Cardiff City fans, who sang and cheered throughout the match. Perhaps feeling the fans' passion, or perhaps the owner's presence boosted the players' morale, Cardiff City delivered an exceptional performance. Under their tight defense, Manchester City's attack seemed to hit a wall, struggling to break through their lines. Cardiff players not only packed their defense with players in their own half, but they also spared no effort, running tirelessly across the pitch, repeatedly defusing threats with aggressive pressing and movement. In the 55th minute of the second half, Manchester City finally scored from a set piece. However, Cardiff City launched a counter-attack, equalizing the score within just 5 minutes. Pellegrini was visibly dissatisfied with his team's performance, and in the 58th minute, he made 3 substitutions in quick succession: Nasri for the underperforming Navas, Negrito for the equally inconsistent Aguero, and Milner for Fernandinho. Almost all of the attacking players, except for Lin Quan, were replaced. This ineffective attack made the entire Manchester City team miss the diminutive Spanish winger who thrived on the flanks. David Silva's absence began to have a noticeable impact on the team. After the substitution, Manchester City launched a relentless attack. The new attacking players were working incredibly hard to break through the opponent's goal. If they could seize this opportunity to impress the manager, they would gain the upper hands in the upcoming battle for starting positions. However, these players were unfamiliar with each other, lacked cohesion, and their teamwork was terrible. Manchester City's attacking threat not only didn't increase but actually decreased. As a result, it wasn't them who broke the deadlock, but rather their opponents, Cardiff City. In the 79th minute, Cardiff City winger Fraser Campbell scored a goal, making it 2-1. This score sent the Cardiff City fans into a frenzy. They waved flags wildly, chanted Campbell's name, and sang his praises. The club's owner, Chen Zian, somehow acquired a large drum and personally began to beat it loudly. Campbell, who scored the goal, saw the owner personally beat the drum and excitedly joined his teammates in a sliding performance to respond to the enthusiastic applause from the home fans. While the opponent's morale soared, Manchester City's morale seemed to have sunk. Watching the wild celebrations of their opponents, Lin Quan stood in the center circle with his hands on his hips, his expression very serious. David Silva's absence had the biggest impact on Lin Quan. His coordination with his teammates was completely off. Aguero's form was also poor today, leaving him almost fighting alone in the attacking third, receiving no support from his teammates. At this moment, he desperately missed De Bruyne. If De Bruyne were here, he definitely wouldn't have had such a difficult time. However, Lin Quan wasn't the type to give up easily. As Manchester City's attacking core, he should step up at this time. After the game restarted, it was noticed that Lin Quan increased his dribbling attempts. If Cardiff City players didn't double-team him, he would seize the opportunity to get past the defenders, either cutting inside for a long-range shot or directly threatening the goal from inside the penalty area. In just a few minutes, Lin Quan almost single-handedly created a tense atmosphere around Cardiff City's goal. Mark that kid closely, don't let him get into the penalty area. If you can't stop him, use fouls. Give him a good thrashing, teach him a lesson. Cardiff City's players had limited ability, they simply couldn't defend Lin Quan one-on-one. Multiple defenders could also leave gaps in the defense, so they planned to use fouls to stifle the opponent's attack, a tradition in the Premier League. They believed that their opponent was a superstar, and a few tackles would scare him into restraining his movements, preventing him from dribbling and breaking through. Without his dribbling skills, Manchester City's attack wouldn't be able to penetrate their defense and pose no threat. If they could hold on for these last few minutes, victory would belong to Cardiff City. However, Lin Quan's tenacity surprised the Cardiff City players. Their repeated fouls and tackles failed to intimidate him. Instead, they continuously gave Manchester City free kicks in the attacking third. As the location of the fouls drew closer and closer to their own penalty area, and became increasingly advantageous, Cardiff City's players finally realized something was amiss. Lin Quan, having discovered the opponent's fouling tactic, was deliberately luring them into fouling in his chosen spots, thus allowing him to select a location for the free kick. After wasting 2 free kick opportunities, Lin Quan stepped up to take the kick for the third time. Yaya Toure had repeatedly expressed his eagerness to take the free kick. However, since Lin Quan had created the opportunity, and the opponent hadn't voluntarily relinquished it, he couldn't very well ask for it. But seeing Lin Quan waste 2 chances in a row, Yaya Toure inwardly grumbled, deciding that if the opponent missed this time, he would step up to stop him no matter what. The fans in the stadium shared Yaya Toure's sentiments, although they also felt a free kick location was too good. If it were given to a skilled free kick specialist, their goal would be in grave danger. After seeing Lin Quan's previous 2 free kicks, they weren't so worried. In his previous 2 free kicks, Lin Quan's first attempt went high, the ball sailing over the crossbar. The second went low, the ball hitting the wall and being deflected back. Neither of his free kicks posed a threat to the goal, leading Cardiff City fans to completely distrust his free kick technique. They acknowledged his excellent footwork, his exceptional dribbling and passing skills, and his near unbeatable one-on-one ability. However, free kicks and dribbling are entirely different skills. Being good at dribbling doesn't equate to being good at free kicks. Seeing Lin Quan retreat step by step, stopping after nearly 10 steps, the Cardiff City fans were utterly disdainful. A missed shot is a missed shot, even trying to emulate Ronaldo won't help. Meanwhile, in an apartment somewhere in London, a guy who looked like Tintin from Tintin's Adventures jumped up from his shelf upon seeing Lin Quan's penalty kick stance and knuckleball. In a mansion in Madrid, Real Madrid star player Cristiano Ronaldo, after seeing Lin Quan's penalty kick stance, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is this kid copying me? That stance, that movement, the more I look at it, the more I want to imitate him. However, he lacks that determined gaze, but that's the hardest thing to learn. Most people simply can't. Thinking of this, Ronaldo felt a little proud. Lin Quan ignored the boos from the fans in the stadium. After retreating a sufficient distance, he took a deep breath and began his run-up. He understood the principle of the knuckleball perfectly. He was the one who taught De Bruyne to use it. The reason he didn't use it himself was because such powerful shots could easily lead to injury. But now, after exchanging for the injury immunity talent, he no longer needed to worry about that. So, he could also use the powerful knuckleball shot. Lin Quan ran faster and faster, and after his run-up, he slammed his foot into the football. With a resounding thud, the ball was deformed from the impact, whistling through the air like lightning as it soared over the wall and towards the net. Too high. Yaya Toure snorted, clearly displeased, seeing the ball's trajectory. He'd missed again, wasting 3 chances. Hell, this ball isn't a threat. The Cardiff fans in the stadium thought the same as Yaya Toure, feeling safe after seeing the ball's trajectory. However, just as they thought they were safe, the ball, as if under some kind of spell, suddenly plummeted, grazing the lower edge of the crossbar and into the net. The goalkeeper didn't even make a save, staring dumbfounded as the ball flew into his net. The 30,000 fans of Cardiff City fell into deathly silence. The entire stadium was completely still. That ball, it actually went in? Chen Xian, who was drumming, dropped his drumsticks in shock, staring dumbfounded at the football rolling in his own net, his face filled with disbelief. It really is a knuckleball, quite beautifully executed. In a London apartment, a player who looked like a cartoon character couldn't help but pump his fist after seeing the ball fly into the net, as if he himself had kicked it. However, thinking about his current situation in the team, his mood gradually sank again. In a mansion in Madrid, seeing Lin Quan not only successfully imitate but also score such a brilliant free kick, Cristiano Ronaldo's eyes widened in surprise. The quality of Lin Quan's free kick was somewhat beyond his expectations. Even he himself couldn't guarantee he could kick such a high-quality free kick. It seemed he had underestimated Lin Quan's knuckleball technique. Feeling the pressure, Ronaldo couldn't sit still any longer and grabbed a football, intending to go to the field for extra practice. Chapter 181, Infiltration of Old Trafford fails, Lin Quan is exposed. After scoring the penalty, Lin Quan didn't celebrate. He quickly rushed into the net, grabbed the ball, and ran back. Time was running out. To win, they had to seize every second. The Manchester City players, who had been relieved that Lin Quan had equalized and they wouldn't lose away from home, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation after seeing Lin Quan's actions. The game wasn't over, they still had a chance to win. Thinking this, they felt a pang of shame. They had actually been happy about equalizing, even content with just a point away from home. Manchester City's goal was the Premier League title. This kind of complacent thinking was unacceptable. On the sidelines, Pellegrini applauded Lin Quan's actions. Within the team, if asked who he was most satisfied with, Lin Quan would always be the top answer. Cardiff City's players and fans felt a huge sense of disappointment after their lead was erased. They had only needed to hold on for a few more minutes to secure their first home victory in the Premier League. In the final minutes, their opponents equalized with a free kick, leaving them feeling frustrated, disappointed, and even a little fearful. They could clearly sense that after scoring that goal, their opponent's momentum had completely shifted. Although there wasn't much time left in the game, Manchester City had famously pulled off a last-minute comeback in the final match of their league game, staging a stunning comeback to snatch the league title from Manchester United. Facing a team that had created miracles before, Cardiff City's players were actually a little apprehensive. They couldn't help but worry that they might suffer a last-minute defeat themselves. And as fate would have it, what they feared most came to pass. After the restart, Manchester City's morale soared, with all the players charging into Cardiff City's half, launching a relentless attack around their penalty area. Under this frenzied onslaught, Manchester City created numerous chances, but ultimately squandered them. In the 87th minute, Yaya Touré's long-range shot went over the bar. In the 89th minute, Negrito's shot was too central and easily saved by the goalkeeper. In the 91st minute, Lin Quan's shot from a tight angle hit the post. Time was ticking away, and Manchester City's time was running out. The referee had already started checking the clock, ready to blow the final whistle at any moment. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, a Cardiff City player fouled again just outside the penalty area, giving Manchester City a free kick. This might be Manchester City's last attack of the match. The referee's stoppage time had expired, and after this kick, he would likely blow the final whistle immediately. Therefore, this free kick was of great significance to Manchester City. It could be said that how many points Manchester City would get in this match depended entirely on the performance of the player taking this kick. Therefore, this would create immense psychological pressure for the player taking the free kick. Yaya Touré didn't challenge Lin Quan this time, but instead voluntarily gave up the opportunity. Clearly, he wasn't confident of scoring and was worried about becoming the scapegoat if he missed, so he hesitated. Lin Quan didn't think too much about it. Regardless of whether he took the kick or not, if the team failed to win, he would be the one most criticized. After all, he was the most famous and highest paid player at Manchester City. With great power comes great responsibility. Besides, he didn't like to entrust his fate to others. He felt more confident taking the kick himself. As before, Lin Quan positioned the ball and then took a dozen steps back. He glanced at the goal and began his run-up. At that moment, Lin Quan became the focus of everyone's attention. Time seemed to slow down. All 30,000 Cardiff City fans, including their owner and all the players on the field, were completely focused on Lin Quan. The 10-meter distance passed in an instant, and Lin Quan rushed to the ball. Just like before, he raised his right leg high, gathered his strength, and kicked the ball heavily. Bang! A sound like an explosion resounded across the football field. The ball, like a rocket, roared over the wall and rushed towards Cardiff City's net. This time, the goalkeeper finally wasn't just a spectator. He leaped high, stretching his body to its limit, trying to maximize his defensive coverage and intercept the ball. However, the speed of the ball exceeded his expectations. He only heard a whooshing sound, and something seemed to flash past his eyes. Then, with a whoosh, he turned around and saw the ball already in his own net. The goalkeeper collapsed onto the grass in despair, still in the position of looking back at the moon, his eyes fixed on the ball rolling in the net. He was unwilling, but he was powerless. How could he defend against a wall moving at that speed? Goal. In the commentary box, Martin Tyler and Andy Gray had completely gone mad. An incredible goal. Manchester City's number 10 unleashed a free kick of exceptional quality. According to the on-site computer calculations, the ball's speed reached a staggering 150 km per hour. Oh my god, that's the fastest goal in the Premier League this season. A perfect free kick, an incredible comeback. Manchester City's star player scored twice with free kicks, leading the team to victory. His performance is worthy of his price tag. Indeed, Lin Quan's performance in this match was phenomenal. With the team in a slump, he stepped up and helped them secure the win. Perhaps this Manchester City team isn't worth our expectations, but Lin Quan will always be worthy of the trust of Manchester City fans. Haha, that was fantastic. But for Cardiff City fans playing at home, they might be in for a disappointing weekend. Just minutes ago, no one could have imagined Manchester City could pull off such a comeback victory. At that moment, victory seemed to be beckoning to Cardiff City, but just a few minutes later, everything changed. As the commentator said, after Lin Quan scored that goal, the Cardiff City fans in the stadium all froze. Watching the Manchester City players celebrating wildly on the field, they all seemed stunned, staring blankly at the pitch, seemingly unable to accept the result. Many of the more emotional fans even burst into tears. But compared to their disappointment, frustration, and sadness, the Manchester City fans were absolutely ecstatic. Just 10 minutes earlier, they all thought their team was likely to suffer their first defeat of the season. But unexpectedly, in the final minutes of the match, Lin Quan delivered such a brilliant performance, almost single-handedly defeating the opponent and leading his team to a comeback victory, turning their sorrow into joy and instantly enveloping them in happiness. Not only were the fans in disbelief, but even the Manchester City players and coaching staff were extremely surprised by this turnaround. After Lin Quan scored the goal, the players on the field were stunned for a moment, then rushed towards Lin Quan like madmen. Even Yaya Touré, who had previously been critical of Lin Quan, had to applaud his brilliant performance. To be able to take such a high-level free kick under such immense pressure showed the opponent's superior mental fortitude. On the sidelines, players on the bench and even some members of the coaching staff rushed onto the field to celebrate wildly with Lin Quan. Players who had previously expressed dissatisfaction and doubt about Lin Quan, the team's core player who had only joined in the summer, now completely dispelled their doubts. Judging whether someone can shoulder heavy responsibilities, act as the team's core and leader, cannot be based solely on their performance in favorable circumstances. It should be based on their performance in adversity. Lin Quan's performance in this match made Manchester City realize that even in adversity, he could step up and even lead the team to a comeback victory. This kind of spirit earned him the players' approval. Therefore, for Manchester City, this goal was not just about 3 league points, it was a crucial battle that united the entire team. After the match, Pellegrini chose to bring Lin Quan to the press conference. At the press conference, he praised Lin Quan's performance. Without a doubt, Lin is a phenomenal player. He always manages to score incredible goals on the field. Coaching such an outstanding player is a blessing for any coach, because with him, the team's attack becomes much simpler. Pellegrini's words were echoed by the manager of Cardiff City, who had made extensive preparations to mark Lin Quan in this match. Although he had almost successfully contained the opponent in positional attacks, he hadn't expected the opponent to have free kicks as an option, suddenly giving him 2 direct free kicks that rendered all his tactical preparations futile. Regarding the praise from the coach and reporters, Lin Quan humbly stated that the victory belonged to the entire team, and he had only done his job. The reporters, upon hearing Lin Quan's words, didn't find him hypocritical. Instead, they felt he was very clear-headed. There are many strong teams and giants in the Premier League, and Manchester City isn't even a giant yet. If they become complacent after 2 victories against mid to lower table teams, then in high-stakes matches, those strong teams will quickly teach them a lesson. Speaking of clashes between strong teams, this round of the Premier League features a highly anticipated match, Manchester United vs Chelsea at Old Trafford. Some reporters asked Pellegrini and Lin Quan for their opinions on this game. Pellegrini stated that both teams are strong and evenly matched, and either team could win. However, Manchester United is still in a period of adjustment due to Ferguson's retirement. Chelsea, on the other hand, was built by Mourinho, so he favored Chelsea. When a reporter asked Lin Quan the same question, he smiled and said, although Manchester United has changed managers, their legacy as a top club remains, and they're playing at home, so you favor Manchester United, a reporter pressed. No, I think they might draw. Hearing Lin Quan's answer, the reporters couldn't help but laugh. If Manchester United and Chelsea do draw, it would obviously benefit other teams vying for the Premier League title. Manchester City is one of them. So, this result is probably exactly what Manchester City wants. Your former Werder Bremen teammate Kevin De Bruyne is now with Chelsea, and I've heard he's a good friend of yours. Won't you support your friend's victory? The reporter tried to sow discord. Lin Quan, however, wasn't fooled. I personally support Kevin very much, and I hope he has a great game at Old Trafford. I'll be there to watch the game, and if I have the chance, I'll chat with him. Manchester United is Manchester City's fierce city rival, so Lin Quan's trip to Old Trafford couldn't possibly be to support Manchester United. Therefore, there's only one possibility: he's there to support Chelsea, or rather, to cheer on De Bruyne. With everyone else there to support De Bruyne, the reporter's attempt to sow discord naturally failed. After the game, besides praising Lin Quan's amazing performance, the media also reported on his words at a press conference. Upon hearing that he was coming to support him, De Bruyne couldn't help but call him to inquire about the truth of the matter. Of course it's true. I've already said it, how could I go back on my word? Lin Quan gave De Bruyne a definite answer, but he concealed one thing: besides himself, Manchester City's coaching staff would also be there to watch the match. In the fifth round of the league, Manchester City would face Manchester United in their city derby. Before that, they needed to assess their opponent's form, especially their tactics against strong teams. Hearing Lin Quan's answer, De Bruyne was very satisfied. Then it's a deal. See you at Old Trafford. Okay, see you at Old Trafford. The two hadn't seen each other for almost 3 months since the German Cup final. De Bruyne had initially thought Lin Quan would stay in the Bundesliga, but he had unexpectedly come to the Premier League. This greatly reduced the difficulty of them meeting, and they could even have a direct confrontation on the field. However, the thought of being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan's fancy dribbling during training made De Bruyne a little apprehensive. He really didn't want to face this guy on the field. He was just too damn hard to defend against. On August 26, Lin Quan arrived at Old Trafford Stadium as promised. As the second largest stadium in England, Old Trafford is enormous, with 76,000 seats. During Premier League and Champions League matches, Manchester City fans travel from all over the world to watch their team play. Unlike Manchester City, Manchester United has been very successful in its commercial development, boasting a global fan base. Therefore, for each match, in addition to British fans, a large number of fans from other countries attend. This is rare for Manchester City. While Manchester City players also come from various countries, apart from a few with considerable appeal and influence, the rest lack the ability to attract fans to travel across oceans to the Etihad Stadium. As their city rivals, Lin Quan didn't want to reveal his identity and incur the wrath of the Red Devils fans. Therefore, he chose to conceal himself completely, even wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap for disguise. However, upon arriving at the stadium, he discovered that quite a few people were dressed similarly. "Boss? Negretto? Is it really you? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to watch the game too. Not just me, Fernandinho, Navas, and the others are here too." Following Negretto's pointing finger, Lin Quan saw a group of guys dressed similarly to himself, all looking rather furtive. Most of his teammates had come. What made him even more speechless was that many of these guys were dressed like him, wearing trench coats and sunglasses. Good grief, did they have to be so uniform? No, he couldn't stay with these guys. One person dressed like that wasn't too conspicuous, but a group of them would be far too conspicuous. He dismissed Negretto, not daring to talk to him much. Taking advantage of the fact that the game hadn't started yet and the number of fans entering the stadium wasn't too large, he quickly took off his trench coat. After thinking for a moment, he also took off his hat. Except for the sunglasses, his disguise was basically gone. Now, he looked like an ordinary Asian fan, different from his teammates. After doing all that, Lin Quan breathed a sigh of relief. Surely they wouldn't recognize him now? But just as he found his seat, he saw himself appear on the big screen. Lin Quan's lips twitched slightly, and he stiffly waved at the camera, wondering, how did I get exposed? Chapter 182. De Bruyne is not doing well at Chelsea. Unbeknownst to him, Old Trafford had already made preparations after he publicly announced his intention to attend the match. Lin Quan was spotted the moment he appeared outside the stadium, before even entering. In other words, he was under constant surveillance, leaving him nowhere to hide. Seeing Lin Quan actually in the stands, De Bruyne, who was preparing to warm up, was overjoyed. He waved in Lin Quan's direction, greeting him. Lin Quan also waved back, but with so many people in the stands, De Bruyne might not have seen him. Half an hour later, the match began. This game was the highlight of this round of Premier League matches, so it was specially scheduled for the last day. Both Manchester United and Chelsea underwent managerial changes this summer. Chelsea welcomed back their former manager Mourinho, while Manchester United chose Everton's manager Moyes. In terms of reputation, Mourinho was clearly far superior to Moyes. So, despite Chelsea playing away, pre-match opinions generally favored them. For Moyes, a win would smooth the transition through his early days at Manchester United, allowing him to leverage the prestige gained from defeating a strong opponent to begin adjustments and even reforms to the team. However, a loss would likely bleak his future at Manchester United, even potentially leading to his departure at the end of the season. Therefore, Moyes adopted a very conservative approach. He didn't intend to engage in an attacking battle with Chelsea, opting instead for a conservative lineup, aiming for a draw or at least a win. A win would be ideal, but a draw would be acceptable. Mourinho, a master of psychological warfare, had already discerned Moyes' mindset before the match. He declared that facing Manchester United so early in the second round of the league was something he was happy about, especially after Ferguson's retirement. This was a dig at Moyes, suggesting his Manchester United couldn't compare to Ferguson's. If Ferguson were still in charge at Manchester United, even the most arrogant Mourinho wouldn't dare make such a statement. However, Mourinho wasn't simply playing mind games. He actually spoke the truth. I admit, Moyes is a good coach, his performance at Everton was admirable, but Manchester United is a very different team. His experience coaching smaller clubs might not help him, in fact, it might harm him. Mourinho didn't believe Moyes could succeed former Manchester United manager Sir Alex Ferguson, and this was both his true opinion and part of his pre-match psychological warfare. By constantly mentioning Ferguson, he aimed to draw comparisons between Moyes and Ferguson, ensuring Moyes would live in Ferguson's shadow for life. It must be said, this tactic was quite insidious. Moyes didn't publicly respond to Mourinho's words, but it was clear he was very concerned about the special one's pre-match comments. During the match, Moyes wore a suit and tie, standing meticulously on the sidelines, directing the game from the sidelines throughout. His serious attitude showed how much he valued this match. Mourinho's lineup in this match was quite interesting. He didn't choose Lukaku, Torres, and Dembaba as the three main strikers. Instead, he used Schürrle as the lone striker and Hazard, jokingly referred to by fans as the second Messi, as a false nine, deploying a 4-5-1 formation without a striker. Upon seeing this lineup, Lin Quan in the stands was stunned. Both Barcelona and the Spanish national team used this formation. Barcelona's lone striker was Messi, and Spain's was Lin Quan himself. So the question arises, was Mourinho imitating Barcelona or the Spanish national team? Not only Lin Quan was confused by Mourinho's lineup, but Moyes on the opposing team was also taken aback. Wasn't Mourinho's forte counter-attacking? Was he trying to play the possession-based style of Barcelona and the Spanish national team with this lineup? No, that doesn't make sense. Does Chelsea's midfield have the same star power as Barcelona and the Spanish national team? Can it support his possession-based style? Besides, can Mourinho really play possession football? He's not Guardiola. Seeing the opponent's surprised expression, Mourinho felt a little smug. He learned the small triangle defense in Serie A, and now that he's in La Liga, he can't leave it all unlearned. He's very satisfied with the Spanish national team's strikerless formation. A strikerless formation isn't something only Barcelona can play, other teams can too. Before Lin Quan joined the Spanish national team, Spain didn't have its own Messi in attack, yet they still relied on a group of midfielders. And this season, his midfield is strong, and he also has Hazard, who excels at dribbling and attacking. They can definitely compete with the Spanish national team without Lin Quan, and beating Manchester United is a piece of cake, right? After the match started, Oscar, Schürrle, De Bruyne, Hazard, and others were all very active. Although Chelsea didn't play beautiful possession football, their multi-pronged attack put enormous pressure on Manchester United. Especially on the flanks, they frequently created crises for Manchester United, making their wing defense precarious. In the 10th minute of the first half, Chelsea crossed from the wing, Ferdinand misjudged the clearance in the penalty area, and the ball was collected by Chelsea's Oscar. It was an excellent opportunity, but the G reacted quickly, blocking Oscar's powerful shot and saving Manchester United from a close call. The Manchester United fans in the stadium applauded the G. Since Van der Sar left, Manchester United has tried many different goalkeepers. In the end, only the G won the hearts of the Red Devils fans, and the Spaniards' performance lived up to their trust. Seeing this save, Lin Quan also applauded his national teammate the G. However, while applauding, he couldn't help but think, Oscar's shot was a little rushed just now. If he had adjusted a bit before shooting, it might have been better. The situation on the field wasn't completely one-sided. Manchester United also had attacks. In the 23rd minute, Van Persie broke through on the edge of the penalty area and took a shot from a tight angle, but the ball went directly into the side netting, posing no threat. Since joining Manchester United, Van Persie has continued his excellent performance from Arsenal, being United's top scorer last season and retaining the Premier League Golden Boot. However, in this match, Van Persie seemed out of form, with several shots falling short of his usual standard, making it difficult to reconcile him with the unstoppable force he was under Ferguson last season. While Van Persie was out of form, Rooney was in good form. In the 28th minute, cleverly passed a ball to Rooney, who squeezed past defenders in the penalty area and fired a shot towards the far corner. The angle was tricky, and the shot was of high quality, but Chelsea goalkeeper Cech was no pushover. He made a quick diving save, blocking the ball just as it rolled onto the goal line. Having missed two chances, Manchester United fans at Old Trafford were filled with frustration. However, the team's attack picked up during this period, and the fans applauded their players. This applause was also an affirmation of Moyes. If he could lead the team to victory, the applause from the Red Devils fans would certainly be even more enthusiastic. Lin Quan remembered that the match ended in a draw, so he didn't pay much attention to the attacks from either side. Compared to the score, he was more concerned about his friend De Bruyne's performance on the field. In the first 30 minutes, De Bruyne's performance was quite good. Several of his passes in the attacking third were crucial, creating many opportunities for his teammates. However, after Manchester United launched a counter-attack, De Bruyne's performance gradually became somewhat lost. In the 32nd minute, De Bruyne committed a defensive foul and received a yellow card. After receiving the yellow card, he became hesitant to make any moves in defense, which severely reduced his defensive effectiveness. Manchester United capitalized on this, repeatedly finding openings through him and launching attacks from there. This greatly displeased Mourinho on the sidelines, who demanded that De Bruyne play more aggressively and defend more decisively. Seeing this, Lin Quan couldn't help but sigh. De Bruyne's defensive abilities are weak, and he shouldn't be used as a workhorse. Playing him as a central midfielder is a waste of his attacking talent. He should play as an attacking midfielder, pushing forward to attack. That's the correct way to use him. If things continue like this, Mourinho will definitely bench De Bruyne in the second half. And after being substituted early in 2 consecutive matches, his tactical value in Mourinho's eyes will certainly decrease significantly. For the rest of the season, De Bruyne will likely spend most of the season on the bench. The first half ended 0-0, with neither team able to break the deadlock. In the second half, Mourinho indeed made personnel changes. After 15 minutes, he substituted De Bruyne for Torres. De Bruyne was visibly dejected when he was substituted. His friend had come specifically to watch his game, but he performed so poorly that he was taken off by the manager so early in the second half. This left De Bruyne feeling frustrated and confused. At Werder Bremen, he was one of the team's twin stars, shouldering most of the responsibility for orchestrating attacks. But at Chelsea, he didn't have as much possession, and Mourinho's team wasn't the type to prioritize possession. As a result, De Bruyne gradually lost his way. He clearly felt out of place in Chelsea's tactical system, but because Mourinho was a world-class manager, he focused on self-improvement and tried to integrate into the team. However, 2 months passed, and all his efforts were in vain. The manager's serious expression revealed his dissatisfaction. This made De Bruyne uneasy. He didn't know if he had a future at Chelsea. Seeing De Bruyne's heavy heart, Lin Quan felt a pang of sympathy. However, he couldn't help him for the time being. Even if he persuaded Manchester City to make a move, they wouldn't be able to secure him until the winter break. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Chelsea would even be willing to sell. After all, No one wants to strengthen their direct league rivals. The match continued, and in the 62nd minute, a highly controversial moment occurred. Chelsea's midfield maestro Lampard used his hand to block a Manchester United player's shot in the penalty area. However, referee Atkinson did not award a penalty, which greatly angered Manchester United players and fans. They confronted the referee demanding an explanation, but Atkinson argued that it was an unintentional handball and did not constitute a foul, therefore refusing to award a penalty. This explanation was naturally not accepted by the Manchester United players. The replay on the big screen clearly showed that Lampard consciously raised his hand to block the ball's trajectory. It was not an unintentional handball as the referee believed, so according to standard officiating standards, it was clearly a penalty. After seeing the replay on the big screen, boos and shouts of biased referee echoed throughout Old Trafford. 9 minutes later, a Chelsea player was brought down in the Manchester United penalty area, and the referee again did not award a penalty. This again greatly angered Chelsea, and Mourinho made a very exaggerated performance on the sidelines, almost getting himself sent to the stands by the referee. Ultimately, the match ended in a 0-0 draw, with neither side able to break the deadlock. This scoreline is undeniably advantageous for Manchester City and other top clubs. It means that Manchester United and Chelsea are already 2 points behind the other giants at the start of the new season. Of course, Manchester United fans are very dissatisfied with the result. This has made Moyes' future at Manchester United less secure. Because Lin Quan was surrounded by Red Devils fans, he remained calm and quiet throughout the match, avoiding any dramatic actions. Since he wasn't a fan of either side, he watched the game with a neutral and objective attitude, naturally remaining unexcited. There are suspicions that the two teams played a fixed match. Although a 0-0 draw seems like a lose-lose situation, a closer analysis reveals that both teams can accept the result. Chelsea can definitely accept a point by drawing away to Manchester United. And Moyes, whose position at Manchester United is still unstable, has done a commendable job by defeating a strong team like Chelsea. A point is also acceptable to him. For other top clubs, this result was naturally met with enthusiastic approval. Thus, it became a situation acceptable to all parties, except for Manchester United fans who were disappointed. After watching the match, Lin Quan and head coach Pellegrini traveled to Monaco to attend the draw for the 2013-2014 UEFA Champions League group stage. This was Lin Quan's first time in the Champions League, and Manchester City's third. Manchester City's previous 2 failures in the Champions League group stage had made them almost a laughingstock in European football. Therefore, this year, after acquiring Lin Quan and a large number of other players, Manchester City was determined to advance from the group stage. They absolutely could not afford to fail in the group stage again. If they failed in the group stage, then owner Masia's billions of pounds would have been wasted. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Champions League Draw, UEFA's Conspiracy. August 29, Monte Carlo, Monaco, was ablaze with lights. Numerous star players and renowned coaches gathered for the annual Champions League group stage draw. A red carpet stretched out, lined with countless reporters, their cameras and microphones aimed at the players and coaches from various clubs who stepped out of their luxury cars. Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, the 2 giants of La Liga, remained the most sought-after figures by the reporters. Gareth Bale, the Welsh player who made headlines in the summer with his record-breaking transfer, was also surrounded by reporters due to his immense popularity and exorbitant transfer fee. Some observant reporters noticed that Ronaldo did not arrive with Bale. Although they belonged to the same club, they did not interact at all while walking the red carpet. It seems the rumors were true. Bale's transfer fee may indeed have broken the Portuguese transfer record, much to Ronaldo's displeasure. When the other half of the legendary duo, Messi, appeared, his expression was also quite serious. Barcelona's performance in recent years has been poor, with the team falling in the semi-finals twice in a row. Last season, they were even humiliated with a 7-0 defeat to Bayern Munich. This fueled a burning desire for revenge within the Barcelona team. This season, they acquired Neymar early on, and the team was gearing up for a major comeback. However, Villanova's cancer recurrence forced him to leave, leading to a managerial change in the summer. With Guardiola and Enrique leaving, Barcelona lacked suitable replacements. Rosell ultimately chose the obedient Martino as Barcelona's manager. Martino's abilities were mediocre, and he was widely considered unsuitable. Everyone knew he was only a transitional manager, otherwise, Barcelona wouldn't have given him only a 2-year contract. With these multiple factors combined, even before the Champions League season began, voices predicting Barcelona's downfall were already circulating. As Barcelona's core player and star, most of the pressure fell on Messi's shoulders, and naturally, he wasn't happy. Messi is under a lot of pressure. Pellegrini, who coached in La Liga last season, remarked as Lin Quan arrived at the stadium, just in time to see Messi's back as he entered. Lin Quan nodded in agreement. As the core of the team, the responsibility they bore was inevitably greater than that of other players. Seeing the Manchester City players arrive, reporters swarmed around him, their cameras and microphones all aimed at Lin Quan. Last year at the Ballon d'Or ceremony, he was just a relatively unknown supporting actor. But this year, with his rising fame and skill, his status in European football has also increased significantly. More and more people see Lin Quan as the third best player after Messi and Ronaldo. And if he can perform even better in major tournaments like the World Cup or the Champions League, then standing shoulder to shoulder with Messi and Ronaldo in the future is not impossible. Reporters naturally dared not neglect such a rising superstar. Having learned from last year's experience, Lin Quan was no longer unfamiliar with handling such situations. He smiled and waved to the reporters and fans present, fulfilling some fans' requests for autographs and photos, before calmly walking into the venue. Upon entering, Lin Quan saw several familiar faces. "Hey, over here." Dortmund player Reus waved to Lin Quan as soon as he entered. Lin Quan glanced around. The seats weren't labeled with names, meaning players could choose their own seats. Given his status, his seat was definitely near the front, or at least the second row. Reus's seat was in the 5th row, quite far back. Sitting in the back, they would be difficult for the cameras to spot. However, Lin Quan didn't care much about seniority or any such rules, and sat down directly next to Isco. "Did you come alone?" Lin Quan looked around, not seeing Reus's teammates, and asked curiously. "Lewandowski is injured, so I'm here in his place." Reus explained, then asked, "So, how's the Premier League? Fun?" Reus looked Lin Quan up and down, seemingly checking if he was missing any limbs. "It's alright, but the defenders there are too enthusiastic. I often have close interactions with them." "Haha, the kind of interactions that lead to everyone falling over?" Reus gloated. Although he had never played in the Premier League, he had heard about its style of play. "Why don't you try it and see?" Reus raised his hands in surrender. "Come on, spare me. With my injury-prone physique, going to the Premier League would be suicide." This kid was at least self-aware. If he really came to the Premier League, given the intensity of the fouls committed by Premier League defenders, Reus's injury frequency would probably increase significantly. "Still injured this season? Can't you talk to your coach about reducing your playing time? With his tactics, unless you're Super Saiyans, you definitely won't be able to hold on." Ahem. Just as Lin Quan finished speaking, he heard a middle-aged man cough beside him. He turned his head and saw that Dortmund's coach, Klopp, had somehow gotten to sit next to him. Lin Quan glared at Reus. This guy had definitely seen Klopp arrive but hadn't told him. Reus was overjoyed, looking like he'd succeeded in his scheme. "Lin, you seem to have a problem with me?" Klopp asked Lin Quan curiously. No, I greatly admire Coach Klopp and the results you've achieved with your team." "Really? But I clearly heard you criticizing my tactics just now, Marco, didn't you?" Reus nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can testify, it was this kid who spoke ill of me." Reus decisively betrayed Lin Quan. Lin Quan's face darkened. That Reus kid was too despicable, actually trying to sow discord. He'd have to teach him a lesson later. "Ahem, that's not what I meant, coach, let me explain." Lin Quan didn't want to clash with Klopp. He had no connection with him and didn't want to offend him. I'm listening." Klopp seemed to be saying, "I'd like to see what profound insights this kid can come up with. High pressing is the future trend of football. Its emergence will replace many current defensive tactics." Klopp's eyes lit up. He felt like he'd met a kindred spirit. He hadn't expected this young man to have such a profound understanding of the development of modern football. A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes, so he said, "Go on." Just like Spanish possession-based football, high pressing is derived from the Dutch total football tactic. Our high pressing strategy aims to reduce the time the opposing players have to handle the ball. It forces them to make quick decisions, thus increasing their error rate and giving us opportunities to win possession in their half and launch attacks. The closer we are to the opponent's goal, the easier it is to complete an attack. I've observed Dortmund's matches. Many goals were scored after they won possession in their own half. Klopp nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile on his face. This kid had indeed seen through his tactics. Dortmund's relentless pressing was designed to force the opposing players into forced errors, allowing them to launch attacks immediately. If they were to attack from their own half, they would need to break through 3 of the opponent's defensive lines. But if they could force the opposing players into mistakes and win possession in their half, or even near the penalty area, they then only face one line of defense, and the ball can shift rapidly from the opposition's possession to Dortmund's in the next second. This rapid transition between attack and defense makes it difficult for the opposing players to react in time, greatly increasing their attacking success rate. However, this places high demands on the players. They need to possess the following characteristics: excellent technique, good stamina, explosiveness, and strong execution. If the field is just a bunch of workhorses, they might be able to win the ball, but their attacks will be difficult to organize. If the players on the field lack speed and explosiveness, the opponent will position themselves quickly, and even with only one defensive line, they will struggle to break through. If the players lack stamina or tactical execution, they may not even be able to complete the task of high pressing. Reus is a player who perfectly fits these requirements, so in your tactics, Reus's position might be even more prominent than Lewandowski's. This also leads to Reus's high attendance rate, but he is injury prone. The higher his attendance rate, the more serious the injuries he will suffer, and the worse the final result might be. Reus protested Lin Quan's statement that he was injury prone, but was ignored by both of them. Klopp seriously considered Lin Quan's words. Guts's departure this season was a further blow to Dortmund, directly increasing the attacking pressure on Lewandowski and Reus. The two already carried a heavy burden, and adding more pressure was certainly not good for them. Since joining the team, Reus has been plagued by injuries, both major and minor, and is showing signs of becoming injury-prone. If this high-intensity workload continues, the team might truly be ruined by injuries. Thinking of this, Klopp nodded, "I will seriously consider your suggestion, thank you, Lin." This thank you was sincere, because no one had ever spoken to him about these things from an outsider's objective perspective before. Lin Quan was the first. "You're welcome. I'm just talking a lot, the real solution is still yours." Lin Quan wasn't being modest, he really was just a talker. Asking him to come up with a solution to Dortmund's current predicament on behalf of Klopp was something he couldn't do. Guardiola arrived late, just entering the venue. After entering, he hurriedly searched around and finally found Lin Quan at the back. "What's this kid doing sitting here?" he wondered. Just as he was about to go over and greet Lin Quan, he saw Lin Quan chatting happily with Klopp. This surprised Guardiola for a moment. After hesitating, he didn't go over to disturb them and sat down in another row with mixed feelings. After finishing his conversation with Klopp, the draw ceremony immediately began. The two hosts for the draw were Pedro Pinto from CNN Sports and Melanie, the 1996 Miss Switzerland winner. Before the draw officially began, the hosts announced the shortlist for last season's European Player of the Year. Lin Quan, as the Bundesliga Golden Boot winner, made the final list. However, it was clear he was just a runner-up. Barring any surprises, the award would likely go to either Arjen Robben, a key player in Bayern Munich's Champions League victory, or Frank Ribéry. Sure enough, the winner was the scarred Ribéry. Between him and Robben, the judges chose Ribéry. Although Robben redeemed himself in the final, scoring the crucial goal, professionals considered Ribéry more important to his team. After the award ceremony for the European Player of the Year, the main event began, the group stage draw. According to the Champions League draw rules, the 32 teams participating in the group stage are divided into 4 pots. The 8 teams with the highest points are the seeds in pot 1 and are drawn first. Then, one team is drawn from each of pots 2, 3, and 4 to join the groups. Following the principle of avoiding teams from the same region, teams from the same region automatically move to the next group if drawn into the same group. The 8 seeded teams were quickly drawn: Manchester United in Group A, Real Madrid in Group B, Benfica in Group C, Bayern Munich, Defending champions, in Group E, Chelsea in Group E, Arsenal in Group F, Barcelona in Group H, and Porto in Group G. Of the 8 seeded teams, 2 are from La Liga, 3 from the Premier League, 1 from the Bundesliga, and 2 from the Portuguese Premier Liga. Serie A and Ligue 1 have no seeded teams due to their poor Champions League performances. Surprisingly, the Portuguese Premier Liga, outside the top 5 leagues, has 2 seeded teams, which is quite remarkable. Among these 8 seeded teams, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and Real Madrid are clearly the strongest. Especially the defending champions, Bayern Munich. Probably no one wants to be in the same group as them. After drawing the teams from the first pot, Dutch legend Johan Cruyff took the stage to draw the teams from the second pot. Shakhtar Donetsk were drawn into Group A, Juventus into Group B, Paris Saint-Germain into Group C, CSKA Moscow into Group E, Werder Bremen into Group E, Marseille into Group F, AC Milan into Group H, and Atletico Madrid into Group G. What surprised Lin Quan was that Werder Bremen was actually placed in the second pot. Their UEFA coefficient was actually higher than Manchester City's, which made him very curious, just how badly had Manchester City performed in the Champions League before? After the first 2 rounds of draws, the groups of death had emerged. These were Groups B and H, Real Madrid plus Juventus, Barcelona plus AC Milan. Whoever joined these 2 groups as a third team would likely struggle to advance. Fortunately, neither group had any Premier League teams. According to the principle of avoiding teams drawn into the same group, Manchester City could only be drawn into 5 groups, giving them a 40% chance of being drawn into these 2 groups. Manchester City players were starting to worry, would they be unlucky enough to be drawn into these 2 groups? The third star to appear was England's Michael Owen, who first drew Bayer Leverkusen into Group A, and then Galatasaray from the Turkish Super League into Group B. This result brought a sigh of relief to Manchester City. One of the 2 groups of death was gone, having the probability. Galatasaray players, however, were unfazed by the result. Real Madrid and Juventus? What was there to fear from their Turkish Super League home ground? The coaches of Real Madrid and Juventus, however, looked grave upon seeing the result. Turkish teams aren't considered strong, but home games in Turkey are notoriously difficult. The fans there are incredibly passionate. They'd rather play in the freezing cold of Eastern Europe than go to Turkey, because no one knows what might happen. The draw continued, and Olympiacos from the Greek league was drawn into Group C and then drew another team, glanced at it, and smiled, Manchester City. The announcer quickly placed Manchester City's ball into Group E. The 3 teams already in that group were Bayern Munich, CSKA Moscow, and Manchester City. The camera focused on Bayern's coach, Guardiola, but not on Manchester City's coach, Pellegrini. Instead, it focused on Lin Quan. Lin Quan had often heard that Champions League group stage draws were rigged, and he had previously been somewhat skeptical. But now, he truly believed it. The father-son showdown between Guardiola and Lin Quan is something UEFA deliberately created. I refuse to believe it even if you beat me to death. Chapter 184 Mourinho's complaints. Guardiola's lips twitched slightly upon seeing the result, a subtle movement that was captured by the cameras. Representatives from various clubs present at the draw ceremony also smiled knowingly. UEFA certainly knows how to play the game. They've managed to create such an interesting group. However, this draw isn't too bad for Bayern Munich and Manchester City. The second-tier team in Group B is CSKA Moscow from the Russian Premier League, a relatively weak team. The only concern is that winter comes early in Russia, with the country already experiencing freezing temperatures and snow by October. In this condition, European teams playing away games there in winter will be a very difficult experience. However, if they are lucky enough to finish their away games against CSKA Moscow before October, they won't have this problem. The draw continued, and Owen subsequently drew Basel into Group E, Borussia Dortmund into Group F, Zenit St. Petersburg into Group G, and Ajax into Group H. The 4th player to draw the lots was former Borussia Dortmund star Sousa, who quickly completed the draw, placing the 4th-tier teams into their respective groups. The final draw results for the Champions League group stage are as follows. Group A, Manchester United, Premier League, Shakhtar Donetsk, Ukrainian Premier League, Bayer Leverkusen, Bundesliga, Real Sociedad, La Liga. Group B, Real Madrid, La Liga, Juventus, Serie A, Galatasaray, Turkey, Copenhagen, Danish Superliga. Group C, Benfica, Portuguese Primeira Liga, Paris Saint-Germain, Ligue 1, Olympiacos, Greek Superliga, Anderlecht, Belgian First Division, Group E, Bayern Munich, Bundesliga, CSKA Moscow, Russian Premier League, Manchester City, Premier League, Viktoria Plzeň, Czech First Division, Group E, Chelsea, Premier League, Werder Bremen, Bundesliga, Basel, Swedish Allsvenskan, Steaua Bucharest, Romanian First Division. Group F, Arsenal, Premier League, Marseilles, Ligue 1, Borussia Dortmund, Bundesliga, Napoli, Serie A. Group G, Porto, Portuguese Primeira Liga, Atletico Madrid, La Liga, Zenit St. Petersburg, Russian Premier League, Austria Vienna, Austrian First Division. Group H, Barcelona, La Liga, AC Milan, Serie A, Ajax, Eredivisie, Celtic, Scottish Premiership. After the draw, the group of death was clear, Group F with Arsenal and Group H with Barcelona. Aside from the teams drawn into these two groups, the other teams were relatively satisfied with their groups. Of the 4 Premier League teams, only Arsenal had the worst draw, the other 3 had relatively good ones. Manchester United's 3 group opponents are all a level weaker than them. If it were Ferguson's Manchester United, advancing from the group stage would have been very easy. However, with Moyes, it's uncertain. He has no previous Champions League experience, and inexperience is his biggest problem. Chelsea had the best draw of the 4 teams. Apart from Werder Bremen, who might pose a slight challenge, the other teams in the group are not a threat. As long as Mourinho doesn't falter, Chelsea's advancement is a foregone conclusion. The Champions League group stage draw results were reported by media outlets around the world. Italian media outlets are lamenting AC Milan's bad luck. This is their 4th Champions League encounter with Barcelona in the 3rd consecutive season, a seemingly inescapable fate between the two teams, with AC Milan always appearing to suffer. In the 2011-2012 season, Barcelona and AC Milan were also drawn into Group H, with AC Milan recording 1 loss and 1 draw against Barcelona. After finally reaching the quarter-finals, they faced Barcelona again drawing and losing, with Barcelona carrying them to the finals. Last season, Barcelona and AC Milan met in the round of 16, with AC Milan managing a 2-0 victory at home, hoping for a comeback, only to be thrashed 4-0 at Camp Nou. Now, facing Barcelona for the 4th time, AC Milan fans are understandably furious. Why is it always you? Do you think we're easy to bully? They seem to think. However, Arsenal fans are thinking, damn it, the unluckiest one is Arsenal. As the only seeded team among the 8 that had never won the Champions League, being grouped with the other 7 teams was already a bit pitiful. And then, they drew this draw. Look at Arsenal's opponents, last season's Champions League runners-up Borussia Dortmund, Ligue 1 runners-up Marseilles, and Serie A runners-up Napoli. Good heavens. Arsenal, despite being a top-tier seed, has the lowest league ranking in the group, considering they finished 4th in the Premier League last season. After the match, Wenger, interviewed by reporters, confidently stated, "I have confidence in my team, we will definitely advance from the group stage." Wenger has the confidence to say this. Since he took charge, Arsenal has consistently secured a Champions League spot and always managed to advance from the group stage. Although this group's opponents are stronger, Arsenal is no weaker. If they can win their home game, they will control their own destiny in terms of qualification. However, the British media doesn't share this view. They believe that with Arsenal's current squad, competing on 3 fronts is highly likely to collapse, so they are urging Wenger to quickly spend money to buy new players. If the team fails to advance from the group stage due to reluctance to spend money, it will be a significant financial loss for Arsenal. However, after buying Ursula, whether Wenger has any money left, and how much, is a mystery. Arsenal's history of operating on debt and relying on selling captains to survive is nothing new. Wenger spending tens of millions of pounds on Ursula is unprecedented. Asking him to spend more money would be putting him in a difficult position. In La Liga, both Real Madrid and Barcelona are relatively satisfied with the result. Barcelona's star player Messi stated in an interview that no Champions League match is easy, and regardless of the group or the opponent, he will give his all in every game. While that's the explanation, reporters noticed that Messi's brow was now relaxed, unlike when he first appeared with a furrowed brow, indicating his satisfaction with the draw. On Real Madrid's side, AS in Marca highlighted the clash between Real Madrid and Juventus. The two teams have met many times in the Champions League, with the 1998 final being a particularly memorable one for Real Madrid. That year, Real Madrid ultimately defeated Juventus to lift the trophy again after 32 years. Now, after more than a decade without a Champions League title, Real Madrid hopes to turn their luck around by defeating their old rivals, Juventus. However, Real Madrid's victory isn't guaranteed. Since the beginning of the new century, all encounters between Real Madrid and Juventus have ended in Juventus's victory. Therefore, this meeting is a revenge match for Real Madrid. Furthermore, Real Madrid's head coach Ancelotti and assistant coach Zidane both previously played for Juventus. Furthermore, neither of them had a friendly experience working at Juventus. Ancelotti was insulted by Juventus fans as a pig because of his weight. Zidane also faced criticism from Juventus fans when he joined the club, as he struggled to integrate into Serie A this time. With both teams facing off, old and new grudges combined, the stronger Real Madrid might not let the old lady off easily. Besides the hype surrounding these group of death and clashes between strong teams, the fact that Guardiola's Bayern Munich and Lin Quan's Manchester City were drawn together also attracted considerable attention and interviews from reporters. When surrounded by reporters, Lin Quan said in an interview, "This draw result is very interesting." His cryptic answer implied that UEFA had scripted the outcome. The reporters laughed upon hearing Lin Quan's words. A father-son showdown, the drama is off the charts. Even if it was a scripted scenario, they wouldn't object to it. German media had mixed feelings. They believed Bayern had a good draw and would easily top their group. However, Borussia Dortmund is in a group of death, and without guts, their chances of advancing are uncertain. As for Bayer Leverkusen and Werder Bremen, their survival depends entirely on their performance. Relatively speaking, Werder Bremen's draw might be slightly better, as they only have a poor chance against Chelsea. Their other two opponents shouldn't be too difficult to beat. Bayer Leverkusen's group is more challenging. Against Manchester United, their odds are roughly 37-50, with a higher probability of defeat. Their main rivals are the other two teams, both of similar strength, making it a close match, and it's hard to predict who will advance to the knockout stage. After the draw, betting websites immediately released the Champions League title odds. Guardiola's Bayern Munich is unsurprisingly the favorite. Although the successful coach Hanks has left, the addition of Guardiola, Guts, and Thiago, among other strong reinforcements, has objectively strengthened Bayern's already formidable squad. With Bayern Munich's core players largely unchanged and all players in their prime, they are rightfully favored by many. Following Bayern, Real Madrid has the second highest odds. Last season, Mourinho's Real Madrid came close to the final, and this season, the arrival of Ancelotti and the addition of Bale have further strengthened their squad. There's reason to believe that Real Madrid, with their improving Champions League record, might finally achieve their goal this season and lift their 10th Champions League trophy. As for Barcelona, their aging squad and the appointment of a less renowned and less capable manager have led to slightly lower odds, placing them third in the league. After these three giants, Chelsea and Manchester United also have relatively high odds, ranking 4th and 5th respectively. Chelsea boasts a strong squad and won the Champions League 2 seasons ago. With Mourinho's return this season, their strength should theoretically be further enhanced, making their title chances quite high. As for Manchester United, although they are ranked 5th, the gap between them and the top 4 is significant. The outside world is not optimistic about Moyes' Champions League journey. For the simple reason that Manchester United's focus this season will definitely be on the Premier League, and the Champions League may be strategically abandoned. Surprisingly, Manchester City's odds are ranked 6th, ahead of last season's runners-up, Borussia Dortmund. The outside world believes that Manchester City has a chance to win the title. Their squad is by no means weak, they only lack Champions League experience and how to mold the star-studded lineup into a cohesive unit, allowing these stars to fully unleash their potential. This assessment is actually quite fair. Their analysis of Manchester City's problems is spot on. However, whether they can solve these problems depends on Pellegrini's abilities. After the draw, the Champions League group stage schedule was quickly released. Manchester City will travel to face Czech First League champions Viktoria Plzeň on September 18. A relatively weak opponent in their first Champions League match presents a good opportunity for Manchester City to get off to a winning start. The team was gearing up for the match. After the Champions League draw, Lin Quan and Guardiola only met briefly, exchanged a few words, and then hurriedly boarded a plane back to Manchester. A day later, the third round of the Premier League kicked off. Chelsea, playing first, narrowly defeated Aston Villa 2-1 at home. Aston Villa continued their tendency to receive cards, accumulating 5 yellow cards throughout the match, 5 times more than Chelsea. Chelsea only scored 1 goal, while their opponents scored 2. However, Chelsea ultimately won because their opponents gifted them an own goal, a gift that came just 7 minutes into the game. To be honest, if Aston Villa hadn't gifted them that goal so early, they should have won. Chelsea's performance in this match was terrible, completely unlike that of a top team. They had over 70% possession and unleashed 17 shots, but only managed 3 on target. While their opponents had half the number of shots, they had 4 shots on target, 1 more than their opponents. Mourinho's prized counter-attacking tactics were completely ineffective when the opponents parked the bus first. Their pressing attack, however, proved ineffective against Chelsea's lack of firepower. Despite buying a large number of strikers, Chelsea had none who were truly effective. Their only goal in the match was scored by a defender. This made Mourinho want to cover his face in embarrassment. Looking at his group of strikers unable to score, Mourinho was on the verge of tears, even missing Didier Drogba. "If only I had one capable striker, we wouldn't be unable to break down even a weak team's defense," he lamented. This thought infuriated Mourinho, who was extremely dissatisfied with club manager Mourinho's performance. If he had brought Lin Quan to Stamford Bridge, Chelsea wouldn't be in such a sorry state, so lacking in attack. As it turned out, Mourinho's complaints were justified. The next day, in the match between Manchester City and Hull City, Lin Quan was in excellent form. He scored 2 goals in just 35 minutes of the first half. Shortly after the start of the second half, he added a third, completing his second hat-trick since joining Manchester City. In 3 games, Lin Quan has scored a staggering 8 goals, more than double the total for the entire Chelsea team. His outstanding performance has proven Mourinho's shrewdness and that Masia's initial investment was absolutely worthwhile. If other teams were given the chance, they would likely be vying to spend that money. Chapter 185 Endorsement fees soar. After easily defeating Hull City, Manchester City are now undefeated with 3 wins in 3 matches, sitting atop the Premier League table with 9 points. Considering their goal difference of +10, even if teams like Liverpool and Tottenham also achieve 3-game winning streaks, they won't be able to shake their position. After this match, Premier League teams have finally begun to take Manchester City seriously. Before the season, many believed that Manchester City had made too many summer signings, and these players would need time to integrate into the team, so their performance at the beginning of the season might not be great. However, no one expected them to start with 3 consecutive wins and immediately sit at the top of the table. This has made other teams wary of them, placing them alongside other top clubs in the title race. This increased attention from opponents is a recognition of Manchester City's strength, but this attention will also lead to greater resistance in their upcoming matches. The key matches of this round of the Premier League are the last 2, Manchester United away against Liverpool, and Arsenal hosting Tottenham. After repelling the powerful Chelsea, Moyes' Manchester United still fell at Anfield. In the Manchester derby, Liverpool consistently delivers a stellar performance when playing at home against Manchester United. While the Reds' record in both the League and Champions League in recent years has been far inferior to Manchester United's, United have a knack for struggling at Anfield. In the last 6 seasons, United's record at Anfield is 1 win, 1 draw, and 4 losses, a truly one-sided affair. With Moyes only recently taking charge this season and not yet fully in control of the team, the outcome at Liverpool's home ground was predictable. Just 4 minutes into the game, Liverpool captain Gerrard assisted Sturridge for the opening goal. This was the only goal of the match, but even that was enough to seal United's defeat. This loss is a significant blow to Moyes. After 3 rounds against 2 of the Big Four opponents, United have a record of 1 draw and 1 loss, a far from ideal performance. Manchester United, having won only 1 of their first 3 matches, has dropped to 7th place in the standings, falling out of the title race. Considering their upcoming match against the in-form Manchester City in the 5th round, another loss in the derby would likely cause their ranking to plummet further, potentially ending their Premier League title hopes. While Moyes suffered a disappointing defeat at Anfield, Arsenal's Wenger secured a similar victory at the Emirates Stadium against North London rivals Tottenham Hotspur, halting their losing streak with 2 consecutive wins after an unexpected opening defeat. Arsenal currently sit 4th in the standings, 3 points behind Manchester City and Liverpool, but the gap isn't large. and they can easily catch up if their opponents make mistakes. Lin Quan, thanks to his phenomenal performance in the first 3 Premier League matches, has been named Premier League Player of the Month. This is his first award since joining the Premier League, and he is the youngest foreign player to receive this honor. The Premier League is indeed far more popular than the Bundesliga. After joining the Premier League, Lin Quan's Twitter followers skyrocketed. His follower count had plateaued after the Confederations Cup, reaching around 2.8 million. But after joining Manchester City and playing only 3 games, he gained over 1 million followers, bringing his total to nearly 4 million. As a result, Lin Quan's commercial value soared. Sponsors lined up to offer him endorsements, keeping Pair busy. Adhering to the principle of better to have none than a bad one, Lin Quan instructed Pair to reject most of the offers. Coca-Cola and Pepsi have both contacted me, they want to work with you. Following Lin Quan's instructions, Pair retained some of the more expensive and sincere offers from major international brands. What were their offers? Lin Quan didn't drink much carbonated beverage, it had certain harmful effects on professional athletes. However, ordinary people don't care. As a popular beverage, cola has huge sales worldwide and extremely high brand recognition. Business collaborations with them would help Lin Quan expand his influence and brand awareness. This kind of mutually beneficial cooperation is what he desires. Coca-Cola has a larger influence, so their price is more conservative, offering a 3-year contract worth €9 million. Pepsi's influence is slightly smaller, so they offer more in promotional fees. Their contract is 4 years for €14 million. That works out to €3 million per year for Coca-Cola and €3.5 million per year for Pepsi. However, Lin Quan preferred Sprite from Coca-Cola. Drinking an ice-cold Sprite in the summer was incredibly refreshing, though drinking too much before meals could make him feel bloated and hungry again quickly. So he said to Pair, "You can sign with Coca-Cola, but you have to ask them first. I only endorse Sprite. See if they are willing. Okay, I'll negotiate with them." Also, Nike and Adidas are getting restless. They've both contacted me, intending to renegotiate your offer. No rush? We'll talk to them after the Champions League starts, take it slow. A few months ago, Lin Quan rejected offers from Nike and Adidas. At that time, he hadn't decided on a club, and his fame was limited to the Bundesliga. He didn't have many fans worldwide. Therefore, the 2 sports brands only saw him as a potential rising star and didn't offer high prices. But now it's different. Although only 1 summer has passed, after winning the Confederations Cup and joining Manchester City for a record-breaking signing fee, his influence in the football world has greatly increased. At this point, neither Nike nor Adidas could treat him as a young player anymore. Although he was indeed young, his current influence was no less than that of top stars, and perhaps even surpassed it. Therefore, they needed to show their sincerity again. However, Lin Quan wasn't in a hurry, because he knew his influence hadn't yet reached its peak. As long as he continued his excellent performance in the Champions League and the World Cup, the 2 most-watched tournaments, his influence would expand further, truly making him a superstar on par with Messi and Ronaldo. Besides commercial endorsements, Lin Quan was also thinking about how to spend his money. Last season, his salary wasn't high, so he hadn't considered investing much. But after joining Manchester City this season, Lin Quan received a staggering £100 million signing bonus. This was no small sum. Considering the continued depreciation of the pound, if he didn't spend it now, he would suffer huge losses after Brexit in a few years when the exchange rate plummeted. But what should he invest in? After the 3rd round of the Premier League matches, the FIFA international break arrived. Lin Quan left his club and rushed back to Spain to report to the national team. Spain hadn't assembled for over a month after the Confederations Cup. There was supposed to be a friendly against Ecuador, but Vicente Del Bosque didn't call up any key players, instead promoting a group of young players from the youth team and entrusting them to assistant coach Tony. Tony led this group of young players to a resounding 3-0 victory over Ecuador, greatly pleasing Del Bosque. The score wasn't important, what mattered was that the veteran coach had already begun scouting for Spain's next generation of key players. Spain's current squad has a large number of players born around 1985. After next year's World Cup, they will likely be unable to participate in the 2018 World Cup. Therefore, Spain needs to start planning ahead. However, with Lin Quan there, the rebuilding process will be much simpler, as the team's core players are no longer a concern. Tisk tisk, our big star is here. Lin Quan arrived at the national team's training base and happened to run into Ramos, Casillas, and others. Upon seeing Lin Quan, Morata ran over, punched him in the chest, and gave him a bear hug. How is it going? Is the Premier League fun? Not bad. Want to come to the Premier League too? No way. I'm devoted to Real Madrid. My favorite club is Real Madrid. I'll never go anywhere else in my life. Morata declared confidently, acting like a loyal Real Madrid dog. Lin Quan glanced at him, not believing a word Morata said. This guy was a football dreamer. When he left Real Madrid to join Juventus, he said his childhood dream was to join Juventus. When he left Juventus and was bought back by Real Madrid, he said he'd always dreamed of playing for Real Madrid. When he left Real Madrid for Chelsea and Atletico Madrid, he repeated the same thing. Given how many teams Morata dreamed of joining, fans gave him the title of Dreamer. As for which team he truly loved, probably no one but himself knew. Seeing Lin Quan arrive, Ramos and Casillas came over to greet him. Ramos circled Lin Quan, pinching his muscular physique and clicking his tongue in admiration. Not bad, not bad, you've grown quite a bit stronger. It seems my previous worries were unnecessary. With your build, even a Premier League defender probably couldn't handle you. Casillas then cautioned, don't be careless. Premier League defenders are rough and commit many fouls. Don't try to fight them head-on, lest you injure yourself. At this point, they thought of David Silva, who was sidelined with injury, and couldn't help but sigh. Silva was injured in a Premier League match and would be out for at least 3 months. For a professional player, a 3-month injury layoff could very well mean losing their starting position. Before the injury, they might have been indispensable starters for the team, but by the time they recovered and returned, their starting position might have already been taken away. Moreover, many players suffer psychological trauma after an injury, and their physical functions are also affected, potentially causing their performance to plummet and they fade into obscurity. It's no exaggeration to say that injuries are the biggest enemy of professional athletes. This training camp features quite a few new faces. Real Madrid's Nacho and Manchester City's Garcia are both making their first national team call-ups, with Manchester City also including Negrito and Navas. If you include the injured David Silva, Manchester City has 5 Spanish internationals. Busquets is injured, and Javi Garcia is here to fill his position. Del Bosque explained. However, this was only the stated reason. Spain has no shortage of midfielders. Javi Garcia is 26 years old and not exactly a young player. Besides replacing the injured Busquets, another important reason for calling him up was to help Lin Quan. Del Bosque had been following Lin Quan's Premier League matches, but after watching 3 Manchester City games, he found that Manchester City's midfield wasn't providing enough support for Lin Quan. Manchester City's midfield core is Yaya Touré, but this guy isn't a midfielder who likes to assist his teammates, he prefers to dribble and attack himself. He rarely passed a ball directly to Lin Quan, let alone provided an assist. In these 3 matches, most of Lin Quan's goals came from his outstanding individual skills, with relatively little support from his teammates. The player who provided the most assists wasn't Manchester City's midfielder, but rather their striker, Agüero. David Silva, when he was healthy, could have offered some assistance to Lin Quan, but now that he's injured, he can't. In light of this, Del Bosque decided to promote more of Manchester City's Spanish players, giving them more opportunities in the national team and allowing them to combine with Lin Quan more often. This way, when they return to their clubs, they can provide greater support and assistance to Lin Quan. Navas and Garcia, among others, were unaware of this, both excited about being called up to their national teams. With the World Cup approaching, footballers from all countries are fiercely competing for starting positions. Even making the 23-man squad is beneficial, even if it doesn't secure a starting spot. This is especially true for the tournament favorites, Spain, where a place in the squad is highly desirable. If the Spanish national team wins the World Cup next year, they will have a chance to lift the trophy. The other players on the national team share similar sentiments, and their attitude during training is noticeably more serious. In fact, their seriousness has even led to some near conflicts during training matches due to tackles. Vicente Del Bosque is both satisfied and somewhat worried about this. He is pleased with their improved performance, but concerned about the limited squad size, which prevents him from bringing all the best players to the World Cup. Many key players are out injured this time, but this doesn't mean they'll be absent indefinitely. Therefore, Many players called up this time may not be present for the next national team training camp. It remains to be seen whether they can accept this harsh reality. After 3 days of training in Madrid, the entire Spanish national team flew to Helsinki, the capital of Finland, to prepare for their group stage match against the Finnish national team. This match was Spain's third-to-last match in the group stage. If they could beat Finland, they would qualify as group winners with 2 rounds to spare and directly advance to the 2014 World Cup finals. Chapter 186 The Undefeated Myth, Early Qualification for the World Cup. Ugh, it's so cold. Upon arriving in Helsinki and disembarking from the plane, the Spanish national team players shivered from the cold wind. The temperature in Helsinki was only around 5 degrees Celsius, and the overnight low could even drop below 0 degrees Celsius. When they left Spain, Madrid was bathed in sunshine with temperatures reaching 33 degrees Celsius. The temperature difference between the two cities was a staggering 30 degrees Celsius, feeling like stepping from the height of summer into the dead of winter overnight. Although the national team's logistics staff had reminded them to pack warm clothing before departure, the Spanish players underestimated the temperature. To make matters worse, the wind in Helsinki was also very strong. The cold wind caused the players to lose heat rapidly, and they couldn't help but shiver. Quick, get on the bus. Don't catch a cold out here. Coach Tony, his nose red from the cold, stood in the wind, urging the players to get on the bus quickly. Once on the bus, the driver turned on the air conditioning, and the Spanish players breathed a sigh of relief as the warm air poured down from above. Is this what an Arctic country is like? Winter came way too early. I heard it's not normally this cold. It's so cold today because of a cold wave. Damn, why did this cold wave have to come now of all times? Hearing this, the players became worried. Playing in such cold conditions easily leads to injuries, especially if you don't warm up properly. They had just come from Spain and were completely unaccustomed to the climate. It would probably take them some time to adapt to the temperature, but the match started tomorrow, leaving them little time. Don't worry, this isn't a do-or-die game. Even if we lose, it won't affect our qualification. Seeing his teammates' worried expressions, Casillas stepped in to reassure them. Spain still had 3 World Cup qualifiers left, this match against Finland, and 2 more home games against Belarus and Georgia. Winning either of those matches would guarantee them first place in their group and qualification. The importance of their 2 victories against France in the previous crucial matches became apparent at this moment. If they had won even one less game, they would have had no room for error now. Hearing Casillas' words, everyone felt a little relieved. It wasn't a do-or-die match, there was no need to be so concerned. Just relax and play. After calming his teammates down, Casillas quietly approached Lin Quan. Lin, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's match? Huh? Lin Quan looked at him, puzzled. Hadn't he just said the outcome wasn't important? Why was he asking him this question now? Captain, what are your thoughts? Lin Quan countered, believing Casillas had a reason for asking. I want to win tomorrow's match and advance from the group stage 2 rounds early. Lin Quan nodded. It wasn't surprising that Casillas had this idea. Not only did he have this thought, but Lin Quan himself also planned to do so. The remaining 2 opponents in the group stage aren't strong. If they could defeat Finland and advance early, they could rest on the bench for the next 2 matches. Mid-October is the time when the Champions League group stage, league, and cup competitions are all underway. Playing on 3 fronts will take a toll on the stamina of these key players. Adding a national team match would exacerbate this. Overexertion could easily lead to injuries. So securing a World Cup spot early would at least reduce one competition and conserve a lot of energy. Yes, I understand, Captain. Don't worry, I'll be in top form for tomorrow's match. Then I'm relieved. Casillas breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lin Quan's promise. Lin Quan was the team's attacking core. If he was serious, defeating Finland would be a piece of cake. The Finnish team didn't think so. Their fans, seeing the Spanish players freezing in Helsinki's low temperatures, had their hopes rekindled. The Spanish players seemed unaccustomed to the Helsinki temperatures, while they, as the hosts, had no such problem. Therefore, the weather would help weaken Spain's fighting spirit, preventing their opponents from playing at their full potential. If Finland can seize the opportunity, they could very well defeat Spain while their opponents are out of form. Spain is currently on a 37-game unbeaten streak in international competitions, their last defeat dating back to 2011. As a major force in world tournaments, Every national team considers it an honor to defeat Spain. Furthermore, Finland is currently third in their group with 6 points, while second-placed France has 9 points, just one win more. Theoretically, Finland still has a chance to secure second place in the group and advance to the playoffs. Therefore, the entire Finnish team is on high alert for this match, and the Helsinki Olympic Stadium is packed with nearly 40,000 spectators. At 7:30 p.m., with a referee's whistle, the highly anticipated Group I match of the 2014 World Cup European qualifiers, between defending champions Spain and Finland, officially kicked off. Vicente Del Bosque made significant changes to Spain's starting lineup for this match. Young Atletico Madrid striker George Koch made his first international start, playing as a makeshift right-back. Fellow Atletico Madrid player Mario Suarez replaced Javi Martinez as the defensive midfielder. Arsenal midfielder Santi Cazorla replaced the aging Xavi as the midfield playmaker. The injured Thiago Silva was replaced by Juan Mata. Lin Quan remained the lone striker, supported by Cesc Fabregas and Andres Iniesta. As expected by Finnish fans, the Spanish players played conservatively from the start, hesitant to make any big moves due to injury concerns. Finland capitalized on this, launching attacks on the Spanish goal. In the 3rd minute, Finland launched a quick counter-attack from a throw-in. Finnish left winger Alexander Lind dribbled laterally, but the Spanish defense held firm. After failing to break through, he managed a cross from near the left byline. Finland's centre-forward, Pucky, rushed to the near post and won the ball, but his position was blocked by Koch. He forced a shot under pressure, but it posed no threat and was easily caught by Casillas. The 21-year-old Koch's solid performance in this defensive play earned him applause from his teammates and coach. Casillas even came over and patted him on the backside as encouragement. Finland's offensive wasn't over yet. In the 6th minute, Schürrle launched an attack with a long pass from midfield. Pucky received the ball in the penalty area and attempted a half-turn, right-footed shot. He missed, and the ball went over the crossbar. The fans in the stadium were incredibly excited to see their team dominating Spain. One fan, in his excitement, stripped off his shirt and waved a Finnish flag, cheering for his team. The air temperature was around 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, and there was a light breeze on the field. To dare to go shirtless under such conditions was truly remarkable. Although Spain seemed to be in a passive position, gradually, as their players increased their running distance and warmed up, their movements became noticeably less stiff, and they began to play more freely. The gap in overall strength between the two teams was significant, and Finland initially gained the upper hand when Spain hesitated to play freely. However, once Spain finished their warm-up and entered the game, Finland was immediately brought back to reality. In the 11th minute of the first half, Spain successfully intercepted the ball in midfield. Pedro dribbled past his opponent on the right wing and passed the ball across to Lin Quan, who played a 1-2 with him, sending the ball to the edge of the penalty area. Pedro shook off his defender and arrived at the edge of the penalty area, firing a shot with his right foot. The shot lacked power and was easily collected by the goalkeeper, posing no threat. Although it didn't result in a goal, this shot ignited Spain's counter-attack. In the 12th minute, Spain orchestrated a brilliant attacking move. After a series of passes, Iniesta unleashed an imaginative backheel pass into the penalty area. Unfortunately, the defender was alert and cleared the ball before Lin Quan could react. Otherwise, if Lin Quan had received the ball, it would likely have been a goal. In the 15th minute, Spain launched another attack. Fullback Alba advanced into the attacking third and delivered a cross from the left flank. The ball was a half-high ball, slightly difficult to handle. However, Lin Quan didn't want to miss the opportunity, so almost instinctively, he leaned back and leaped into the air for a spectacular bicycle kick. It was a beautiful shot, the ball hit the target squarely, and the goalkeeper, unprepared for a shot with his back to the goal, was a fraction too slow to react, allowing the ball to fly past him and into the net. 1-0, Spain took the lead. The goal was incredible, even Lin Quan himself was surprised. His teammates, however, rushed towards Lin Quan, celebrating wildly. Spain isn't afraid of a comeback. As long as they score first, they're likely to win. Now leading, the players feel a huge weight lifted off their shoulders, all relieved. Don't relax. Let's keep going and try to score 2 more to seal the victory. Yet, if Lin Quan scores 2 more, he can rest in the second half. Iniesta joked. After conceding the first goal, the Finnish fans' morale faltered, noticeably lower than before. Even the shirtless giant waving his flag slowed down, Whether from the cold or exhaustion, it was hard to tell. Spain's attack didn't end there. In the 28th minute, taking advantage of their opponent's eagerness to equalize, Spain launched a quick counter-attack. Fabregas delivered a brilliant pass from midfield. Lin Quan beat the offside trap, receiving the ball on the edge of the penalty area and creating a one-on-one opportunity. Facing the on-rushing goalkeeper, he calmly chose to slot the ball home with his left foot. The score became 2-0. Spain had essentially secured the victory. Great shot. Lin's left and right feet are so balanced, it feels like he doesn't have a weaker foot. Just average, not as good as Cazorla. Lin Quan said modestly. Many players on the Spanish team are equally balanced with both feet, like Iniesta and Pedro. But the most balanced of them all is Cazorla. When he plays, you can't tell which foot is his weaker foot at all, it's like it doesn't exist. His balance is terrifying. For professional players, developing a weaker foot is a very important ability. Only being able to play with one foot is a serious weakness, because defenders will defend you based on your dominant foot. If you have a weaker foot, it's too easy to defend against. Lin Quan's dominant foot is his right foot, while Messi happens to be a left-footed player. So after copying Messi's template, Lin Quan can pass, dribble, and shoot with both feet. The game continued, and the Finnish team created a good opportunity in the 25th minute. Unfortunately, Yarmolenko's shot was blocked by Alba's diving block. Spain then launched a counter-attack. Iniesta delivered a through ball from the left side of the penalty area, and Lin Quan passed it to Pedro. Pedro seemed eager to show off his skills, opting for a left-footed shot, but he misjudged the angle, and the ball grazed the far post and went out of play. Seeing the ball glide past the goal, Pedro looked embarrassed and gestured to his teammates. Mistake, I'll score next time. I don't believe you, Lin. Don't pass the ball to this kid next time. Why don't you just use your right foot? His teammates gave Pedro disdainful looks. Everyone could see he was just showing off. Otherwise, if he had just used his right foot, how could the ball have gone so far? Seeing the Spanish players chatting and laughing casually in front of their own penalty area, the Finnish players felt utterly defeated. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't defend against it, they simply couldn't. The opposing players weren't particularly tall or fast, but their passing and positioning were simply too good. Unless they doubled the number of players in their penalty area to completely block all passing space, they simply couldn't stop the opponent's passing and movement. As the opponent's attacks became increasingly sharp, the enthusiasm of the Finnish fans in the stadium was completely extinguished. Even the cheers and encouragement diminished considerably. In the 37th minute, Fabregas received the ball on the left side of the penalty area and passed it to Lin Quan, who dribbled past two players. However, with his forward breakthrough space blocked, he didn't attempt a direct attack but instead chose to pass back. Fabregas then passed the ball to Pedro, who feinted without receiving it, letting the ball pass to the on-rushing Iniesta. Iniesta immediately took a shot, and the goalkeeper, also fooled by Pedro, couldn't make a save and watched helplessly as his own goal was breached again. Before the first half was even over, Spain had already taken a 3-0 lead. Seeing Spain score another goal, the Finnish fans in the stadium seemed to finally lose patience and began leaving early. The shirtless giant from before had somehow quietly put on the cotton coat that had been thrown on his seat and wrapped himself up tightly. It was unclear whether he was feeling physically cold or emotionally. In the second half, with the team holding a significant lead, and to prevent player injuries, Vicente Del Bosque made early substitutions. After halftime, Spain directly replaced Iniesta and Fabregas with Negrito and Isco. After playing for about 10 minutes, seeing that the Finnish team seemed to lack attacking desire, Spain decided to call it quits. So, in the 59th minute, Del Bosque replaced Lin Quan with Morata. Morata and Lin Quan high-fived, their faces beaming with excitement. It had only been less than 60 minutes, he had at least 30 minutes of playing time. That was much more than his substitute appearance time in the Confederations Cup. As for Lin Quan, after he left the field, he sat on the bench with the other three key players who had been substituted early, wrapped in thick down jackets, chatting and laughing. Do you think the coach will call us up for the group stage matches? I don't know. If the coach wants to develop the younger players, he probably won't call us up. But if the coach wants to maintain a perfect record and continue our undefeated streak, then it's hard to say. After Lin Quan left the field, Spain's attacking ability declined, and they failed to score again in the second half. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Lin Quan and Iniesta, Spain defeated Finland 3-0 away. Not only did they continue their undefeated streak, but they also secured first place in the Group 2 rounds early, guaranteeing a spot on the 2014 World Cup finals. Chapter 187 Lin Quan's investment. After defeating Finland, the Spanish national team flew out of Helsinki the following day. Since Group I only had 5 teams, Spain had a bye after their World Cup qualifier. They then played a friendly against another team that also had a bye. On September 10, the Spanish team arrived in Geneva to face South American team Chile. Having already qualified from the group stage, Spain was primarily using the match for training. Vicente Del Bosque made significant changes to the starting lineup, with several key players, including Lin Quan, on the bench. Chile fielded their strongest lineup, eager to learn from the world champions. During the match, Vargas, a former Chilean Footballer of the Year who plays for Valencia, opened the scoring for Spain. Spain's starting goalkeeper for the day was Barcelona's Valdés, and the goal wasn't entirely Valdés' fault. The opponent was too fast, beating the defender and unleashing a sudden shot that caught the goalkeeper off guard. That kid's got it. That footwork, that dribbling. On the bench, several of Spain's key players' eyes lit up at the goal. The way the opponent scored had a strangely familiar feel to it. The more they looked, the more it resembled a guy from their own team. Why are you all looking at me like that? I'm not as fast as him. Lin Quan couldn't help but laugh when he saw his teammates looking at him. If you had his speed, wouldn't you be invincible? Casillas tried to imagine himself facing a speed-enhanced version of Lin Quan in front of the goal and couldn't help but shudder. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The other teammates nodded in agreement. For wingers, the faster they are, the greater the threat. For teams that like to play with both wings, speed is a strict requirement for wingers. Slow players can't play that style. However, Lin Quan's dribbling was already impressive enough. Whether he needed speed or not was irrelevant, since he had 100 ways to get past the opposing defenders. But if his speed could really be improved, he would become even more terrifying than he already was. Despite trailing, Spain remained calm. The younger players, initially a little nervous, quickly composed themselves under the reassurance of the veterans. In the 37th minute, Pedro delivered a brilliant pass, and Soldado converted the ball to equalize. However, Vargas was in excellent form today. 7 minutes later, almost from the same spot, he again used his speed and dribbling to break through the Spanish defense and rewrite the score 2-1. Chile temporarily took a 1-goal lead. At halftime, the young players who came on in the first half all looked very nervous, seemingly worried that the coach would reprimand them for their poor performance. Before this friendly match, Spain had gone 30 games unbeaten in all competitions over the past 2 years. If only official matches are considered, their last defeat was in the first group stage match of the 2010 South Africa World Cup against Switzerland. That match was over 3 years ago. The dominance of the Spanish dynasty was evident. That's precisely why, as members of the Spanish national team, they neither wanted nor dared to tarnish the team's honor. If the team's unbeaten record were to end due to their poor performance, they would certainly face criticism from the fans, and their own consciences would be troubled. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. This is just a friendly match. You all played so tensely in the first half, not letting loose at all. If you continue like this, you'll only get worse. Vicente Del Bosque was clearly not satisfied with the players' performance in the first half. He knew that these players were not weak. The reason they didn't play effectively and were instead suppressed by the opponent was mainly because they couldn't let go of their inhibitions. An unbeaten record is both an honor and a shackle. Once shackled, the players themselves can't help but want to defend it. As a result, they easily go onto the field with a burden, worrying too much and unable to play freely, naturally making them easily fall into passive position. The coach is right, this is just a friendly match. Everyone should play freely. If things get really tough, just give our key players 30 minutes. As long as we don't fall behind by 3 goals, we're confident we can equalize. Seeing that the players didn't react much to Vicente Del Bosque's pep talk, Xavi and other veteran players stepped forward and said with smiles. As the world's #1 team, they naturally had the confidence to back it up. The Spanish national team's attacking firepower might not have been this impressive before, but now, with Lin Quan joining, the team's attacking firepower has been upgraded in every aspect. Therefore, they had every right to say such things. The younger players, who had been a little apprehensive, breathed a sigh of relief when they heard their senior teammates say this. Yes, with the veterans backing them up, what was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the players completely let go of their psychological burden. After the start of the second half, the performance of these young players was indeed much better than in the first half, and various Spanish-style combinations were executed one after another. This put Vicente del Bosque's mind at ease. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure, goes the saying, and the locker room atmosphere needs veteran players like Xavi and Casillas to anchor it. In the 65th minute of the second half, after 20 minutes of attack, Spain finally equalized. Isco scored. After equalizing, the young players on the field excitedly embraced each other. Without many key players on the field, they relied on their own efforts to suppress the South American powerhouse, tenaciously equalizing after twice falling behind. It was truly remarkable. Del Bosque also felt they had put in a lot of effort, so he substituted 8 players at once, taking off all the young players. The key players came on one by one and began to take over the game. Although Del Bosque said he didn't care about the unbeaten streak, his actions spoke louder than words. With less than 30 minutes left in the game, he made a complete substitution. To say he didn't want to win would be an insult to anyone's intelligence. The Chilean coach's lips twitched slightly after seeing Spain's substitutions. Although it was a friendly match, there was no limit to the number of substitutions. But didn't your players need to warm up? Bringing them all on at once, aren't you afraid we'll catch you off guard before your players get used to the rhythm of the game? Spain wasn't afraid at all. Once the key players entered the field, they quickly took control of the game. Chile tried to launch a surprise attack, but they ran into a brick wall. Spain not only contained their attack but also quickly counterattacked. The intensity of the game brought by the key players was completely different from facing a group of substitutes. The remaining 25 minutes of the second half almost became a half-court attack and defense drill for Spain. They relentlessly attacked the Chilean goal for over 20 minutes, finally winning the game 4-2. The substitutes on the sidelines, seeing the key players completely dominate the opponent, scoring 2 goals in just over 20 minutes, were filled with admiration. The veterans in the team certainly weren't exaggerating. Even if they didn't equalize, they could easily defeat their opponents after bringing on their main squad. After the friendly match against Chile, Vicente del Bosque announced the team's disbandment. The players went their separate ways, returning to their respective clubs. The next national team match wouldn't be until a month later, but with their team already qualified for the knockout stage, Del Bosque might not call up so many key players for Eastern Europe. So, they might not see each other for several months or even half a year. After returning to Manchester, Per came to his door. You mentioned investment before. I've done some research. See if there are any projects that interest you. Per said, handing Lin Quan a list of investment projects he had compiled. Lin Quan took it and browsed through it curiously. It was clear that Per had put in the effort. The information he had compiled was very comprehensive and detailed, covering many types of investments, including real estate, futures, and stocks. After the 2008 financial crisis, European real estate prices plummeted, and in recent years they have been in a recovery phase, with prices rising across the continent. Moreover, Middle Eastern conglomerates have been spending lavishly, buying up large amounts of land in Europe, further driving up real estate prices. I've calculated that, based on investment returns over the past 5 years, real estate investments have yielded around 10%, which is a very good return. Lin Quan recalled his experience buying property in Munich. According to the Germans, their cooperation with Middle Eastern conglomerates was indeed frequent. Oil tycoons had made a fortune in US dollars during the high oil prices of recent years, and with so much money to burn, they were buying up real estate around the world. However, Lin Quan knew that with the outbreak of the conflict in eastern Ukraine next year, the European economy would be severely impacted. This investment boom would quickly subside, and entering the market now would likely result in being left holding the bag at the peak. Therefore, he rejected the project. Real estate is too risky, our capital is small, so we shouldn't get involved. £100 million seems like a lot, but it's completely insufficient in the face of soaring property prices. Hearing Lin Quan's words, Per roughly understood the other man's concerns. He belonged to the risk-averse, conservative investment group, preferring low-risk investment products. So, he said, the wineries in France are quite good. The international market demand for wine is increasing, The market prospects are very good, and the entry price is not high. Do you want to consider it? Many Spanish national team players are involved in investing in wineries. I can invest some money. How much does a medium-sized winery cost? About a few million euros? Okay, invest in one for me, the kind with a vineyard. Making money was secondary, owning his own winery was his main goal. What do you plan to invest the rest of the money in? Only 1% of the assets had been disposed of, and more than half remained unspent. Divide the rest of the money into two parts. Use half to buy shares in this company. I plan to handle the other half myself. There were some things Lin Quan didn't intend to tell Per, not because he was intentionally guarding against him, but mainly to avoid trouble. Letting Per know would be the same as letting Guardiola know. Guardiola is a bit long-winded, and Lin Quan doesn't like listening to him nag. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Per glanced at the name of the company Lin Quan was going to invest in and nodded slightly. It was an American internet company, and investing in internet companies was a trend in this era. Although he didn't know much about the internet, this kind of investment was considered high quality in Europe, and the US stock market had been rising in recent years. As long as the company didn't collapse, this kind of investment was basically guaranteed to be profitable. Thinking about this, Per himself couldn't help but feel tempted. He planned to go back and study it carefully to see how the company's prospects were. If the market gave it a higher rating and the prospects were good, then he also planned to invest some money along with Lin Quan. After Per left, Lin Quan turned on his computer and searched online for the latest price of Bitcoin. Currently, the price of Bitcoin was $112 per coin. If this price were 10 years from now, it would be dirt cheap. But at this time, the price was extremely high, a full 12 times more expensive than last year. Many experts claim that the price of Bitcoin was inflated, the trading volume was extremely low, and it was a scam. A quick online search revealed that most media outlets held a negative view of this cryptocurrency, with almost no one praising it. This was understandable, as Lin Quan himself also felt it was unreliable. However, his memories as a transmigrator told him that in 2013, there was no higher return than investing in it. Although its price had increased more than tenfold in the past year, seemingly inflated, this wasn't the end of Bitcoin's frenzy. This virtual currency would skyrocket hundreds of times in a few years. If he bought at the current price and sold in 2017, he could gain nearly 200 times his initial investment. If he were even more greedy and sold at the peak in 2021 to 2022, he could potentially gain 500 or 600 times his initial investment. Of course, like the mainstream, he also believed it was a speculative bubble, so he didn't plan to hold it long term, intending to make a quick profit and run. However, the memories from his transmigration might not be reliable, and considering the butterfly effect, Lin Quan wasn't sure if Bitcoin in this timeline would be as wildly successful as in his original world. Therefore, he only dared to invest half of his funds in this project, and used the other part for more conservative investments. At that time, the stocks of some internet companies were still relatively low. Holding them for 7 or 8 years, and then selling them when the price had increased tenfold, could yield a considerable return. Chapter 188 The Champions League officially kicks off, with the major clubs putting on a crazy show. September 14th, the fourth round of the league kicked off. While there weren't many high-profile matches, several upsets occurred. Manchester United, playing first, defeated Crystal Palace 2-0 at home, finally stopping their losing streak. However, Chelsea, another member of the Big Four, unexpectedly lost to Everton away. This result was a major surprise. Mourinho's team continued their old problem, their strikers simply couldn't score. Everton, the Toffees, performed exceptionally well, defeating Chelsea with a tenacious defense and sharp counter-attacks, handing them their first defeat of the season and breaking Chelsea's unbeaten streak. Many expected Everton's performance to decline after Moyes' departure this season. However, they not only continued their excellent form from previous seasons but even improved. Currently, Everton remains unbeaten after 4 rounds with 1 win and 3 draws. They are one of only 3 unbeaten teams remaining in the Premier League, the other 2 being Liverpool and Manchester City. After their unexpected loss to Everton, Chelsea dropped to 6th place in the league standings. Manchester United, though tied on points, led by just 1 point on goal difference. This gave Manchester United fans, who had previously been mocked by Chelsea supporters, another opportunity to retaliate, and they began to ridicule Chelsea. Haha, I love seeing Chelsea get their comeuppance. Well done, Everton. Let's see what those Chelsea fans have to say now. Hell, I'll always remember how Chelsea fans reacted when we lost to Manchester United last round. Hell, they don't even consider who we lost to. In the eyes of Manchester United fans, Liverpool is a powerhouse, and their home ground is notoriously difficult to beat, so losing to them isn't shameful. But who did Chelsea lose to? Everton? They're our underlings. The mighty Blues can't even beat our Red Devils underlings? Aren't they ashamed? TCH, it's just one game, what's there to worry about? Manchester United should be focusing on their upcoming derby against Manchester City. That's right, if Manchester United loses again, Moyes' job might be in jeopardy. We might get to see a good show then. Chelsea fans seized on the Manchester United fans' weakness, launching a barrage of taunts. This further enraged the Red Devils fans, who then began attacking Chelsea in return. As if Chelsea doesn't have to face Liverpool and Manchester City. With your current form, unable to score a single goal, you'd be lucky to get a point per game. Even if Manchester United wins one and loses one, we'll still have more points than you. Manchester United's weakness is their manager's instability, while Chelsea's Achilles heel is their strikers' inability to score. Both teams are facing significant problems, and neither seems easy to resolve. At this rate, neither side might have the chance to win the Premier League title this season. Meanwhile, the Arsenal fans, forgotten in the corner, are quietly raking in the profits. Manchester United's performance has been inconsistent, Chelsea's attack has been weak, and Liverpool has been in a slump for quite some time. Given this, could Arsenal finally end their trophyless season and lift the Premier League trophy? Then, in their away game against Sunderland, Arsenal secured a 3-1 victory, marking their third consecutive win and temporarily topping the table with 9 points, further solidifying this view among Arsenal fans. A golden age for Arsenal has arrived. Chelsea just suffered a shock defeat, and Liverpool immediately followed suit. In their away game against Swansea, the Reds scored 2 goals in the first half, seemingly securing the victory. However, Swansea launched a counter-attack in the second half, scoring 2 goals and squandering their 3 points. Although the match ended in a draw, Liverpool still leads the Premier League table with 10 points, ahead of Arsenal. Manchester City also nearly drew this round. With so many star players, Manchester City has been heavily affected by the FIFA virus. After playing for their national teams, most players rush back to their clubs for league matches. This left them out of sorts throughout the game, with some South American players unable to even finish due to excessive fatigue. The 0-0 score remained until stoppage time. Just when everyone thought it would be a draw, in the final minute of stoppage time, Lin Quan delivered a crucial pass, assisting Negrito to score and secure a hard-fought 1-0 victory for his team. Although the win was hard-fought, Manchester City still managed to snatch 3 points, maintaining their top spot in the league table with a 4-game winning streak. After the league match, the entire Manchester City team immediately flew to the Czech Republic to prepare for their first Champions League group stage match. Viktoria Plzeň is a Czech First League team, not well known in Europe. However, as their opening opponent, Manchester City dared not underestimate them. They had suffered too many upsets in the Champions League group stage, and were terrified of such failures. Viktoria Plzeň is the weakest opponent in our group. Tomorrow's match, we must beat them no matter what, and score as many goals as possible to build a significant goal difference advantage. This will give us the upper hands in the later matches. Pellegrini knew that Manchester City's owner took the Champions League very seriously. His predecessor, Mancini, was sacked after 2 consecutive group stage exits. If he didn't want to follow in Mancini's footsteps, there couldn't be any surprises in this group stage. Leaving Bayern aside, Manchester City's overall strength was inferior. However, the other 2 opponents in the group were weaker, and they had to secure a solid victory in this match. Perhaps Pellegrini's pre-match instructions had the opposite effect. After the match began, Manchester City played very tightly, and the players were very tense. After 30 minutes of the first half, the score was still 0-0, and Manchester City players had received 2 yellow cards for overly aggressive play. Pellegrini, who had initially been relatively confident, became nervous again seeing the team's performance. Could it be? Will Manchester City lose away from home? Viktoria Plzeň's players were initially intimidated by the reputation of their Premier League rivals, their morale already somewhat diminished. But after 30 minutes, they realized their opponents weren't so formidable after all. So, they became bolder, abandoning their conservative park-the-bus strategy and increasingly attempting to attack, trying to change the score. Lin Quan felt relieved whenever the opponents attacked. Previously, his teammates had been too tense, and the sheer number of opponents inside and outside the penalty area had hampered many of their passing combinations. Now, the opponents were playing aggressively, actually trying to engage in an attacking battle. Suddenly, there were more openings in their penalty area. Lin Quan then gestured for his teammates to increase the pace of the game and led the pressing of Pilsen's players in midfield. Under his leadership, Garcia, Navas, Agüero, and others also joined the pressing. Pilsen's players rarely played against teams from the top 5 leagues, and they were not used to the pace of the games, especially the Premier League. Manchester City picked up the pace slightly, and the opposing team quickly found themselves struggling. The midfield battle quickly came to a head. Manchester City's players, with superior technique and stronger physicality, overwhelmed their opponents. Controlling the midfield also boosted the quality of their attack. In the 48th minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball in midfield and quickly passed it to Lin Quan on the wing. Lin Quan dribbled past the defenders, cut inside, drew their attention, and then feinted a shot before passing to the better position Agüero. The Argentine didn't waste his brilliant pass, unleashing a powerful shot into the net. Beautiful. On the sidelines, Pellegrini, seeing the goal, excitedly waved his arms and celebrated with his assistants. He had waited so long for this goal. If his team couldn't score, the opponent would quickly revert to their previous conservative approach, and they might not be able to defeat them. After scoring the first goal, the rest of the game became much easier. Trailing, parking the bus was pointless. Victoria Pilsen had no choice but to attack. Once they attacked, their defense was completely outmatched by Manchester City's forwards. In the 53rd minute, Lin Quan received a pass from Garcia, withstood the shoving of a defender in a physical confrontation, and swept the ball into the goal. Manchester City scored again. Under Manchester City's relentless attack, Victoria Pilsen was struggling to cope. However, the Manchester City players remembered their manager's instructions and, despite being 2 goals ahead, did not give up the attack. They still wanted to score more goals against Pilsen. In the 65th minute, Manchester City launched another quick counter-attack. Lin Quan dribbled down the wing, bypassed the defenders, and shot from a tight angle inside the penalty area. The goalkeeper was alert and reached out to parry the ball away. However, the ball he parried did not fly far and landed inside the penalty area, causing a scramble between the players. In the chaos, a Pilsen defender tried to clear the ball with a long kick, but it deflected off a Manchester City player's leg. The goalkeeper had just made a save and hadn't even gotten up from the ground when the ball came hurtling towards him. It was coming too fast. He could only instinctively raise his arm to block it, but naturally, he couldn't 3-0. The goal was scored by Javi Garcia. He himself hadn't expected the ball to go in, he had intended to get a shot off. But the opposing defender was a step ahead, and he couldn't get past him. Seeing the defender raise his leg to clear, Garcia simply raised his leg to make a token block, unexpectedly turning it into goal. It was truly a case of finding something you've been searching for without even trying. Ultimately, Manchester City scored from multiple positions, securing a winning start to their Champions League group stage match with 3 goals in the second half, earning 3 valuable points. Because Bayern Munich also won 3-0 at home against CSKA Moscow in the same group, both Manchester City and Bayern Munich are currently leading the group with 3 points and a goal difference of 3. This is because all 8 matches in the first 4 groups were played at the same time. Following Manchester City's match, the results of the other groups were also in. In Group A, Manchester United defeated Bundesliga powerhouse Bayer Leverkusen 4-2 at Old Trafford. Wayne Rooney, returning to the starting lineup, delivered a stellar performance, scoring twice to open the scoring. Since Robin van Persie arrived and took his starting position, Rooney hadn't had such a triumphant moment. Although a protege of Sir Alex Ferguson, he was sidelined by Ferguson in his final year in charge. Now, with Moyes' arrival, Rooney has been given more opportunities, for which he is deeply grateful and eager to repay him with goals in every match. Besides Rooney, Van Persie and Valencia also scored, securing the victory for their team. Although Leverkusen lost, they fought back tenaciously from behind, scoring 2 goals against Manchester United, showcasing the resilience of Bundesliga teams to fans worldwide. In Group E, Real Madrid visited Turkey's formidable home ground. It was expected to be a tough match, but Ancelotti's team thrashed Galatasaray 6-1, leaving the world stunned. Real Madrid certainly had the upper hand in terms of raw talent, so their victory wasn't surprising. However, to achieve such a lopsided scoreline at the Turkish stadium, a notorious intimidating venue, was truly astonishing. Gareth Bale, Real Madrid's summer signing for €100 million, didn't score, but his breakthroughs on the wing caused the Turks considerable trouble, greatly contributing to the team's win. However, Bale couldn't overshadow Cristiano Ronaldo. The Portuguese star was in phenomenal form, whether to assert his status within the Real Madrid team or to showcase his abilities to a newcomer and make him realize the reality. Ronaldo completed a hat-trick in just 30 minutes of the second half. With Bale on the field, his €200 million signing and his subsequent transfer activity demonstrated the power of money. Money truly can buy anything. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, Benzema, who had been diligently practicing his shooting skills for half a year, quietly completed 2 goals and 1 assist in this match. Although he couldn't steal the spotlight from his teammates and didn't have the aura of a €100 million man, his presence was a crucial guarantee for Real Madrid's victory. In Group C, Paris Saint-Germain defeated the Greek team Olympiacos 4-1 away. In this match, PSG's multiple players contributed, overwhelming their opponents. Although they didn't score, Ibrahimovic made headlines for missing a penalty, becoming the most frustrated person. The next day, the remaining 4 group matches kicked off. Werder Bremen defeated Steaua Bucharest 3-0 at home, with Peterson, Füllkrug, Arnautovic, and others scoring their first Champions League goals. After securing 3 points, Werder Bremen's chances of advancing were very good. However, in another match, Chelsea, playing at home, suffered a major upset. Facing the challenge from the Swiss team Basel, everyone thought it would be a one-sided match, but Mourinho messed up. In this match, Chelsea took the lead but were ultimately defeated 1-2 by their opponents. When they fell behind in the second half, Mourinho brought on almost every available striker. However, they couldn't find the net and could only watch helplessly as their opponents snatched 3 points. After the match, Basel celebrated wildly at Stamford Bridge, never expecting to defeat the powerful Blues. Chelsea, on the other hand, could only weep silently, swallowing the bitter pill of defeat. Including their recent league loss, Chelsea have now suffered 2 consecutive defeats in all competitions. De Bruyne sat on the bench for the entire match. When the team was behind, Mourinho substituted him 3 times, but each time he didn't consider De Bruyne, not even giving him a proper look. This left De Bruyne feeling incredibly disappointed. In Group F, facing the formidable challenge of the Group of Death, Wenger's Arsenal played steadily, defeating Marseille's 2-1 away from home, securing a valuable 3 points. Last season's Champions League runners-up, Borussia Dortmund, were defeated by Napoli away from home. Dortmund seems to have passed the peak and is firmly on the decline. In Group G, Atletico Madrid defeated Zenit 3-1 at home, while Porto also won away. In Group H, which includes Barcelona and AC Milan, both teams easily defeated their opponents at home with 4-0 and 2-0 respectively. Seemingly in response to Ronaldo, Messi also scored a hat-trick against Ajax. After the first round of matches, all Premier League teams won except for Chelsea, who suffered an upset. La Liga also had 3 wins and 1 loss, with Real Sociedad being the weakest team. Serie A had 2 wins and 1 draw. Besides AC Milan and Napoli winning, Juventus were held to a draw away by the weaker Copenhagen, a significant upset. Meanwhile, the Bundesliga had 2 wins and 2 losses, while Ligue 1 and the Portuguese Primeira Liga both had 1 win and 1 loss. Looking at the individual performances of the top 5 leagues, the English Premier League and La Liga undoubtedly deserve their reputation as the 2 most prestigious leagues. Serie A is slightly better than the Bundesliga, while Ligue 1 has fallen to the level of the Portuguese Primeira Liga. However, the Portuguese Primeira Liga has 2 seeded teams, while Ligue 1 has none, which is quite disheartening. I apologize for the late update, I'm writing too slowly. Today is double the monthly votes, so could you please use yours? Chapter 189 Manchester Derby, Guardiola in person. After the first round of the Champions League group stage, supporters of various teams and fans of some star players engaged in heated discussions online. The Premier League and La Liga are still strong. Their performance is far ahead of other leagues. The Premier League is indeed strong. As for La Liga, apart from Barcelona and Real Madrid, the others aren't that great. Don't underestimate the mid-table La Liga teams. If they were to face Atletico Madrid in the knockout stage, those Premier League teams might not be able to guarantee a win. Indeed, I watch both La Liga and the Premier League. This Atletico Madrid team under Simeone is really something, very similar to the previous Dortmund. Speaking of Atletico Madrid, Premier League fans, especially Chelsea fans, were speechless. In last year's European Super Cup, Atletico Madrid defeated Chelsea 4-1. Not only did they snatch the Super Cup trophy from the Champions League winners, but they also created the most lopsided scoreline in the European Super Cup in nearly 20 years. This scoreline is enough to prove Atletico Madrid's strength. Underestimating them could lead to a heavy price. The thought of Chelsea's recent group stage defeat to Basel, a team considered a minnow before the tournament, infuriated Premier League fans, and their voices softened considerably. While the other three teams were still uncertain, Chelsea's current form suggested they might suffer another defeat against Atletico Madrid. Besides the war of words between fans of the Premier League and La Liga, the two leagues vying for the title of world's best, some star players' fans also clashed online. Ronaldo is awesome. A hat-trick in just 30 minutes, amazing. Correction, Ronaldo didn't complete the hat-trick in 30 minutes, it actually only took 28 minutes. No wonder he's Ronaldo. His goal-scoring efficiency, calling him the best in football today isn't an exaggeration, is it? Absolutely. With Bale's help this season, I think Real Madrid is definitely going to win the Champions League. While Ronaldo's fans were praising their star, Messi's fans weren't about to be outdone. It's just a hat trick, what's so great about that? Messi did a 5-goal miracle in the Champions League last year. Keep it low-key. As the only player in Champions League history to score 5 goals in a single match, we need to keep a low profile and not let the fans of that diving player think we're targeting him. After all, this is a feat they can never achieve in their lifetime. Upstairs, who are you calling a diving player? If you're so capable, explain yourself. There are so many players in the top 5 leagues. I didn't name names. You guys are just making assumptions. Is that my fault? This is the quality of short-statured fans. If you're so capable, beat Real Madrid on the field. What kind of hero are you to resort to personal attacks? Unbelievable. You accuse others of personal attacks? Then what are you doing? Other fans weren't already used to the arguments between Messi and Ronaldo fans. They didn't want to get involved in these disputes and just wanted to find a quiet place to continue talking about football. Speaking of which, Lin Quan's performance in this match wasn't great. 1 assist and 1 goal, is that not good enough? Aren't the expectations a bit high? Indeed, this performance is already quite good. But compared to Messi and Ronaldo, he's still a bit lacking. Both of them completed hat-tricks. The fans seemed somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Quan's performance, especially given that the two superstars had both scored hat-tricks. His 1 assist and 1 goal seemed somewhat inferior compared to their opponents. The group stage is still long, 1 game doesn't mean anything. As long as Lingard keeps playing at this pace, he's bound to score. We can't just watch the Champions League, we have to watch the league too. Lingard has scored 8 goals in 4 Premier League matches, compared to Messi's 6 and Ronaldo's 2. His goal tally equals the combined total of those two superstars. Wow, Lingard is that good? But Ronaldo's goal tally is a bit low? Only 2 goals in 4 league matches? Benzema has improved a lot this season, scoring 2 goals in the league. The arrival of Isco and Bale has also taken away some of the scoring opportunities. Isco has scored 3 goals and Bale has scored 1. That's right, Real Madrid's attacking lineup is too luxurious. They don't rely on Ronaldo as much as before, which might be a good thing for both Ronaldo and Real Madrid. At least Ronaldo can focus more on the Champions League. So it seems Real Madrid has a good chance in the Champions League this season? Isn't Ancelotti known as a champion expert? Maybe he really can lead Real Madrid to the Champions League title. With the conclusion of the first round of group matches, experts and betting companies adjusted the odds for winning this season's Champions League. Real Madrid's odds rose to first place, overtaking defending champions Bayern Munich. Barcelona's ranking remained unchanged at third. In the Premier League, Chelsea's ranking dropped to 9th due to an unexpected loss in the first round. Manchester United's ranking also declined, placing 7th. Manchester City, on the other hand, rose to fourth place thanks to 5 consecutive wins in the league and Champions League group stage, becoming the Premier League team with the highest odds of winning the title. However, it's only been one round of matches, and it's too early to talk about winning the title. After finishing the Champions League group stage, Manchester City returned home with a resounding victory, ready to face Manchester United's challenge. This City derby was the most important match of this round of Premier League games. Considering the importance of this match and the large overseas fan bases of Manchester United and Manchester City, the Premier League scheduled the game for 3 p.m. This allows fans overseas, especially in Asia, to watch the match during prime time. It must be said that compared to other leagues, the Premier League is indeed more flexible in this regard. They are more considerate of overseas viewers, which is very beneficial for the promotion of the event. After all, with a 7-hour time difference, if the match were scheduled for around 7:30 p.m., it would be 2 or 3 a.m. in Asia. Who would be watching football at that time? They would be in bed long ago. Of course, other leagues will follow their approach. La Liga later adopted this strategy. Holding the match in the afternoon certainly caters to overseas viewers, but it's not good news for the players of both teams. Around 3 p.m., the sun is still high in the sky, meaning one team will have to face the sun directly during the match, which can significantly impact their performance. Conversely, the team facing away from the sun will have a considerable advantage. Before the match, Manchester United players appealed online for Red Devils fans to come to the stadium and support them, hoping to witness their victory at the Etihad Stadium. Rooney stated, "Manchester will always be the Red Devils' domain, and Manchester City? They're just noisy neighbors." Rooney criticized Manchester City as a nouveau-riche club lacking the heritage of a true powerhouse, asserting that Manchester United is the true Manchester tradition. Van Persie posted, "Manchester City? They do have some good players, but as a team, my teammates and I are clearly stronger." Van Persie also criticized Manchester City's big spending policy, arguing that they have a lot of good players but lack the corresponding accolades. With Manchester United firing the first shot, Manchester City players naturally couldn't stand idly by. Aguero tweeted on social media, "I have a strong feeling I'll score today, and more than one." Yaya Toure commented, "Red Devils? That's a thing of the past, now it's the Blue Moon's turn." Company declared, "I will work with my teammates to freeze Manchester United's strikers. Neither Rooney nor Van Persie will score at the Etihad Stadium." With his teammates having already made their bold statements, Lin Quan didn't join in the fun. He uploaded an aerial photo of the Etihad Stadium with the caption, "Tomorrow afternoon, Etihad Stadium, see you there." The tension between the two teams was palpable, and the Manchester derby was inherently very intense. So, the Fleet Street media, like sharks smelling blood, began to hype up the rivalry between the two teams. This was the 166th Manchester derby. Due to Manchester United's dominance, before 2010, Manchester City had almost no chance of winning, with Manchester United holding a dominant lead in matches between the two teams. However, after 2010, with the influx of Middle Eastern consortiums, Manchester City has begun to rise, and the results of their recent encounters have reversed. In their last 7 meetings, City have won 4. 2 years ago at Old Trafford, City even thrashed Manchester United 6-1. It's fair to say that the balance of power between the two teams has completely shifted, and Manchester United is no longer the force it once was. Beating City will be no easy feat, especially playing at City's home ground. However, Moyes seems to have a knack for playing against City. Before managing Manchester United, he led Everton to 9 wins in 12 matches against them, making him a nemesis for City. Therefore, in a pre-match interview, Moyes confidently stated, "Yes, I have found a way to deal with Manchester City, and we will take 3 points away from home. I am very confident." When reporters pressed him on what his method was, Moyes smiled but remained silent, giving off an air of mystery. Pellegrini suspected a psychological battle and didn't fall for it. In a pre-match interview, he stated that Manchester City would stick to their own game, and as long as they played to their normal level, they were confident of winning regardless of their opponent. This response seemed to reporters as a lack of confidence. Compared to Moyes' composure, they felt Pellegrini's response wasn't strong enough. Therefore, many media outlets favored Manchester United to win away from home. However, there were also many experts and legends who favored Manchester City. Manchester City are in red-hot form this season, currently on a 5-game winning streak across all competitions. While these wins haven't come against any top teams, making them less impressive, City's current momentum is clearly superior to Manchester United's. Analyzing their squads, City's lineup is in no way inferior to Manchester United's, and may even be stronger. This match will depend on the tactical arrangements and performances of both managers. If Moyes has indeed prepared some secret tactics for City, as he claims, then Manchester United might have a chance to win. Otherwise, City's probability of victory is higher. Arsenal manager Wenger favored a Manchester United victory, as only a win for Manchester United would allow his team to climb to the top of the league table. Chelsea manager Mourinho, however, believed that Manchester United had too many problems and would struggle to gain an advantage at the Etihad Stadium. I don't want to talk about Manchester United's midfield, but everyone can see that the midfield is their weak point. Reporters, seeing Mourinho mention Manchester United's midfield issues, asked him about Chelsea's serious lack of attacking firepower this season. When the reporter raised this question, Mourinho's expression immediately changed. He rudely interrupted the reporter and insisted that his team had no problems. While that's true, anyone with eyes could see how serious Chelsea's attacking problems were. No amount of sophistry would change that. Furthermore, there are rumors that Chelsea are in private contact with Drogba's agent, seemingly wanting to bring the former Blues star back to Stamford Bridge. However, Drogba is already 35 years old. Whether he has any fuel left in the tank is uncertain. Instead of relying on an aging player, Chelsea should consider signing a true striker. Borussia Dortmund's Lewandowski and Atletico Madrid's Diego Costa are good options, and the prices aren't too high. £50 million should be achievable. However, Chelsea currently has too many strikers: Torres, Eto'o, Sherrill, Dembaba, Willian, and a future superstar striker, the target man Lukaku. They have a lot of strikers, but they're not very effective. It's unclear whether Chelsea's style of play limited the strikers' performance, or if these strikers simply lost their touch after joining Chelsea. It wasn't just the British media that were paying attention to this match. Media outlets in other European countries were also closely following it. Firstly, it was one of the most exciting city derbies in the top 5 leagues, and derbies are inherently captivating. Secondly, both teams participated in the Champions League, and if they advanced from the group stage, teams from other leagues were likely to face them in the knockout rounds. Therefore, to prepare for the next stage of the Champions League knockout rounds, many teams sent scouts to the stadium to observe the match up close. After the match began, the cameras even captured Bayern Munich coach Pep Guardiola in the stands. Bayern, whose next match was away to Manchester City, was paying close attention to their biggest rival in the group. Of course, if it was just about assessing the opponent's form, Guardiola didn't need to personally come. Sending a senior scout or assistant coach to record the match would have been sufficient. There was no need for him to travel such a long distance in person. Guardiola's presence at the Etihad Stadium easily sparked speculation about his personal relationship with Lin Quan. It's likely he was there for more than just his role as Bayern's coach. Personal reasons were also involved. When caught on camera, Guardiola didn't shy away. He waved openly to the cameras, a gesture naturally seen by the players warming up on the big screen. Look, it's Bayern's coach. Lin Quan, practicing shooting, turned to look at the screen after being reminded by his teammate. The moment he looked, the screen switched to showing him looking at the screen. The fans chuckled good-naturedly, and Lin Quan laughed too. The director had clearly noticed him looking at the screen and did it intentionally. Fortunately, he had spotted Guardiola's location, so before the match started, Lin Quan went up to the stands to greet him. Leaving right after the game? Yes, I have to lead the team in training tomorrow. What time is your flight? If you want to treat me to dinner, I should have enough time. Sure, but only if I win this game. Good luck then, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Guardiola smiled and hugged Lin Quan, patting him on the back and encouraging him, go, play well, don't feel pressured just because I'm here. Lin Quan rolled his eyes at him, don't worry, I'll ignore you like you're invisible. You saying that makes me sad. Sigh, I was going to cheer for you, but now it seems I have to cheer for Manchester United. If you dare do that, the Manchester City fans around you will definitely gang up on you. Won't they be that ruthless? I'm a well-known figure, after all. That's even better, beating you up will make them famous. My conjunctivitis flared up, I wrote too slowly this afternoon, sorry. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. The whole audience sings Lin Quan's song. CCTV, CCTV. Viewers, this is a live broadcast of the fifth round of the 2013-2014 Premier League season, a key match between Manchester City and Manchester United. I'm your host, Hiwei. I'm Su Yang. Hiwei glanced at the current Premier League standings and said, the two teams are currently ranked first and fifth respectively. Manchester City has won all four of their previous matches, accumulating 12 points and topping the table. Manchester United has 2 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss in 4 matches, accumulating 7 points and ranking 5th in the Premier League. Su Yang added, although Manchester City appears to be in the lead based on the standings, the gap in strength between the two teams isn't as large as the rankings suggest. That's right, the winner of this match will depend on who performs better. Enough chit-chat, let's take a look at the starting lineups. Manchester City is playing a 4-4-2 formation today. Lin Quan is positioned as an attacking midfielder, but he might not be permanently stationed in that position. He's likely to be a free-roaming forward, as he has in previous matches. That's right. He can play in various positions in the attacking third. Giving him enough tactical freedom is the only way to unleash his full potential. Restricting him to one position would actually weaken his effectiveness. With a referee's whistle, the match began. Manchester City has possession. Aguero passes the ball to Lin Quan, who then passes it back to Captain Company. Manchester City is playing patiently, not rushing to attack. Seeing Manchester City patiently passing the ball around in their own half, Su Yang and Hiwei started chatting. Since Pellegrini arrived, he hasn't made many adjustments to Manchester City's attacking system. His focus has been on strengthening the team's defense. That's right, Manchester City's attacking firepower is undeniable, but their defense isn't solid enough. Against mid to lower table teams, Manchester City can use their powerful attack to suppress opponents, thus masking their defensive weaknesses. However, against strong teams, this weakness quickly becomes exposed and is targeted by the opponent, which is why they failed to advance further in the Champions League last season. After receiving a pass from Lin Quan, Company passed the ball around a few times with his teammates, attracting the opposing striker to press, before decisively launching a long pass, intending to send the ball forward to find his own striker. This caught the Manchester United players somewhat off guard. Since Manchester City brought in a large number of Spanish players, their attacks have primarily relied on ground penetration. They rarely used long balls and crosses like this, so Manchester United weren't prepared for it. Aguero received the ball, and Carrick immediately rushed to intercept. Aguero, not daring to dribble too long, immediately passed the ball back to Lin Quan, who then switched it to the right wing, handing it to winger Navas. Navas sprinted forward, shaking off Evra's interception, and delivered a cross near the byline. The cross wasn't perfect. Manchester United defenders Ferdinand and Vidic were firmly in position, preventing Aguero and Negrito from receiving the ball. After successfully defending against a Manchester City counter-attack, Moyes applauded the Manchester United players' defensive efforts from the sidelines. While Vidic and Ferdinand are getting on in years, especially Ferdinand at 35, their roles in Manchester United's defense remain irreplaceable. During Ferguson's era, they were the cornerstones of the defense. Even with Moyes, he can't completely disregard them and must continue to rely on them. However, both players have only 1 year left on their contracts, and if Manchester United fails to achieve success in the League and Champions League this year, it's possible they might leave the team next year. Manchester United then launched a counter-attack, with Carrick passing the ball to Rooney. Rooney, relying on his excellent physical strength, received the ball and made a strong forward run before passing it to teammate Welbeck. Everyone says Rooney's footwork is rough, a notorious rough player. But this pass was beautiful. If Welbeck had received it, he could have had a one-on-one opportunity. However, for some reason, Welbeck slipped and missed the chance. Damn it, the grass was watered too much, otherwise I definitely would have gotten the ball. Welbeck, embarrassed by his missed opportunity, offered an excuse. On the sidelines, Pellegrini was very dissatisfied with his play. The team's midfield failed to form a defensive barrier, allowing Rooney to break through and complete the pass. Fortunately, Manchester United made a mistake, otherwise, Manchester City might have conceded a goal on that attack. He gestured to his players, signaling them to strengthen their midfield defense. The team's midfield, especially Yaya Toure and Fernandinho, needed to be more aggressive and not allow the opponent to pass through their midfield so easily. After receiving instructions from their coaches, Manchester City's midfield intensified its pressing and interceptions, quickly plunging both teams into a midfield battle. In this intense contest, both sides made increasingly more mistakes. In the third minute, Evra intercepted the ball in midfield and passed it to Fellaini. Fellaini attempted to pass to the wing, but the ball was dispossessed by a Manchester City player. Manchester City launched a counter-attack, with Fernandinho passing to Negrito. Negrito was immediately double-teamed by Manchester United players upon receiving the ball, and possession was quickly lost. It was Manchester United's turn to attack again, but their ball failed to penetrate midfield before being tackled out of bounds by Yaya Toure. The battle on the field was fierce, with frequent tackles and fouls. With each foul, the tension between the players escalated rapidly. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the referee had to tighten his officiating to prevent the game from spiraling out of control. In the 5th minute, Manchester City defender Nastasic fouled Smalling and received the first yellow card of the match. The yellow card served as a good warning, and both sides toned down their action slightly. However, the fierce battle in midfield prevented either side from organizing an attack, and the game became a stalemate. In the stands, Guardiola rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. If he were the coach of both teams, how would he solve this problem? Placing the playmaker in the defensive midfield position seemed insufficient. The position should be dropped further, perhaps to center back. But this would inevitably weaken the team's defensive capabilities, potentially backfiring against a strong attacking team. If dropping deeper wasn't an option, could the playmaker be placed on the flanks? A wide defensive midfielder or a wide attacking midfielder? This idea was bold, as no one had done it before. Guardiola himself wasn't sure if it would work, but after coming up with the idea, he couldn't resist trying it out. On the field, seeing his teammates struggling in midfield, Lin Quan dropped back to press the Manchester United players. Lin Quan's addition gave Manchester City an extra player in midfield, providing not only another passing option but also increasing their defensive coverage. As a result, Manchester City gradually gained the upper hand in midfield battles. In the 15th minute, Manchester City launched an attack. After passing through midfield, the ball reached Agüero's feet. As soon as he received the ball, he was immediately double-teamed by Manchester United players. Manchester United continued their tactics from their previous match against Chelsea, allowing some space on the flanks while increasing defensive presence and interception intensity in the middle to prevent the opponent from making any breakthroughs there. Agüero, not particularly tall, was clearly at a disadvantage in duels with the defenders. Just as he was about to lose possession, he suddenly saw his teammate Lin Quan coming to support him. Without hesitation, Agüero immediately passed a ball to Lin Quan. As soon as Lin Quan received the ball, the Manchester United players immediately changed their double-teaming focus, abandoning Agüero and heading straight for him. Seeing the aggressive approach, Lin Quan didn't engage in a direct confrontation but instead dribbled back, shaking off the Manchester United players' double team. The ball was now almost at the center circle when the Manchester United defenders hesitated, retreating to their positions and leaving the task of pressing Lin Quan to their teammates. Lin Quan noticed this decision and understood. Manchester United's defense had strict zonal marking. They would only intercept you if you entered the opposing defender's zone. Once you left that zone, their interception would be less aggressive. So, how did he find this specific dividing line? He decided to try a few more times. Just as the Manchester United defenders retreated, they saw Lin Quan charging forward with the ball again. Rooney tried to press, but Lin Quan easily beat him. In front of the agile Lin Quan, Rooney was clumsy like a wild boar. Expecting him to steal the ball from Lin Quan's feet was simply impossible unless he resorted to fouling. Carrick and Fellaini had to step forward to intercept, but Lin Quan chose to pass the ball to his teammate on the wing while resolutely pushing forward himself. Manchester United's defense on the flanks was somewhat open, allowing Navas to easily break through midfield and assist his teammates. After receiving Lin Quan's pass, he delivered a through ball unchallenged, returning the ball to Lin Quan's feet. At this moment, Carrick and Fellaini were already behind Lin Quan, who had suddenly accelerated. Manchester United's defenders had no choice but to intercept. Lin Quan repeated his tactic, dribbling back again. The Manchester United defenders hesitated again, watching Carrick and Fellaini close in on Lin Quan from the left and right, about to double-team him. They decided to retreat. Now, seeing that the opponents had abandoned their double team, Lin Quan seized the moment, quickly accelerating towards Ferdinand. Between Vidic and Ferdinand, if asked who was stronger, Lin Quan thought Ferdinand was stronger, but that was a few years ago. Now, at 35, Ferdinand faces many problems associated with older players, declining physical abilities and reaction speed. And this is a fatal weakness for a center-back. Seeing Lin Quan advance instead of retreat, suddenly launching a counter-attack, both Vidic and Ferdinand were taken aback. Especially the latter, who instinctively wanted to intercept when he saw Lin Quan charging towards him. But then he realized that this guy's feints were incredibly realistic, and his footwork was ridiculously fast. If he rashly extended his leg, he would be easily beaten. Thinking this, Ferdinand quickly abandoned the idea and chose to retreat defensively, waiting for his teammates to assist. However, Lin Quan wouldn't give him that much time. Seeing that Ferdinand didn't extend his leg, Lin Quan made a powerful run, intending to use his speed to overpower him. Ferdinand was furious. This kid is underestimating me. He reached out to pull Lin Quan's jersey, preventing him from breaking forward, while simultaneously turning around to try and block his position. If it were Ferdinand 10 or even 5 years ago, Lin Quan might not have had the upper hand in such a confrontation. However, facing a 35-year-old Ferdinand whose physical functions were declining in all aspects, defeating him wasn't difficult. Shaking off Ferdinand's pull, Lin Quan got to the ball first. De Gea, seeing Lin Quan try to get past Ferdinand, rushed out, less than 2 meters from Lin Quan. In half a second, De Gea would have gotten the ball. Lin Quan didn't panic. He calmly flicked the ball to his left foot, creating a little space, and then decisively attempted a lob shot. De Gea quickly reached out to intercept. His reaction time was fast, but Lin Quan's shot was even faster. The ball sailed over De Gea's head, arcing through the air and into the net. The Etihad Stadium erupted instantly, the more than 50,000 fans cheering wildly in celebration of the goal. Beautiful. Guardiola couldn't help but exclaim after seeing the goal. Not only was the shot beautiful, but the pre-goal maneuver was also incredibly exciting. This kid's improved again. It seems like every time I see him, he brings me some new surprise. Guardiola said to assistant coach Ten Hag while applauding Lin Quan. Ten Hag only thought Lin Quan's dribble and shot were very beautiful, he didn't see anything else. But since Guardiola said so, there must be a reason, so he also clapped along. After scoring the goal, Lin Quan also seemed very excited. He ran to the corner flag, put his hand to his ear, and asked the fans for applause and cheers. The Manchester City fans certainly didn't disappoint him. The entire stadium chanted his name wildly, so loudly it was almost deafening. Some Manchester City fans even started singing their own song for Lin Quan, the Lin Quan song. This song was written by the fans themselves, and not many people knew it. But because the melody was catchy, after being sung at the stadium, more and more Manchester City fans quickly learned it. Soon after, the entire Etihad Stadium was filled with the song Lin Quan. Chapter 191, a sweeping victory over Manchester United. Manchester has changed. Seeing Manchester City gradually gain control of the midfield, Moyes couldn't sit still. He ordered Rooney to drop back and participate in the midfield battles. Rooney was a little reluctant. Why could Van Persie stay up front but he couldn't? He was a striker too. However, Moyes had treated him well, and he didn't want to fall out with Moyes for the time being, so he carried out Moyes' order. After Rooney dropped back, Manchester United formed 2 lines of attack in midfield. Ahead of them were Rooney, Ashley Young, and Valencia. Behind them were Fellaini and Carrick. With 2 clear layers of interception, their midfield defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced. It became much more difficult for Lin Quan to launch counter-attacks by exploiting the gap between the opponent's defensive line and midfield line, as before. However, he quickly noticed that with Manchester United players moving to midfield, the flanks were left undefended. Therefore, Lin Quan abandoned launching attacks from the middle and instead moved more wide to attack the opponent's 2 flanks with his teammates. Manchester City had used the flanks before, but neither Navas nor Nasri possessed the playmaking ability of David Silva. They were competent as wingers, but lacked the firepower to orchestrate the team's attacks. This resulted in City's attacks down the flanks being more bark than bite, failing to create any real threat. In a previous match against Chelsea, Chelsea also used the flanks to launch attacks, but Manchester United successfully defended against them. Having learned from this successful defensive experience, Manchester United's players weren't too worried about this type of attack. However, Lin Quan's move to the flanks changed the situation. Unlike typical wingers, he is versatile, capable of both being a winger and an organizer of attacks. His addition provided City with an extra player on the flanks, significantly increasing the difficulty for Manchester United's defense. The tide began to turn in City's favor again, and Manchester United's flank defense became increasingly fragile under City's relentless attacks. In the stands, Guardiola smiled with satisfaction upon seeing Lin Quan's choice. "This kid's got the same idea as me." By bringing the team's organization to the flanks, he bypassed a midfield battle, rendering the opponent's defensive setup completely ineffective. Now, Manchester United is in trouble. Coach, is Manchester United having some kind of problem? Ten Hag's ability to read the game isn't as good as Guardiola's, but he can still see that Manchester United is in a very passive situation on the field. Yes, they're at a disadvantage in their flank defense. The entire defensive line is starting to crumble, and if they don't make adjustments immediately, they'll probably concede a goal soon. Hearing Guardiola's words, Ten Hag's eyes widened, staring intently at the game, trying to see it more clearly. Seeing how serious he was, Guardiola asked, "If you were Manchester United's manager, what do you think they should do now?" Ten Hag had just heard Guardiola analyze Manchester United's flank defense problems, so he naturally felt that they should strengthen the flank defense. Is that so? Hearing his answer, Guardiola didn't give any evaluation, seemingly waiting for Moyes to make adjustments. Moyes wasn't blind, he could see Manchester United's precarious situation. However, instead of strengthening the flanks as Ten Hag had suggested, he didn't immediately reinforce the defense. With only so many players on the pitch, strengthening the flanks meant weakening the center. They had already witnessed Manchester City's attacking prowess through the middle. Lin Quan was a free agent with exceptional football intelligence. Once Manchester United made adjustments, he would immediately return to the center, exploiting their weaknesses. In this situation, unless he, as the manager, personally stepped onto the field to adjust the team's tactics at any moment, it simply wouldn't work. So, what should Manchester United do? Moyes only thought of one solution, specifically assign someone to contain Lin Quan. Since the problem lay with this guy, they should target him specifically. If they could effectively mark him, Manchester City's attacking threat would plummet. With this in mind, Moyes took advantage of a dead ball situation to call Fellaini over and give him some instructions. A few minutes later, Lin Quan noticed that Manchester United seemed to have assigned him to a one-man marking strategy. Fellaini was like a shadow, constantly following him. Lin Quan was overjoyed by this move. He had been worried that Manchester United's central defense was too strong, making it difficult for his teammates to capitalize on opportunities. Now, Manchester United had effectively neutralized their own defense. He wouldn't hold back. Instead of returning to the center, he continued to combine with his teammates on the wing. However, Manchester City's attacking strategy had changed significantly. Lin Quan began to combine more with his striker, Aguero. In the 36th minute of the first half, Lin Quan received a ball in the attacking third. Fellaini quickly moved closer, but Lin Quan didn't dribble. Instead, he quickly passed a ball to Navas. Navas dribbled forward, while Lin Quan provided support from behind. Fellaini hesitated for a moment, then stayed close to Lin Quan. Evra rushed to intercept, but Navas passed the ball back to Lin Quan and then went down the wing to draw Evra away. Lin Quan, without controlling the ball, played a through ball to Aguero in the middle. With Fellaini gone, Manchester United were left with only a single defensive midfielder, leaving their defense slightly vulnerable. Carrick immediately rushed forward, but Aguero played a 1-2 with Nasri, beating him and then penetrating the penalty area. Vidic rushed in, but Aguero didn't try to get past him or shoot himself. Instead, he passed the ball across to a teammate. Navas, cutting inside from the wing, received Aguero's pass and calmly slotted the ball past his national teammate Ag. The score became 2-0. Although Aguero ultimately provided the assist, the most crucial pass came from Lin Quan's through ball. Even though he moved to the wing, He remained Manchester City's attacking playmaker. And precisely because he was on the wing, he faced far less defensive pressure than in the center. Although Moyes assigned Fellaini to mark him, the space on the wing was simply too vast. After Lin Quan reduced his dribbling time and constantly combined with his teammates, Fellaini couldn't stop him at all. Seeing Lin Quan still manage to score despite his close marking, Fellaini was getting a little embarrassed. After the game restarted, he increased the intensity of his physical confrontations, even resorting to fouls to stop Lin Quan from organizing attacks. "Kid, don't think you can play so comfortably like before, I'll mark you to death." After colliding with Lin Quan and knocking him down, Fellaini said fiercely to the fallen Lin Quan. He hoped to disrupt his opponent through such threats and leave a psychological scar. However, Lin Quan didn't care about his threats at all, and didn't even bother to lie on the ground and waste time. He quickly got up, and while Fellaini was still uttering threats, he quickly took a free kick, passing the ball to Aguero. Aguero passed to Fernandinho, who switched the ball wide to the left wing and passed it to Nasri. Nasri received the ball and chose to cut inside and shoot, but the G made a crucial save, tipping the ball over the crossbar. "Concentrate, don't get distracted." The G was extremely dissatisfied with his teammates' performance after making that save. Quick free kicks are common on the field, but if his teammates had been just a little more focused, the opponent wouldn't have been able to get a shot on goal. Fellaini gave his teammates an apologetic gesture. The goal was clearly his fault. He glared fiercely at Lin Quan, but Lin Quan smiled and nodded at him. Then he slowly ran past him to take the corner kick. Provocation, it must be provocation. Fellaini was furious. He had originally planned to use trash talk to provoke Lin Quan and make him lose his composure, but instead, he was the one who lost his composure first. Manchester City has a corner kick opportunity, and Lin Quan chooses to handle it himself. The corner kick is taken, falling into the center of the penalty area and headed away by Smalling. The ball is still at Manchester City's feet. Zabaleta passes to the left flank again. Yaya Toure shoots. Oh dear, miss hit. There's still the ball. It's still at Manchester City's feet. Aguero's poking shot. De Gea makes a great save. He saves the ball. Wait a minute. The ball rolls to Lin Quan's feet. Wasn't he in the corner area? When did he rush into the penalty area? Seeing the ball rolling towards Lin Quan, the Manchester City fans near the goal area all stood up. Can this ball go in? Lin Quan ran along the byline, and when he received the ball, he was at almost a zero angle. In this situation, most people would probably choose to pass. Manchester United's defenders thought the same thing. They quickly blocked Lin Quan's passing lanes but didn't immediately move forward to interfere with Lin Quan's shot. This was definitely a fatal mistake. Don't let him shoot. De Gea broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the ball roll to Lin Quan's feet. As Lin Quan's national team teammate, he knew all too well the guy's skill. A zero-angle shot didn't mean absolute safety, because this guy had a bizarre curling shot. De Gea was right. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan glanced at the goal and, without hesitation, decisively curled the ball towards the far corner. De Gea had already anticipated the shot towards the far corner while shouting, so he immediately made a diving save towards that direction. However, the strangeness of the shot far exceeded his expectations. The ball drew an exaggerated arc, bypassing De Gea's interception, and flew into the goal, grazing the far post. De Gea was still a step too slow. Even with some preparation, he still couldn't stop the shot. Before, when he was Lin Quan's teammate on the national team, he only thought that this curling shot with its bizarre arc was amazing when he saw Lin Quan use this move against other teams. However, when he actually faced such a shot on the field, he realized just how desperate a goalkeeper can feel. After scoring his second goal, Lin Quan passed by Fellaini during his celebrations. He glanced at Fellaini, as if asking, "What were you saying just now?" Fellaini's face turned pale, then red. He was furious. Right after Fellaini's trash talk, Lin Quan seemed to have helped his teammate score a goal, then used the opportunity of Fellaini's trash talk to score another one himself. These two goals were like two slaps to his face. Seeing Manchester City already leading 3-0 in the first half, Guardiola proudly puffed out his chest, eager to praise Lin Quan's heroic performance to everyone he met. Seeing his son perform so well on the field filled this father with immense pride. Ten Hag, standing nearby, seemed a little confused. "Coach, Manchester City is in such good form, isn't this bad news for Bayern? Why are you so happy?" Guardiola was momentarily speechless, then had to nod. "You're right, we should be more serious." Although he said that, once the Manchester City fans started celebrating the goal with a wave, Guardiola quickly forgot what he had just said and joined in the fun. Ten Hag covered his face. "Coach, at least consider our status. I'm Bayern's coach now. What will the club think if they see you like this?" Bayern's reaction was still unknown, but Manchester City owner Masia, watching the game, saw Guardiola mingling with the crowd and his eyes lit up. A thought began to form in his mind. Although Pellegrini's team has had a decent record, and this victory will give Manchester City their sixth consecutive win across all competitions, the Chilean engineer's reputation is still somewhat limited, leaving him slightly dissatisfied. Moreover, in terms of ability, Pellegrini is indeed inferior to Guardiola. If he had to choose between the two, Masia would choose Guardiola without hesitation. Since Guardiola likes Manchester City so much, is there a chance to poach him? He recalled the invitation he extended to Guardiola when he visited Lin Quan in Munich. Although Guardiola mentioned he was under contract, he didn't explicitly reject Manchester City's offer. So, there's still a chance. After Lin Quan scored Manchester City's third goal, the first half quickly ended. The second half began with Manchester United making a substitution, with Cleveland Claley replacing Ashley Young. However, this substitution didn't have much effect, and Manchester United remained passive. Manchester City, on the other hand, after taking a huge lead, played with increasing relaxation, and their attacking play improved significantly. Just 2 minutes into the second half, Aguero scored again, making it 4-0. Manchester City were on fire, while Manchester United were clearly stunned. The G, after scooping the ball out of his own net for the fourth time, angrily kicked it, seemingly venting his frustration. Manchester United played a very frustrating game, possessing immense strength but unable to unleash it before being overwhelmed by the opponent's relentless attacks. On the sidelines, Moyes was helpless, unable to offer any words of encouragement to his players' dejected expressions. Moyes couldn't help but wonder, what would Ferguson have done in this situation? He seemed to have forgotten Mourinho's earlier attacks, truly falling into Ferguson's shadow. With a commanding lead, Pellegrini began making personnel changes. In the 71st minute, Milner came on, replacing Navas. 5 minutes later, Aguero was also substituted, leaving only Lin Quan among the three goalscorers still on the field. Seeing Manchester United's attack pose no threat, the players completely lost their fighting spirit. Finally, in the 86th minute, Pellegrini confidently substituted Lin Quan as well. As Lin Quan left the field, the fans in the stadium stood up and applauded him. His performance deserved the standing ovation. Not only the fans, but the cameras even captured the Manchester City owner and club president standing up to applaud him from their boxes. Seeing the opposing number 10 steal the spotlight, Rooney was furious and extremely jealous. So, after Lin Quan left the field, Rooney seemed to suddenly be ignited with fighting spirit and became incredibly active. In the 87th minute, Rooney was fouled by a Manchester City player while dribbling. Manchester United were awarded a free kick in the attacking third. Rooney took the free kick himself, glancing at Joe Hart's position before choosing to shoot towards the top right corner of the goal. The free kick was of exceptional quality. Joe Hart was helpless and could only watch as the ball flew into the top right corner of the goal. 4-1, Manchester United pulled one back. This was Rooney's fifth consecutive goal against Manchester City, but unfortunately, it came far too late. Ultimately, Manchester City defeated Manchester United 4-1 at home, winning this city derby. After this match, the sky over Manchester completely changed color. The red faded, and blue emerged. Chapter 192. The sponsorship contract of 18 million. The defeat in this crucial match has led to widespread pessimism about Manchester United's prospects this season. Moyes' performance in the first 5 matches in charge can only be described as dismal. After 5 rounds, Manchester United has 2 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses. The wins were against weaker teams in the lower half of the Premier League table, while the losses were against their arch-rivals Liverpool and Manchester City. Against these top-ranked teams in the Premier League, Moyes' Manchester United has failed to secure a single victory. Although they defeated Chelsea at home in the second round of the league, judging from Chelsea's recent performance, Mourinho's magic seems to have faded in his second stint at the club. Chelsea's record this season is even worse than Di Matteo's last season. Last season, Chelsea won 7 and drew 1 in the first 8 rounds, topping the table. Therefore, a draw against a struggling Chelsea seems hardly noteworthy. Fleet Street reporters, clearly knowing how to create big news, swarmed around Moyes after the Manchester derby, eager to interview him. Coach Moyes, what's your assessment of Manchester United's current performance? Coach Moyes, why didn't your team win the Manchester derby? Coach Moyes, Manchester United are currently 8th in the standings, 8 points behind league leaders Manchester City. Do you think Manchester United can still win the title this season? Coach Moyes, have you considered resigning? Or rather, what kind of performance do you think would lead the Manchester United owners to fire you? One question after another followed, and Moyes' stoic face was already starting to crumble. These reporters were really going too far. But surprisingly, even when bombarded with such impolite questions, Moyes didn't lose his temper on the spot. The league season is long, it's only just begun, and I have great confidence in my team. Manchester City played better today, they deserved the victory. The loss is my responsibility, I have nothing to say. As I said before, the league has only just begun, it's too early to predict who will win the title. We still have 33 games to play, and nobody knows what will happen next. I'm satisfied with my current performance. Although the team has experienced some ups and downs, that's related to the schedule. We will strive to win more games and close the gap. Moyes answered every single question from the reporters. This made even the reporters who had been critical of him think to themselves, Moyes is such a good-tempered person. If it were Mourinho, he would have already argued with the reporters. However, as a manager, such a good temper isn't necessarily a good thing. After the match, there was a lot of criticism of Moyes. Some believe that his conservative personnel choices and stubborn tactical approach were the main reasons for Manchester United's loss. Some argue that Moyes' temperament was completely incompatible with Manchester United, and that appointing him as manager was a mistake. Faced with various criticisms, the Manchester United board had to issue a statement. Joel Glazer stated that the board would not sack Moyes because of one defeat. The legendary manager Sir Alex Ferguson also publicly told the media to give Moyes more time. With the club owner and Ferguson making consecutive statements, the criticism temporarily subsided. However, doubts and dissatisfaction with Moyes did not disappear. In the fifth round of matches, apart from Liverpool's home loss to Southampton, there were no other upsets. Arsenal, Chelsea, and Tottenham all won their matches. Because of Liverpool's loss, only Manchester City remained on a winning streak in the Premier League. In the top 5 leagues, Roma in Serie A, Barcelona and Atletico Madrid in La Liga, and Borussia Dortmund in the Bundesliga all maintained winning streaks. After the match, Lin Quan treated Guardiola to dinner. When Guardiola introduced the still balding assistant coach beside him as Erik ten Hag, he couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. This guy, it seemed, was the right choice to end Manchester United's chaotic period. Many Red Devils fans in later years regarded him as a savior, until that 7-0 defeat at Anfield. Losing one game doesn't mean anything. Although they lost a lot, his record at Manchester United had indeed improved significantly, which showed that he had some ability. The Bundesliga matches are so boring. Bayern's lead is too big, the games lack excitement. Guardiola couldn't help but complain after watching the Manchester City vs Manchester United derby. A highly competitive league like the Premier League is much more interesting. The Bundesliga? It's just Bayern's one-man show. Coach, we're not in first place in the standings yet, Ten Hag cautiously said to Guardiola. Really? Oh, we got held to draw by Freiburg. Guardiola slapped his forehead, recalling the previous match where he had placed Martinez at centre-back, leading to an unexpected draw away from home. However, Bayern was still unbeaten, and apart from Dortmund being 2 points ahead, no other team posed a threat. Once he led the team back to the top of the table, he could continue experimenting with his new tactics. He wasn't entirely satisfied with Schweinsteiger and planned to adjust his usage. Thomas Muller's technique was too rough, and Guardiola wished he could personally teach him how to play. Kroos was good, possessing a very accurate long pass and adept at finding gaps in the opponent's defense, always appearing in the most suitable position to receive the ball, allowing him to safely distribute it. However, Kroos's weaknesses were also obvious. He lacked dribbling ability, explosiveness, and speed, making him only suitable as a defensive midfielder, not an attacking midfielder. And even as a defensive midfielder, his defensive capabilities weren't strong enough. He needed someone to protect him, otherwise he would become a ticking time bomb for the team. This gave Guardiola a headache. Bayern Munich wasn't lacking in defensive midfielders. Martinez was a suitable candidate. However, Martinez had much more to offer, and it was a waste to use him solely for dirty work. Sigh, I'll go back and study it some more. I refuse to believe that with repeated experiments, I won't get the answer I want. After Guardiola left, Per came again. Your vineyard purchase is complete. Here are the keys. You can come and take a look anytime you have time. Lin Quan thanked him and asked, who manages the vineyard? Don't worry about that. There's a local agency that specializes in managing vineyards. You only need to pay them a management fee each year. That made sense. As an investment, the local government would certainly provide various supporting services, so investors wouldn't have to personally plant grapes. Also, the shares of that internet company you invested in before have been purchased. However, we bought B shares, which have limited voting rights, but shareholder dividends are still no problem. Lin Quan nodded. Buying Class A shares from a listed company was extremely difficult. There might be a chance to buy Class A shares during the seed round investment stage before the IPO, but once the shares are publicly offered, this possibility is basically eliminated. This is why many actual leaders of companies, despite owning only a small portion of the shares, can firmly grasp actual control of the company by virtue of the extremely high voting power of their Class A shares. Lin Quan wasn't very interested in the actual control of these internet companies, he just wanted to hitch a ride and profit from the development of the internet. There's one more thing. What is it? After seeing your outstanding performance in the Premier League, Nike and Adidas have shown even greater interest in signing you. This is the new contract they've submitted. Per had actually been holding back on this for some time. Adidas and Nike had already submitted contracts before the Champions League group stage even started. However, he knew Lin Quan wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't rush to report to him. The Champions League group stage had already begun, and the first month of the Premier League season was over. Lin Quan's outstanding performance had silenced the doubters and convinced both companies to make a firm decision. Lin Quan considered it. He had originally planned to delay until the end of the season or the World Cup. But Guardiola had told him something. These sports brands had a huge influence in the football world. Signing with them would greatly help him win various awards. For example, the annual Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or awards were essentially a competition of a player's connections and influence in the football world. A good sponsor could play a significant role. For instance, one year the Ballon d'Or ceremony was deliberately postponed, causing a player who had won the Champions League to miss the opportunity to win the Ballon d'Or, leading him to criticize the award for being rigged. He would have to sign sooner or later. Delaying any longer wouldn't be good. Thinking this through, Lin Quan asked Per, which of these two companies offered the better terms? Per, clearly having done his research, replied, Nike's sponsorship fee is higher, and the promotional efforts are the strongest. So, all things considered, Nike shows the most sincerity. Then sign with Nike and reject Adidas's contract. Lin Quan quickly made his choice. Having made his decision, he didn't like to procrastinate. Resolving this quickly would allow him to focus on matches and training. Per understood his thinking, and after Lin Quan made his decision, he promptly notified Nike that they had agreed to the contract. Upon receiving Lin Quan's reply, Nike's sporting director breathed a sigh of relief. To compete with Adidas for Lin Quan, Nike had been observing and contacting him for over half a year. Seeing his growing influence in the football world and his emerging superstar potential, everyone at Nike was anxious, fearing that such a promising talent would be poached by Adidas. Adidas already has Messi, and if they were to poach Lin Quan, Nike, relying solely on Ronaldo, simply couldn't compete. Besides, Ronaldo is already 28 years old. And his peak will likely only last another 4 or 5 years. Once he ages, who'll Nike rely on to carry the brand? No one. Therefore, they are extremely eager to sign a young, influential, and highly capable superstar like Lin Quan. This way, even if Ronaldo's form declines and he falls out of the ranks of the two greatest footballers, they will have someone to fill his shoes, perhaps even surpassing and replacing him. Meanwhile, Adidas will face the predicament of Messi's aging and declining form. Nike might be able to seize this opportunity to overturn the dominance of both companies in the football world. Furthermore, Lin Quan's Asian identity will also help Nike further expand its market in Asia. With the rapid development of China's economy, the Asian market, especially China, is becoming increasingly important for Nike. By signing Lin Quan, Nike could even save money by not having to hire local sports stars in China for promotions. Considering all these factors, Nike felt Lin Quan had even greater commercial value than Cristiano Ronaldo. Therefore, they personally visited Lin Quan and his agent, extending a warm invitation to Nike headquarters for a signing ceremony. Given the €18 million, 3-year contract offered, Lin Quan accepted Nike's invitation. He boarded a private jet provided by Nike and departed for Portland, Oregon. At Nike headquarters, Lin Quan received a warm welcome. Nike CEO Mark Parker and brand president Charlie Danson both personally greeted him. "Lin, I've been waiting for you for over half a year. You've finally arrived." Mark warmly embraced Lin Quan, smiling as he spoke. "Lin, welcome. We've invited over 200 reporters from various media outlets to this signing ceremony. Trust me, signing with us is absolutely the right choice." Charlie Danson's words demonstrated Nike's high regard for Lin Quan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited media from all over the world to the signing ceremony. This also showcased Nike's strength and influence. Not just any brand could possess such a massive influence and appeal, so easily attracting so many media representatives. However, Lin Quan wasn't particularly impressed. He felt that even if Nike had a strong following, if an ordinary player signed with them, these reporters might not have given them the same face. Ultimately, it was the powerful alliance between the two sides and Nike's influence in the media circle that ultimately attracted so many reporters. Nike taking all the credit for themselves seemed a bit shameless. However, Nike's subsequent display of sincerity dispelled Lin Quan's doubts. "Lin, these are custom-designed football boots specially developed for you by our R&D department. They're a bespoke version just for you." The appearance of these boots immediately caught Lin Quan's eye. For football players, good equipment is essential. Owning a custom-made pair of boots is a dream for most players. "Can I try them on?" "Of course. They're not perfect yet. We need direct feedback from the players to further refine them. We hope you can achieve even better results on the field wearing these boots. Better player results, greater exposure for the sponsor, and more money for both parties. A win-win situation." P.S. Based on reader feedback, this chapter has been extensively revised. P.S. Thank you for your suggestions. This chapter has been completely revised. The sponsor has been changed to Nike. Personally, I disliked Nike and Adidas because of the cotton incident and hadn't bought their products for 2 years. However, considering the historical context, domestic brands were indeed not doing well in 2013. They lacked influence in the football world and weren't professional enough in football boots. I overlooked this point, hence the revision. Thank you for your suggestions. Chapter 193. This is the correct way to attack. In the 6th round of the league, Manchester City visited Villa Park to face Aston Villa. Aston Villa currently sits 9th in the standings, and the performance in the Premier League in recent years has been consistently mid to lower table, more than enough to avoid relegation but lacking in ambition. Normally, Manchester City should have a significant advantage against such a mid to lower table team. However, Aston Villa is a very special team. They are notorious for their fouls. After the first 5 rounds of the Premier League, Aston Villa has already received 21 yellow cards, an average of 4.2 per game. Wenger's Arsenal suffered greatly against them, and Liverpool and Chelsea also had very difficult victories against them. If there's one mid to lower table team that top clubs least want to face, Aston Villa is definitely on the list. Facing such a foul-prone team, Manchester City made some adjustments to their starting lineup. They will be facing Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich midweek, and Pellegrini doesn't want any players to get injured before that match. Therefore, he fielded a large number of substitutes and adopted a relatively conservative tactic, playing a defensive counter-attacking style in the opponent's away stadium. Aston Villa fans, seeing the Premier League leaders so intimidated at their home ground, booed with disdain. But the Aston Villa players, seeing this, puffed out their chests with pride, their faces beaming with self-satisfaction. "See? The league leaders are intimidated by us. That's real intimidation," they thought. So, Aston Villa launched a relentless attack on Manchester City, hoping to crush their opponents in one fell swoop. As it turned out, Manchester City's substitutes were no less capable than their starting lineup. Despite Aston Villa's best efforts and relentless attacks for 45 minutes, they failed to score a single goal. Conversely, Manchester City, just before halftime, scored a goal orchestrated by Javi Garcia, who assisted Jovetic. Pellegrini was very satisfied with his players' performance, giving each of them a high five at the end of the first half. On the other side, Aston Villa's manager was far from happy. The league leaders playing counter-attacking football? Have they no shame? And people criticize us for playing dirty, for fouling too much? But Manchester City got the most cards in the first half. We only got 1 yellow card, they got 3. Cover up the team name, change the kits, and people would think Manchester City is Aston Villa. Pellegrini didn't care about any of that. He was very satisfied with his players' performance in the first half. The League Cup and FA Cup were about to begin, and Manchester City was about to face the predicament of competing on 4 fronts. In this situation, relying on the core of the squad was definitely not going to work. The players would be exhausted. Therefore, he planned to give the substitutes more playing time, allowing them to participate in cup competitions and alleviate the pressure of competing on multiple fronts. Manchester City's main goals this season were the league title and a good result in the Champions League. As for domestic cup competitions, if they reach the final, he might consider bringing on the starters. If not, he'll stick with his substitutes, occasionally bringing on 1 or 2 starters to get them back into form. In short, the cup competition can drag down the team's performance. You played very well in the first half. Continue like this in the second half, increase the intensity of your defense. Just avoid red cards and hold on for 75 minutes. I'll bring on the starters to finish the game. There were 6 substitutes on the field: Javi Garcia, Richards, Jovetic, Negrito, Clichy, Milner, and others, players who rarely start. Manchester City's attacking players, except for Navas, were almost all on the bench. Pellegrini planned to bring them on in the second half to warm up and get them into match form for the powerful Bayern Munich. At halftime, neither side made any substitutions. After the start of the second half, Aston Villa's tactics were very targeted. After figuring out who the key players were among Manchester City's substitutes, Aston Villa specifically targeted Navas and Garcia to limit their passing and receiving. This tactic stifled Manchester City's attack, and the resulting offensive stagnation led to a significant increase in defensive pressure. Unable to find a threat from Manchester City, Aston Villa's defenders boldly pushed forward into midfield, joining the attack. This increased numbers made their attacking threat more pronounced, and Manchester City's defense became increasingly vulnerable. In the 51st minute, Aston Villa pulled one back through Alamadi, leveling the score. Fortunately, Pellegrini made a timely substitution, bringing on Yaya Touré to strengthen midfield control. With Touré on the pitch, Manchester City's midfield solidity and defensive intensity improved, and their attack quickly picked up. In the 56th minute, Touré provided a long pass assist for Negrito to score, putting Manchester City back in the lead. Touré was ecstatic after completing the assist. It felt amazing to be the team's commander and midfield maestro. He was the elder brother on the field, and the whole team practically revolved around him. It was a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. He hadn't enjoyed this kind of treatment since Lin Quan joined the team. On the sidelines, seeing his teammates score, Lin Quan applauded both of them. Yaya Touré's pass just now had impressed him. The long pass was of very high quality, and judging from the technique, it was definitely not a fluke. Why hadn't he contributed such excellent long passes in regular matches? After assisting his teammate's goal, Yaya Touré seemed unsatisfied. He began frequently demanding to dribble and initiate attacks himself, seemingly wanting to score a goal. Aston Villa was struggling to control the midfield when they saw Yaya Touré dribbling up the field. They didn't hold back. In a moment, several players surrounded and pressed Yaya Touré. Although Yaya Touré's ball control was good, with so many players pressing him, even his strong ball control couldn't withstand it. Possession was quickly lost. Losing possession at this point was fatal for Manchester City, as Yaya Touré was not in his defensive position. Retreat. Retreat quickly. On the sidelines, Pellegrini, seeing the ball fall, immediately realized the danger and shouted loudly to his players. Manchester City's players were already retreating, but no one can outrun the ball. Aston Villa's players wasted no time, quickly passing the ball to their attacking players. Their winger, Berkuna, used his superior speed to shake off the defenders and unleashed a powerful shot that pierced Manchester City's goal, 2-2. The score was equalized again. However, this wasn't the worst of it. 2 minutes later, Aston Villa repeated their tactic, dispossessing Yaya Touré again and scoring in almost the exact same way. The score became 3-2, with Aston Villa leading league leaders Manchester City by 1 goal. If the match ended at this score, Manchester City's 5-game winning streak would end at the hands of Aston Villa. After the goal, Aston Villa players and fans erupted in wild celebration. They hadn't expected their team to defeat the mighty Manchester City. Before the match, their best hope was simply to secure a draw at home and end City's winning streak. But the reality was a surprise. They were leading Manchester City at home. This gave Villa a glimmer of hope for victory. On the away side, seeing their team concede 2 goals in 3 minutes, almost in the same manner, even the usually mild-mannered Chilean coach couldn't help but yell at Yaya Touré. "Why did you leave your position? Damn it, you're a defensive midfielder, not a striker." Faced with the coach's accusations, Yaya Touré lowered his head, offering no argument. He was somewhat bewildered. Why was the script not going as he had imagined? In his plan, with his playmaking and powerful attacking abilities, he could bring the ball forward and help the team extend their lead, allowing the coach to fully recognize his attacking talent. But what happened? He messed it up. Not only did they fail to score, but they also directly caused the team to concede 2 goals. In a fit of anger, Pellegrini almost substituted Yaya Touré, who had just come on. However, after being persuaded by his assistant coach, he abandoned the idea. Substituting Yaya Touré at this point would be too humiliating for the player, essentially a complete breakdown in relations between the two sides. Although Yaya Touré made a mistake, he was an indispensable member of Manchester City until a suitable replacement was found. Without him, Manchester City's midfield defense would be significantly weakened. So he restrained his impulse and called up Lin Quan and Aguero from the bench. "Lin, you and Aguero, once you come on, you only have one task, to put the ball in that damn goal." The two exchanged a glance and nodded seriously. "Very good, then let me explain the tactics you'll use after you come on." After giving the two instructions, Pellegrini only gave them 3 minutes to warm up before hastily bringing them onto the field. By this time, it was the 75th minute of the second half, and time was running out for Manchester City. Aston Villa, riding high after scoring 2 goals, wanted to replicate their previous success. After Manchester City kicked off, they launched a relentless press, attempting to dispossess the ball and launch counter-attacks. Lin Quan, who had taken over the team's command, remained calm in the face of Aston Villa's pressing. He calmly passed, moved, received, and passed the ball again. Under his orchestration, Manchester City's attacking play returned to fluidity, while Aston Villa's pressing proved ineffective. This type of pressing is very physically demanding, and its failure can negatively impact a team's morale and motivation. Therefore, unless the team frequently employs a high-pressing tactic, it's difficult for other teams to sustain this strategy for long. Sure enough, seeing the pressing fail, the exhausted Aston Villa players quickly abandoned the tactic and began to tighten their defense, intending to hold on to the victory through solid defense. But Manchester City wasn't about to let them succeed. The instant the opponent stopped pressing, Lin Quan signaled an attack to his teammates and quickly increased the pace of the game. The ball began to pass from Manchester City's feet, just as it had when facing the opponent's pressure. The Aston Villa fans in the stands seemed disdainful. With so little time left in the game, what was the point of just passing the ball around instead of attacking? Could they really kill their own team by simply passing the ball? However, their smiles soon faded. Under Lin Quan's support, organization, and passing, Manchester City's passing eventually reached the vicinity of Aston Villa's penalty area. When the ball returned to Lin Quan's feet, he had already spotted an opening in the opponent's defense. Now, taking advantage of the moment before the opposing defenders could get into position, he delivered a deadly through ball. Aguero, almost at the instant of the pass, suddenly surged forward, entering the penalty area to receive Lin Quan's pass. Man arrived, ball arrived. Bang! With a loud bang, Aguero unleashed a powerful shot from less than 10 meters from the goal, piercing the Aston Villa net. The score became 3-3, Manchester City equalized. And at this point, less than 10 minutes had passed since the two players came on. If stoppage time is included, there were still nearly 10 minutes left in the game. Given Manchester City's attacking prowess, they could very well score another goal. After scoring, Aguero didn't celebrate, but immediately rushed into the net, grabbed the ball, and ran back to the center circle. Lin Quan returned to the kickoff point almost simultaneously. The two looked towards the opponent's goal at the same time, then almost simultaneously looked at each other, exchanged a glance, and smiled. Everything was understood without words. Seeing Manchester City players' determined attacking attitude, Aston Villa's players sensed impending doom. The opponent's goal had completely overwhelmed them. They didn't even know how to defend. The ball rolled around in front of them, making it impossible to mark the ball or the player. Every point in the opponent's attacking third had finishing ability. Neglecting any one of them could lead to goal. And that newly substituted player wearing the number 10 jersey was simply too good. His passes were unpredictable, his runs were elusive, and his position was impossible to pinpoint. Defending against such a player required double teaming and physical confrontation. On the sidelines, Aston Villa's manager had also considered this approach, so he gestured to his players to employ a fouling tactic. Even if it meant getting a card, they had to stop the opponent's attack. Victory might be out of reach, but a draw was something they had to hold on to no matter what. So, after the game restarted, Aston Villa players not only double-teamed Lin Quan but also frequently fouled him, preventing him from passing and receiving the ball smoothly. Seeing this tactic, Lin Quan immediately dropped back, moving to the side of his defensive midfielder. He didn't necessarily have to be in the attacking third to orchestrate attacks. He originally played as a defensive midfielder at Barcelona. Therefore, Lin Quan could contribute to the team's attack from that position as well. With Lin Quan's position dropped, Aston Villa's double teaming became somewhat ineffective. They were somewhat disconnected from Aston Villa's overall formation, and Lin Quan was surrounded by too many teammates, making it impossible for them to cut off all passing lanes. On the contrary, because they were drawn away by Lin Quan, Aston Villa's defense developed weaknesses. Such weaknesses are fatal against a top-class passing maestro. In the 89th minute, Lin Quan, using his teammates' cover, evaded the opponent's pressure and saw a gap in the opponent's right flank. He decisively delivered a precise long pass, finding Navas on the wing. Navas received the ball with an open field in front of him. He didn't waste Lin Quan's brilliant pass, quickly dribbling inside, drawing the attention of the entire Aston Villa defense, who almost swarmed towards him. Navas feigned a shut-in and passed the ball to a teammate in the middle. Aguero appeared on the edge of the penalty area, receiving the ball and simultaneously bursting into the box, finishing before the defenders could interfere. This was a decisive goal. Manchester City pulled off another comeback in the 90th minute. Villa Park fell silent, with only a few away fans who had travelled with the team reacting and celebrating wildly. On the field, after witnessing Lin Quan's two passes, one in the attacking third and one in the defense, helped the team equalize and even turn the game around, Yaya Touré was completely convinced. This, it seemed, was the right way to attack. P.S. It seems many people weren't satisfied with the previous chapter. I had the protagonist sign with Ante mainly out of a sense of nostalgia for domestic brands, but Ante in 2013 was indeed too weak, and they didn't have professional football boots. That was definitely an oversight on my part. Therefore, based on everyone's feedback, I've made extensive revisions to the previous chapter, changing the sponsor from Ante to Nike. Thank you for your support. Today is the last day, please vote with your monthly tickets. Chapter 194 Guardiola loses his temper. Despite winning the game, Manchester City faced criticism from various media outlets afterward. Not only did tabloids like The Sun, known for its sensationalism and gossip, criticize the performance, but major newspapers such as The Mirror, The Independent, The Guardian, and even The Times also condemned the team's play. In his article, Miguel Delaney, a columnist for The Independent, wrote, "Pellegrini's team shouldn't sacrifice the league for the Champions League. Their lead in the league standings isn't significant. Arsenal has won 5 consecutive matches and is only 1 win behind. I think we shouldn't be too harsh on the players on the field. After all, they are just a group of substitutes." However, Pellegrini's personnel choices are clearly problematic. He should have kept both Aguero and Lin Quan on the bench at the same time. At least one of them should have started. Without Lin Quan and David Silva, Manchester City played like headless chickens. Yaya Touré seemed to want to take over the game, but his several poor performances almost led to the team's collapse. For Yaya Touré, Pellegrini should either play him as an attacking midfielder or severely restrict his movement. Don't give him so much freedom. Not everyone can be a free agent like Lin Quan. Overindulging players will destroy the team's entire tactical system. In this match, Aston Villa's 2 counter-attacking goals were both inextricably linked to Yaya Touré. After criticizing Manchester City, Miguel shifted his focus to praising Aston Villa, Although Aston Villa's current record is poor, with 2 wins and 4 losses in 6 games, placing them 5th from the bottom in the Premier League, considering they faced 4 top teams in the first 6 rounds, even winning 1, this result is truly impressive. The top teams in the Premier League this season have all struggled against Aston Villa. If it were just one game like that, it could be explained by chance. But every game being so close is definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps teams in the lower half of the league could learn from Aston Villa and study how they deal with the top teams. That way, they might have a fighting chance against these top teams in the league. In fact, even without Miguel's words, many teams had already noticed Aston Villa's excellent record. Previously, due to the gap in overall strength, many smaller teams were basically doomed when facing top-ranked teams. There was no way around it, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great, and their chances of winning were too slim. Rather than wasting energy and time on the big teams, it was better to fight tooth and nail against the equally weaker mid to lower tier teams. That way, the probability of getting points was much higher. But now, with Aston Villa leading the way, these mid to lower tier teams had some other ideas. If Aston Villa could make these big teams so embarrassed, why couldn't we? Aston Villa, in terms of both squad and playing style, had nothing that couldn't be replicated. Their lineup was just like any other team, unremarkable. The only difference lay in their playing style. So, the mid to lower tier teams began to learn Aston Villa's style of play, eager to use it against the big teams. This spreading trend caused panic among the big teams. Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger was the first to speak out. The Premier League should not tolerate fouls, especially malicious fouls against players. If many star players are injured due to rough fouls, it will not only detract from the entertainment value of the games but also affect or even lower the Premier League's overall European competition points. This is detrimental to all teams. The Premier League's European competition spots are earned by these top clubs through hard-fought matches in European competitions. However, if players from these top clubs are injured by rough fouls from mid to lower table teams in the league, how can they earn points for the league and the Champions League? Once the league's performance in European competitions declines, their European competition spots will be affected, reducing the number of teams participating in European competitions and thus shrinking their share of the prize money. This impacts not only the top clubs but also the mid to lower table teams. Look at Ligue 1 and Serie A. After their European performances declined, their overall league viewership and broadcast revenue dropped significantly, leading to financial difficulties for many teams and even forcing them to go bankrupt and sell their clubs. Wenger hoped to warn the league officials and smaller clubs against engaging in self-destructive practices. However, almost all of these smaller teams dismissed his warning. We know Professor Wenger is a famous coach, a big shot, but please focus on your own team. Don't interfere with us. We can decide how to play, we don't need outside interference. The reason for this lack of empathy is simple. The top teams are at the top, free from the worry of relegation. But for the lower-ranked teams, relegation is a real threat. Relegation to the championship means a difference in annual league revenue of tens or even hundreds of millions of pounds. This is an astronomical sum for smaller teams. This is why almost every lower-ranked team fights tooth and nail to stay in the Premier League. This is also why it's so difficult for lower-ranked Premier League teams to compete at the end of the season when they face relegation pressure. There's no way around it. The revenue gap between the Premier League and the Championship is so huge that most teams would be practically bankrupt without Premier League income. Since it's a matter of life and death, they naturally have to fight tooth and nail. Although other top club managers have also spoken out, the effect has been minimal. Neither the FA nor the Premier League has made any official statement. They actually hope that Premier League matches can be more intense, as this is the biggest selling point of the league. If Premier League matches lack such intense physical contact, they will lose a major characteristic, potentially drastically reducing their overseas broadcasting revenue. Therefore, they won't make public statements, but the concerns of the top clubs are valid. Malicious fouls must certainly be prevented and limited. Fouls are acceptable, but injuries shouldn't be frequent. The appropriate balance needs to be struck by the referees. After the match against Aston Villa, Manchester City returned to Manchester by bus. They had no time to pay attention to external criticism and controversy, as they were about to face the most important match in the Champions League group stage, a home game against Bayern Munich. Manchester City was taking this match extremely seriously. Pellegrini even held closed training sessions for the team, prohibiting any outside visits. Clearly, he didn't want to reveal the team's tactics and strategies to Bayern scouts beforehand. On October 1st, Bayern Munich, led by coach Guardiola, arrived in Manchester 2 days early. They moved into Manchester United's Carrington training ground, but Guardiola didn't hold closed training sessions. His team conducted regular training sessions before the match, seemingly without devising any new tactics specifically for Manchester City. However, even so, Manchester City didn't dare to be careless, sending multiple scouts to monitor their opponent's every move. This match was crucial for them. Manchester City couldn't afford to lose. This season, Manchester City spent a fortune on several players. If they couldn't advance from the group stage, not only would their money have been wasted, but the entire team would become a laughingstock in the football world. Although on the surface, Bayern Munich seemed to pose the biggest threat in the group, CSKA Moscow was also a formidable opponent, especially with the added advantage of playing at home in winter, making it a very difficult match for them. The straight-line distance from Manchester to Moscow is over 2,500 kilometers. Even disregarding weather conditions, such a long journey would significantly impact a team's performance. Add to that weather factors and off-field influences, and even Bayern Munich wouldn't be absolutely certain of defeating CSKA Moscow away from home. Therefore, if they want to advance, they must perform well in this match and cannot afford to slack off simply because their opponent is Bayern Munich. If they surrender prematurely due to Bayern's strength, they will lose their margin for error, and a subsequent failure in Moscow would practically eliminate them from the competition. Considering Bayern might also stumble in Moscow, Manchester City needs 4 wins to secure qualification. They currently have only 3 points. Victoria Pilsen is relatively weak, and Manchester City is confident of defeating them again at home. Even so, they still only have 6 points, halfway to 12. Therefore, they must win both of their home games, regardless of whether the opponent is Bayern or CSKA Moscow. If Manchester City can defeat Bayern Munich in this match, they will not only firmly grasp the initiative in qualifying for the knockout stage, but they might even top the group. Securing first place in the group would allow them to avoid strong teams from other groups in the knockout stage, significantly increasing their chances of reaching the quarterfinals. The situation is similar for Bayern Munich. Manchester City is their biggest competitor in the group, and Bayern cannot afford to lose. Compared to Manchester City's schedule, Bayern's schedule is even more grueling. They will be playing an away game in late November in Moscow, where the weather is freezing. Their chances of winning are even lower than Manchester City's. However, unlike Manchester City's serious preparation, Bayern Munich is brimming with confidence for this match. Having already won the Champions League, as the defending champions, they have the confidence to face any team. Even a powerhouse like Barcelona was swept aside by them. How could a mere Manchester City possibly slip up? While Guardiola didn't want to put pressure on his players, he couldn't stand seeing them so dismissive of their opponents. "Stop!" he called out, halting the training and beckoning the players to come closer. The players, confused, obediently stopped their practice and gathered around Guardiola on the sidelines. Robben and Ribéry, however, stood outside, whispering amongst themselves, seemingly unconcerned about what Guardiola was about to say. They were clearly unhappy that Guardiola had interrupted their training. If he weren't also a championship-winning coach, they might not have listened to him at all, perhaps even ignoring him outright. Guardiola noticed this, but said nothing. He had only been at Bayern for a short time and hadn't yet achieved anything noteworthy. These players, on the other hand, had played for Bayern for many years, winning league and even Champions League titles. Strictly speaking, they were the team's veterans, while he was merely a newcomer. Younger players might respect his championship-winning coaching, but the older players might not. Big-name players are known for their tempers. To truly win them over, he would have to demonstrate his abilities on the field. Guardiola understood this perfectly, which is why he took this match so seriously. This was likely the first major battle he'd faced since joining Bayern. A win against Manchester City wouldn't immediately win him the players' support and trust, but at least it would prevent a crisis of confidence. However, a loss to Manchester City could mean the same predicament Moyes faced at Manchester United. "I know many of you look down on Manchester City, thinking they're no match for us." The Bayern players didn't speak, but their expressions proved it. They truly believed it. "But I want to tell you, our chances of winning tomorrow at the Etihad Stadium are less than 30%. The players' eyes widened as they looked at Guardiola, each wondering, has the coach gone mad? Is he serious? Bayern's chances of winning against Manchester City are less than 30%? How is that possible? We're the Champions League champions, and they've never even made it out of the group stage. And 2 months ago, Manchester City fell to them in the Audi Cup. How could such a team defeat the mighty Bayern? The Bayern players expressed their disbelief, even though it was Guardiola who said it. They remain skeptical. How? I know you don't believe me, so let me ask you a few questions. Guardiola had anticipated their reaction. Bayern players were proud. They couldn't admit they couldn't beat Manchester City. This was the pride of champions. Cruz, what do you think of Manchester City's strength compared to Werder Bremen last season? Cruz paused for a moment, but quickly understood, and replied seriously, Manchester City is stronger than Werder Bremen. Guardiola was satisfied with his answer, and then asked Mandzukic, which team do you think is stronger? Mandzukic replied in a deep voice, Manchester City is stronger. Guardiola nodded and looked at the third person, Muller, what do you think? Manchester City is stronger. Guardiola then asked several more people, and almost everyone thought Manchester City was stronger. This was beyond question. How could Werder Bremen's cheap squad compare to Manchester City's luxurious squad worth hundreds of millions of pounds? Since you all think Manchester City is stronger than Werder Bremen last season, are you 100% confident you can beat Werder Bremen last season? Most of the players already knew what he was going to say, so they didn't answer. Only Boateng honestly replied, no. Oh? Why? Because they have Lin. The thought of being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan last season still haunted Boateng. The scene of him being faked out by Lin Quan in that match was made into a GIF and widely circulated online. For Boateng, it was a nightmare. Therefore, he was the player among those present who most acknowledged Lin Quan's ability. How, now that Lin is at Manchester City, shouldn't you be even more wary of him? You struggled so much against a weaker team like Werder Bremen, so why are you so sure you can beat a Manchester City team that's improved in every way? Just because you're Champions League winners? Guardiola's expression turned serious. I've won the Champions League, both as a player and as a coach. So, as someone who's been there, I'm telling you, the Champions League title is both an honor and a curse. Since the Champions League was restructured, no team has ever successfully defended its title. If you underestimate all your opponents just because you're the defending champions, then I can tell you, we won't go far in the Champions League this season. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 195 The Ultimate Showdown, Manchester City vs Bayern Munich. October 2nd, the second round of the Champions League group stage kicked off. In the other match played in the same group, CSKA Moscow, playing at home, narrowly defeated Victoria Pilsen 3-2 thanks to an own goal, securing 3 valuable points. Manchester City were also paying close attention to this match. If they couldn't beat Bayern Munich, CSKA Moscow would be their biggest rival in the group. CSKA Moscow doesn't seem that strong, does it? That's right, if it weren't for that own goal, the outcome of this match would have been very uncertain. We can't be careless, it's not their time to shine at home yet. Yes, by the time we play them, the temperature in Moscow will be much lower, and then anything can happen. Everyone nodded in agreement. The long journey and the weather depth made this away game indeed difficult. Alright, stop thinking so much. Just focus on our game. If we win, we won't have to worry about other teams. Instead, they'll be the ones worrying about us. Yet, if we beat Bayern, we'll not only qualify, but we might even become the favorites to win the title. Haha, we can't even dream of the championship. Reaching the quarterfinals this year will be great. Don't underestimate yourselves. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter any top teams in the knockout stage, our chances of reaching the quarterfinals are very high. Several matches in this round of the Champions League have garnered significant attention. In the group of death, Arsenal's home game against Napoli, PSG's match against Benfica in Group C, and Porto's match against Atletico Madrid in Group G are all considered by many to be evenly matched, making the results unpredictable. These matches also significantly impact the qualification situation in their respective groups. Whoever defeats their direct rivals in these clashes will control their own destiny. However, compared to these matches, the clash between Manchester City and Bayern Munich is clearly more captivating. This match is full of intriguing aspects. First, both teams boast a wealth of star players. According to Transfermarkt data, The combined market value of the two teams' players exceeds €1 billion. This staggering figure reflects the sheer star power of both squads. Second, it's a clash between a powerhouse and a nouveau riche. Bayern Munich is a long-established Bundesliga giant, while Manchester City is a rising star in the Premier League. One possesses decades of rich history, while the other is a newly emerging force with a blank trophy book. These two teams represent a collision between the old and new forces in modern football. Will the traditional powerhouse prevail with its deeper heritage, or will the new rules of football, fueled by financial power, dethrone the established giants? This is a major point of interest. Furthermore, there's another highlight. This is the first official match between Guardiola and his son Lin Quan, and everyone is curious to see who will emerge victorious. It has to be Guardiola, no doubt about it. Exactly. Bayern's strength is nothing compared to Manchester City's. How can they even compare? Bayern's core players haven't changed much this season, and they've even added Götze, Thiago, and others. Add Guardiola, a renowned manager, and their strength might even be stronger than last season. I don't know how they could possibly lose. In pre-match online polls, the majority of fans favored Bayern to win. Objectively speaking, Bayern's strength is clearly superior. Moreover, Bayern has more experience in the Champions League. Manchester City has only participated in the Champions League 3 times, failing to even advance from the group stage the first 2 times. Their experience is far inferior to that of the Champions League champions. However, Manchester City isn't entirely without supporters. I'm rooting for Lingard. He led Werder Bremen to victory over Bayern. There's no reason he can't do it at Manchester City. That's right, Bayern is strong, but football is unpredictable. Strong teams don't always win. Last season in the Champions League group stage, Bayern even lost to Bek Borisov. And importantly, Guardiola has adjusted Bayern's tactics since taking over, but time hasn't been enough. The team hasn't fully reached his desired form, which might actually weaken them. So, Bayern might not be as strong as we think. In short, while some people support Manchester City, the number of those supporting them is relatively small. Betting companies also released odds before the match, initially offering Manchester City a half-goal handicap at home, clearly favoring a Bayern away win. This further fueled the pessimism surrounding Manchester City. After all, betting companies make their living from this, and they're certainly more knowledgeable than ordinary fans. An hour and a half before the match, the team buses of Manchester City and Bayern Munich departed from their Carrington training grounds almost simultaneously, heading towards the Etihad Stadium. The streets leading to the stadium were almost entirely packed with Manchester City fans wearing sky blue jerseys. Play well, you have to beat them. Ling, come on, show them what you're capable of. Aguero, score more goals, don't hold back. The fans chanted various cheers, encouraging the players. In fact, it was clear from their expressions that the Manchester City fans were also very nervous. They knew very well that this match might be the most important one for Manchester City this season. If they couldn't win at home, they were very likely to repeat the mistakes of the previous 2 years, falling again in the Champions League group stage. Therefore, countless fans spontaneously came to support their teams, hoping to help them win this match. The fans' enthusiasm and expectations put an invisible pressure on the Manchester City players. A tense atmosphere began to spread within the team. Upon arriving at the stadium, the players changed into their uniforms and equipment before quietly heading onto the pitch for their pre-match warm-ups. Fans were also gradually entering, turning the Etihad Stadium blue, with only a small red area visible in the away stands, the 3,000 Bayern Munich fans who had traveled with the team. It was a tough situation for them, as football hooligans are notorious in England. Watching a match away from home, a single mishap could escalate into conflict with the home fans, and if a brawl broke out, Bayern's smaller numbers could put them at a significant disadvantage. Of course, UEFA was prepared. A large number of security personnel were present at the match, and police patrolled and maintained order outside the stadium. The existence of football hooligans not only threatens Manchester's security but also brings shame to England, so they have always taken a strict stance against such behavior. At 7:40 p.m., the players, led by the referee and accompanied by their ball boys, entered the pitch. Before the match even began, Manchester City's anthem, Blue Moon, was already playing at the Etihad Stadium. The song's rhythm wasn't particularly energetic or passionate, instead, it had a soothing, gentle quality. But at that moment, accompanied by this tender and soothing melody, The restlessness and tension within the Manchester City players were gradually calming. They moved their lips and softly joined in the singing. The players held hands, forming a circle. There were no high fives, no chants. Only the song flowed gently. Beep. A loud, long whistle blew. The match had begun. The match has officially started. On the field, wearing blue jerseys and attacking from left to right, is the home team, Manchester City. Wearing red jerseys and attacking from right to left, is the away team, Bayern Munich. In the CCTV studio, Hiway rallied his spirits. This long-awaited, highly anticipated match had finally begun. As he looked through the starting lineups for both teams, he explained, before this match, both teams had the same points and goal difference, so this is also a battle for the top spot in Group D. That's right, so this match is very important for both teams. Su Yang quickly agreed. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. Pellegrini has started Richards in defense, probably to limit Bayern's key player Ribéry's performance. Ribéry's performance in the Champions League last season was remarkable. I think no one would dare underestimate him when facing Bayern. That's right, Bayern is doing the same. Midfielder Martinez is starting. Guardiola is probably using him to contain Lin Quan. Hanks used this tactic before, and it wasn't very effective. I wonder if Guardiola has any hidden tricks. Manchester City's defensive setup today is very cautious. They didn't launch any rash attacks after the start. Judging from their formation, they probably don't intend to compete with Bayern for possession, but rather focus on defense and counter-attacks, capitalizing on Bayern's mistakes. As expected, Bayern's team has fielded a strikerless formation. This is his consistent style of play during his time at Barcelona, but Bayern is not Barcelona. Whether this tactic will succeed for Bayern remains to be seen. Manufacturers previously thought Guardiola might play it safe in such a high-profile match, continuing with the mature tactics from the Hanks era. But clearly, everyone was wrong. Guardiola didn't adopt a conservative approach because of the importance of this game. This is completely opposite to Mourinho's approach. Both teams are currently doing well in the league. Bayern Munich has 5 wins and 1 draw, remaining unbeaten, while Manchester City is on a 6-game winning streak. Both teams are arguably in their best form. However, one point is worth noting. Manchester City manager Pellegrini has a record of 7 losses and 1 draw in 8 encounters with Guardiola. Of course, this is related to the strength of the teams they manage, but it also reflects a possible counter-relationship between their coaching styles. This doesn't seem like good news for Manchester City. On the sidelines, on the home team's bench, Pellegrini looked somewhat nervous. The commentator's statement wasn't entirely accurate. He had previously managed Real Madrid in the 2009-2010 season, resulting in Real Madrid being defeated twice by Guardiola's Barcelona, both home and away. Pellegrini has always been wary of this rising star in the coaching world. This is also the main reason why he chose to play a defensive counter-attacking tactic at home. With Manchester City's current defensive level, going toe-to-toe with Guardiola's team is simply hopeless. In the early stages, both sides were probing each other, and neither side launched many attacks. In the 5th minute, Agüero's long-range shot was saved by Neuer, giving Manchester City a corner kick. Lin Quan walked towards the corner flag, took a few steps back, and glanced at Bayern's penalty area. Bayern's defenders were tall and strong, making it difficult for Manchester City's forwards to get to the ball. So instead of looking for a forward, he took the corner kick to the far post, preparing for Captain Kompany to head the ball. Lin Quan's corner kick accurately found Kompany, but the latter's header was easily caught by Bayern goalkeeper Neuer. Neuer didn't hesitate after receiving the ball, quickly ran out of the goal, and threw the ball to a teammate on the wing. The ball was aimed at Ribéry, whose backline was wide open. If Ribéry received the ball, he could have easily surged forward and threatened the Manchester City goal. Fortunately, Richards was alert and won the header, clearing the ball out of bounds and defusing Bayern's counter-attack. Pellegrini applauded Richards' clearance from the sidelines. Although Ribéry seemed quite far from the Manchester City goal and not in much danger, if he had received the ball and accelerated, that distance would have been negligible. After 5 minutes of probing, Bayern launched a full-scale attack. From this point on, Ribéry, Robben, and Muller became more active. In the 7th minute of the first half, after a series of passes in their own half, Bayern's defender Rafinha suddenly delivered a long pass from the right wing. The pass was precise, finding Ribéry directly in front of him. After receiving the ball, Ribéry paused briefly, using a change of pace to get past a pressing Manchester City player, then quickly cut inside. Simultaneously, Muller and Robben both surged forward, creating a three-pronged attack for Bayern, putting Manchester City's penalty area under constant pressure. Ribéry glanced in his teammate's direction, seemingly preparing to pass, but suddenly unleashed a powerful shot. Joe Hart, caught off guard by the near post, hastily made a save. Although he touched the ball, Ribéry's shot was incredibly powerful. Hart's fingertips couldn't clear it, and he could only watch as the ball flew into the net. Bayern 1-0 Manchester City. Ribéry's powerful shot gave his team the lead away from home. Ribéry was visibly excited after scoring, rushing towards the away fans section and celebrating with a sliding tackle. As a key player in Bayern's Champions League victory, with no major tournaments like the European Championship or World Cup in the works, there's widespread speculation that he has a chance to win this year's Ballon d'Or. The allure of the Ballon d'Or for players is undeniable, and Ribéry certainly aspires to win it. After 5 years of dominance by the legendary duo of Messi and Ronaldo, a victory would significantly boost his fame, cementing his status as a top superstar on par with Messi and Ronaldo. However, it's currently just a rumor. No one knows who will take home this year's Ballon d'Or until the awards ceremony. Therefore, Ribéry must deliver an outstanding performance before the ceremony to impress the judges, increase his votes, and defeat his competitors. Leading his team to victory in the Champions League is clearly the best way to achieve this. Chapter 196 Playing tactics is truly disgusting. Ribéry's shot was brilliant. Joe Hart reacted quickly, but he couldn't stop it. Ribéry's performance has been getting better and better these past few seasons. With him and Robben on the flanks, Bayern's attacks are unstoppable, no one can stop them. Yes, everyone's saying Ribéry might win this year's Ballon d'Or. Judging from his performance in this match, he deserves it. On the sidelines, Guardiola excitedly pumped his fist in celebration after seeing Ribéry score so quickly. This goal was crucial. After taking the lead, Manchester City's counter-attacks stopped working. Once they changed tactics, Bayern's advantage would only grow. Sure enough, after falling behind, Manchester City quickly changed their tactics. They intensified the pressing in the attacking third, and the players began to move more widely. This was exactly what Bayern wanted. In the 15th minute, it was Ribéry again. This time, he received a pass from Kroos, cut inside, created a little space, and shot directly, seemingly trying to replicate his previous goal. But this time, Joe Hart caught the ball. While Joe Hart can be unlucky at times, conceding goals to some bizarre shots, his ability is undeniable, otherwise, he wouldn't be Manchester City's starting goalkeeper. He won't repeat the same mistake twice. During this period, Bayern Munich were exceptionally aggressive. Ribéry, Robben, Kroos, Muller, and even defender Alaba all took a couple of shots. From the 7th minute until the 32nd minute when Alaba's shot from a tight angle on the left side of the penalty area was saved by Joe Hart, Bayern launched a 25-minute attacking surge. They unleashed 7 shots, 3 of which were on target. Manchester City's goal was under constant threat, seemingly on the verge of conceding. Fortunately, Joe Hart performed admirably, making numerous saves to keep the goal intact. Although Manchester City appeared to be on the back foot, they prevented their opponents from extending their lead. However, continuing to passively defend like this is very disadvantageous for Manchester City, and they need to find a way to solve their current difficulties. On the sidelines, Pellegrini frowned, pondering how to break down Bayern's tactics. Guardiola's style of play at Bayern is completely different from his style at Barcelona. Bayern doesn't have a player like Messi. Therefore, he abandoned the option of attacking through the middle, instead maximizing Bayern's advantage on the flanks. Ribéry and Robben's breakthroughs, cuts inside, and shots put immense pressure on Manchester City's 2 flanks. The fullbacks couldn't push forward, and even the wingers had to drop back to help defend. As a result, Manchester City was severely short-handed in the attacking third, hindering their attacking tactics and leaving Lin Quan and Agüero isolated and easily double-teamed. Lin Quan was somewhat better off, as his ball control was strong, making it difficult for opponents to take the ball away. However, Agüero was in a worse position. His position was further forward, with fewer support players, and passing the ball to him was practically handing it to the opponent. With their 2 most threatening attacking players neutralized, Manchester City's offensive momentum naturally stalled. Pellegrini glanced at the other side of the bench, Guardiola's simultaneous attacks down the wings were putting immense pressure on him. If they didn't break this tactic, Manchester City's chances in this match were slim. Thinking this, taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Pellegrini beckoned Lin Quan over. "Lin, the team's tactics need to be changed." Lin Quan nodded, waiting for Pellegrini to continue. "See Bayern's left back." Pellegrini pointed to Alaba, who was operating near the halfway line, and said to Lin Quan, "In the last 30 minutes, Bayern has launched 6 attacks from the left flank. He hasn't missed a single one, and he's been pushing forward in all of them. We need to suppress their fullbacks' attacking runs and cut off their connection with the wingers, otherwise, we won't be able to contain their attack." Lin Quan nodded, he understood Pellegrini's meaning. "I know what to do." Back on the field, Lin Quan relayed the coach's tactical instructions. The players nodded in agreement. At this point, they had no choice but to trust their manager's adjustments. Guardiola noticed the Manchester City coach's move and was curious about how they would adjust. Bayern's tactics weren't flawless, their two-wing attack strategy was powerful, but against opponents with similar wing play, especially those with explosive speed and power, they could easily falter or even be overwhelmed. However, Manchester City wasn't that kind of team. So, what would Pellegrini do? The answer was quickly revealed. Lin Quan and Navas switched positions, with Lin Quan moving to the wing. On the Bayern bench, Grande's eyes widened. This looks like Werder Bremen's tactics from last season. At Werder Bremen, Lin Quan mostly played as a right winger. Since joining Manchester City, his freedom in the attacking third has greatly increased. He's no longer confined to one position, and Manchester City already has players on the right flank, so Lin Quan doesn't often play there. But today, judging from his rapid movement down the wing after dribbling, he clearly wasn't going to leave easily. Seeing Lin Quan dribbling down the right flank, Ribéry, with his strong defensive awareness, immediately rushed over to intercept him. The two had faced off multiple times on the wing last season, with neither able to stop the other. This time was no exception. Ribéry was easily outmaneuvered by Lin Quan. He's good at dribbling past opponents, but not so good at preventing them from doing so. Bayern were very wary of Lin Quan's attacks. Guardiola had repeatedly emphasized that he was Manchester City's most dangerous player, so he instructed his players to increase their defensive pressure on him. Just as Lin Quan got past Ribéry, Kroos immediately rushed in. Instead of trying to dispossess Lin Quan, he fouled him, bringing him to the ground. Alaba was still quite far from Lin Quan. By the time he arrived, Lin Quan would have already picked up speed, and Alaba might not be able to stop him. If even Alaba was beaten, Lin Quan would have a chance to cut inside and shoot. Therefore, when there's no guarantee of winning the ball away from him, fouling is the best option. Because Bayern players had fouled Lin Quan multiple times in this match, the referee had previously only given verbal warnings, but this time he couldn't be lenient. For this foul on Kroos, the referee chose to show a yellow card as a warning. Kroos didn't protest, he knew it was a yellow card accumulated from previous fouls, and if he didn't take it, his teammate would. Besides, he wasn't a key defender, so having him take the card would have the least impact on the team. On the sidelines, Guardiola felt conflicted. From a coach's perspective, he should applaud Kroos's decisive tackle. But from a father's perspective, seeing Lin Quan fall, his heart clenched, fearing he might be injured. Fortunately, Lin Quan brushed off the grass and quickly got up, seemingly unharmed. Because the Bayern players didn't protest a yellow card or surround the referee, but instead disciplinedly retreated to defend. This prevented Manchester City from taking a quick free kick. Lin Quan signaled for his teammates to go into the penalty area to try and score, intending to use this free kick to see if they could threaten Bayern's goal. The ball flew into the penalty area, but Bayern controlled the first ball, failing to create a threat. However, the ball, headed away by a Bayern player, quickly fell back to Manchester City's feet. Manchester City defender Clichy received the ball and immediately unleashed a long-range shot. Neuer reacted very quickly, punching the ball away. Yaya Touré controlled the ball's trajectory and volleyed it without stopping it. The ball hit a defender's leg and bounced out again. Because most of Bayern's players were inside the penalty area, there weren't many players outside. This meant that possession remained with Manchester City. Navas won the ball, and facing the on-rushing Bayern player, he didn't dare to dribble too much and quickly passed a ball to Agüero. Agüero passed it across to the right and then broke into the penalty area himself. The right side was initially empty, but Lin Quan, after taking the free kick, quickly rushed over and appeared there. Due to Manchester City's 2 consecutive shots, Bayern's defense became somewhat disorganized. Seeing Lin Quan receive the ball, their attention was drawn to him. Watch out for their striker. Martinez was the first to rush over, but even as he approached Lin Quan, he saw Lin Quan making a passing motion and immediately warned his teammates. But it was too late. Lin Quan found a gap in Bayern's defense, played a through ball, passing it between Martinez's legs and directly to Agüero in the penalty area. Agüero had just created a tiny bit of space when the ball was in front of him. He silently praised the pass, then, holding off the defender, swept the ball away. Agüero's shot was less than 7 meters from the goal, far too close. Even with Neuer's quick reaction, it was too late to save. In the 35th minute of the first half, Manchester City equalized. The goal was scored by Agüero, assisted by Lin Quan. This goal came at a crucial moment, instantly turning around their previously low morale. The Manchester City fans in the stadium erupted in cheers upon seeing the goal. Well done, Agüero. Great job. Super striker, Agüero. Lin's pass was beautiful. What a mesmerizing through ball. Previously, they had been under pressure from Bayern Munich, creating a very oppressive atmosphere. Now, with their team finally scoring, the fans felt a surge of pride, their gloom lifted. They began taking turns singing songs about Agüero and Lin Quan, praising their brilliant performances. Since David Silva's injury, Lin Quan and Agüero's partnership has become increasingly effective. Their brilliant combinations have been frequently seen in the Premier League. This has filled Manchester City fans with anticipation. What kind of power will their trio bring to the attack once David Silva returns from injury? On the sidelines, Pellegrini, after seeing his team equalize, excitedly embraced several assistant coaches. Guardiola rubbed his bald head, not so much frustrated as feeling a bit unlucky. If they had just managed to get the ball in the air once, they wouldn't have been caught in a barrage of shots. Bayern's defense was actually quite solid, but after so many shots, many players lost their positions, creating gaps in the defense. Against a normal team, they might not have been able to exploit these gaps. But against Manchester City, against Lin Quan, there was no way to stop them. After Manchester City finished their celebrations, the game restarted. Encouraged by their goal, Manchester City finally broke free from Bayern's pressure and began to launch a mini-attack. Unfortunately, Bayern's defense was tight, and Manchester City's attacks failed to find the net. Agüero even received a yellow card for fouling Rafinha from behind in his eagerness to get the ball. However, as an attacking player, the yellow card didn't have a significant impact on him. The first half ended in a draw, with both sides having scored 1 goal each. The second half began with neither side making any substitutions during halftime. Capitalizing on the momentum from the end of the first half, Manchester City launched an immediate attack on Bayern Munich. In the 47th minute, Manchester City won a corner. Lin Quan stood in the corner area, placed the ball, and then left the area, seemingly intending for another teammate to take the kick. Navas saw Lin Quan's gesture and leisurely walked towards the corner area. Lin Quan had already left the corner area. Bayern's players felt this was overkill for a simple corner kick. If he didn't want to take it, he shouldn't have gone over there. However, with plenty of time left in the game, they didn't suspect any time wasting. Manchester City, playing at home, were more eager to win and therefore focused on attacking, not wasting time. However, because Navas wasn't yet in position to take the free kick, Bayern's players relaxed slightly. But then, something unexpected happened. Taking advantage of Bayern's momentary lapse in concentration, Lin Quan unexpectedly launched a counter-attack, suddenly turning and kicking the ball. The ball flew low towards Bayern's penalty area, where a blue figure burst from the crowd, sliding in and sending the ball into the Bayern goal before the players could react. Agüero. A brace. Manchester City 2-1 Bayern. Foul. That doesn't count. Several Bayern players loudly protested to the referee. They weren't prepared for the penalty kick, and the opponent scored. They questioned whether the rules had been violated, but the referee waved the goal on. Who took the penalty kick was Manchester City's decision. It wasn't that Lin Quan's gesture of calling Navas meant Navas had to take it. Bayern's players were careless, they had no one else to blame. Thinking this, the referee couldn't help but glance at Lin Quan again. This guy is so young, how come he has so many tricks up his sleeve? Did he learn them from some bald coach on the sidelines? Tacticians can be so cunning. Guardiola on the sidelines was utterly wronged. I didn't teach him this move. Let alone Lin Quan. Guardiola himself couldn't have come up with this tactic. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 Boateng, it's you again, kid. Unexpected. The defending champions are actually falling behind at the Etihad Stadium. Su Yang said with a smile, Bayern has really been tactically defeated by Lin Quan this time. Judging from the Bayern players' reactions, they had no defense against this tactical corner kick. I have to say, Lin Quan is indeed a very clever player. Only he could come up with such a tactic. Not only were the commentators discussing this goal, but the online discussion about it was also very intense. Can any football expert tell me if this was a foul or not? No, for the following reasons. 1. The ball was within the corner area, neither touching the line nor going out of bounds. 2. The referee has already blown the whistle, allowing the penalty kick. 3. The player did not change the ball's position before the penalty kick, and the rules do not prohibit players from moving. Hell, that's right, but Lingard's move was indeed a bit unsportsmanlike. As long as we win, that's fine. Lingard didn't commit a foul. Tactics are all about deception. After this match, other teams will probably be watching Lingard's every move closely when they see him taking corner kicks. Indeed, otherwise, who knows what tricks this guy will pull off. After being overturned by their opponents, Bayern's players' anger surged. If it were a result of the opponent's exquisite teamwork and sheer strength that led to the comeback, they wouldn't have said anything. But these 2 goals conceded were entirely unintentional for Bayern. So they were very dissatisfied with Manchester City's lead and launched a full-scale counter-attack after the restart, trying to rewrite the score. Once Bayern's attack started, Manchester City's goal became tense again. In the 54th minute, Robben broke through on the wing, completed a 1-2 with his teammate, and cut inside into the penalty area. However, his final shot wasn't sharp enough and was bravely saved by Joe Hart. In the 56th minute, Bayern again attacked Manchester City's penalty area. Martinez intercepted the ball in the middle and played a through ball to Muller, who made a clever run, beat the offside trap, and entered the penalty area. Seeing Muller enter the penalty area, Guardiola on the sidelines had already raised his hands, ready to celebrate. But unexpectedly, Muller kicked the ball high and wide, a very absurd shot that even Manchester City's goalkeeper Joe Hart was startled. How could he miss that? On the sidelines, Guardiola held his head in his hands, his face full of disbelief. Thomas Muller shared the same expression, clutching his head in frustration, utterly baffled as to how the game had turned out this way. Just as Bayern launched their counter-attack, Manchester City also created several threatening attacks. In the 57th minute, Lin Quan dribbled down the wing and combined with Aguero. Aguero received the ball, gently backheeled it, and then, standing still, blocked the defender while simultaneously setting up Lin Quan for a long-range shot. Unfortunately, the shot was too central and easily saved by Neuer. For the German goalkeeper, this level of shot wasn't particularly challenging. 2 minutes later, Lin Quan returned the favor, passing to Aguero. Unfortunately, Aguero failed to capitalize on the opportunity, missing the chance to complete his hat trick. However, as they gradually adapted to Bayern's rhythm, Manchester City's players performed better and better. The game was no longer entirely controlled by Bayern, as it had been in the first half. The 2 teams traded attacks, creating a very exciting match. Manchester City fans at home were pleasantly surprised, never expecting their team to put up a fight against Bayern Munich. Bayern are last season's Champions League winners, and their strength has increased this season. By their standards, Manchester City now has the qualifications to compete with top teams. However, Manchester City fans' confidence wasn't quite at its peak. Every time Bayern's attack threatened their goal, they were filled with trepidation, fearing that the opponent would equalize. Even though the 2 sides weren't far apart in terms of strength, the opponent's experience was simply too profound. There's a huge difference in temperament between teams that have won championships and those that haven't. Like Bayern right now, although they were behind and eager to equalize, their attack was perfectly organized, patient, and methodical. This made Manchester City fans incredibly envious, truly a top team in the world. When will our team reach this level? The pressure felt by the Manchester City players on the field was actually greater than what the fans could see. They had already witnessed Bayern's ability to seize opportunities. Given the chance, they have the ability to change the score. Therefore, they must remain highly vigilant at all times and cannot afford any slackening. This kind of match not only consumes physical strength but also takes a huge toll on the player's mental state. That's why many strong teams experience a period of fatigue after playing against another strong team. This is the result of excessive exertion. In the 67th minute, a series of changes occurred on the field. First, Kroos was dispossessed by a Manchester City defender while preparing to attack, but just as Manchester City was preparing to launch a counter-attack, Fernandinho was dispossessed by Muller. Possession changed hands again. But this time, it was clearly more dangerous for Manchester City than when Kroos was dribbling. In pursuit of counter-attacking efficiency, Manchester City's overall formation was pushing forward when possession changed hands. Many players had already rushed into the opponent's half, but when the ball was suddenly intercepted, these players lost their defensive positions and were unable to return to defend. Bayern's players knew this opportunity was invaluable. After intercepting the ball, Muller didn't pass back to Kroos to reorganize, but immediately gave it to Robben, allowing him to use his speed to break down the wing. Robben understood perfectly, sprinting at high speed. Facing Manchester City's full-back, he chose to cut inside. This choice was expected by everyone. 9 times out of 10, Robben's attacks involved cutting inside and then shooting. However, knowing what the opponent is going to do doesn't mean you can defend against it. Manchester City's left-back Clichy knew Robben was going to cut inside and was also trying to defend against it, but when Robben actually did cut inside, he couldn't keep up with Robben's pace, like a rusty machine, and was outmaneuvered by Robben. Joe Hart was in a bind. He didn't know whether to come out or not. Fortunately, Robben didn't put him in a difficult position. After getting past Clichy, Robben broke into the penalty area and shot directly. Facing Joe Hart, Robben, skilled and daring, chose to shoot towards the near post. The ball flew towards the goal, and Joe Hart made a save. But he was a fraction too slow. The ball rolled into the goal before he could react. Bayern had tenaciously equalized. A brief silence fell over the Etihad Stadium as Manchester City fans struggled to accept the result. Their lead lasted less than 15 minutes before Bayern equalized. The opponent's attacking prowess was simply too strong. Even more frightening was Bayern's fighting spirit. Before this attack, they had engaged in a fierce battle with Manchester City's midfield. The midfield had become a meat grinder, with players from both sides battling it out. Almost every player's jersey was covered in mud and grass clippings. It wasn't that Manchester City's players weren't fighting hard, but their opponents seemed even more relentless. But what was even more terrifying was that Bayern's players not only dared to fight and press, but their footwork and teamwork were also superior to Manchester City's. Better teamwork and superior footwork were the main reasons why Bayern's attack was more threatening than Manchester City's. Now, with more than 20 minutes left in the game, this goal dealt a heavy blow to Manchester City's morale but greatly boosted Bayern's. With the tide turning against them, they really lacked confidence in holding off Bayern's attack. Bayern, experienced and pressing their advantage, continued their relentless assault on Manchester City's goal, attempting to crush them in one fell swoop. In the 72nd minute, Bayern launched a quick counter-attack down the right flank. Robben again received the ball on the right and cut inside to shoot. Joe Hart parried the ball, causing chaos in the penalty area, but fortunately, Company cleared it. 1 minute later, Bayern attacked again. Capitalizing on a midfield interception, Bayern immediately launched a counter-attack. The Bayern players, transitioning from defense to attack, quickly surged into Manchester City's half, creating a numerical advantage in the attacking third. With fewer players, Manchester City created one-on-one opportunities with just a few passes. Joe Hart made another crucial save. He blocked Kroos's shot, denying him a one-on-one chance. After making the save, Joe Hart roared at Kroos, who had just taken the shot, seemingly venting his pent-up anger. Kroos looked utterly dejected, feeling incredibly unlucky. He was already annoyed by missing a one-on-one chance, and now he'd been inexplicably yelled at by the opposing goalkeeper. On the sidelines, on the Manchester City bench, Pellegrini was deep in thought. Manchester City had been very passive lately. He'd put Lin Quan on the wing, which had been effective in neutralizing the energetic Ribery from the first half. However, One problem solved, another arose. Robben was too active on the other flank, and their defense remained vulnerable to Bayern's attacks down the flanks. In the 75th minute, Nasri fouled Robben and received a yellow card. This further complicated Manchester City's defense on the left. Pellegrini didn't hesitate, he quickly made a substitution, bringing on Milner for Nasri. Milner's defensive abilities were far superior to Nasri's, and he could play as a fullback. Correspondingly, their attack was not as effective as Nasri's. Therefore, this substitution can be seen as a signal that Manchester City's tactics are becoming more conservative. A draw at home against Bayern seems acceptable. After Milner came on, his active running and tackling limited Robben's threat to some extent. The crisis in front of Manchester City's goal was temporarily relieved. Now it's Guardiola's turn to have a headache. Both flanks were frozen out, and the right flank was even at a disadvantage. Lin Quan's several attacks put considerable pressure on Bayern. Their fullbacks couldn't get up to assist, and Bayern's attack on that side was completely rendered useless. Now that Robben's side is also frozen out, Bayern can only attack through the middle. In this match, Manchester City was at a disadvantage overall. Coupled with Bayern's very threatening attack, Yaya Touré was completely pinned back, with almost no opportunities to dribble forward. However, this seems to be good news for Manchester City. With him and company as two reliable defenders, Manchester City's central axis is very stable and not so easily breached. Seeing Yaya Touré's outstanding performance, Pellegrini praised him, saying, "Touré still has ability. As long as he doesn't make mistakes, he's still someone we can trust." No sooner had he spoken than Yaya Touré's old habit resurfaced. In the 85th minute, Yaya Touré made a steal in his own half. After winning the ball, instead of passing it to a teammate as usual, he looked up to assess the situation in the attacking third. Seeing an opening in Bayern's defense, he, who had been holding back all game, finally couldn't resist and dribbled towards Bayern's half. Pellegrini on the sidelines was both angry and anxious. Yaya Touré really couldn't handle praise. "Get back to your position. Don't go any further," Pellegrini shouted at Yaya Touré on the field. The noise in the stadium was loud, and Yaya Touré only heard the word forward. He thought the coach was encouraging him to bravely move forward. So, his initial hesitation vanished instantly. With his long legs, he fearlessly dribbled the ball towards Bayern's half. This move caught not only Manchester City players off guard, but also Bayern completely off guard. Nearly 80 minutes into the game, this giant had been staying put in his own half, never making a single forward run. This had led Bayern players to a fixed impression: this guy can't attack. However, Yaya Touré wasn't incapable of attacking, he was simply pinned down in his own half. In terms of attacking ability, he was by no means lacking. Caught off guard, Bayern didn't immediately assign a player to mark him. It wasn't until Yaya Touré had crossed midfield that Martinez approached him. Yaya Touré, always confident in his physical strength, didn't take Martinez's marking seriously. However, the moment they made contact, Yaya Touré was overpowered in the physical battle. Such strong physical strength, is this guy even white? Big, burly, and rough is a common description of black players, and many powerful defensive midfielders like Makalil, Umtiti, and Essien have emerged from this group. Unexpectedly, this white guy was even tougher than his fellow black player. This greatly surprised Yaya Touré. "Damn it, I'm not going to get past this." Yaya Touré sighed inwardly, until he hit a brick wall. He had previously seen Martinez being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, so he didn't have a high opinion of Martinez. However, after actually playing against him, he realized he had underestimated him. This guy was not only physically strong and physically capable of physical duels, but also experienced, with defensive abilities far exceeding his expectations. Just as the ball was about to be lost, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue figure out of the corner of his eye. Without thinking, Yaya Touré immediately passed a ball. If he didn't pass it now, it would definitely be gone. However, after passing it, he realized that his teammate receiving the pass was Lin Quan. As Yaya Touré dribbled past midfield, Lin Quan had already retreated, almost simultaneously with Martinez. He knew Martinez's interception ability well. If Yaya Touré lost possession, Bayern would capitalize on his mistake and launch another counter-attack. Manchester City would then be highly likely to concede a goal. To prevent this terrible consequence, Lin Quan proactively retreated to support Yaya Touré. He was initially worried that Touré might pass the ball to him, but to his surprise, Touré not only passed, but the pass was of high quality. After receiving the ball, Lin Quan turned and dribbled past a pressing Alba, then charged towards Bayern's penalty area. Bayern centre-backs Dante and Boateng, seeing Lin Quan charging towards them, felt a chill run down their spines. It's you again. Chapter 198, First place in the group. For a fleeting moment, Boateng felt as if he were back at the Allianz Arena. Back to that August afternoon, when he first faced Lin Quan on the field in front of over 50,000 fans. The memory of being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan, causing a stir in the stadium, awakened a deep-seated fear within Boateng. Even before the match began, Boateng's legs were already trembling. He gave Dante a wink. "Brother, you go first." Dante, remembering the excruciating pain of being outmaneuvered by Lin Quan at the Weser Stadium, resolutely shook his head. "I'm an old man, not in good shape. You're young, strong and resilient, you go." Their exchange of glances clearly yielded no result, and Lin Quan had already dribbled the ball towards them. Seeing no way to avoid it, the two steeled themselves, attacked together. Seeing the opposing team charging at them, Lin Quan flicked the ball sideways, then flicked it again. Boateng, with his faster reaction time, braked immediately, barely managing to keep up with Lin Quan's pace. However, the aging Dante couldn't keep up. His movements were a fraction of a second slower, and he was blocked by his teammate Boateng. Now, what appeared to be a two-man defense against Lin Quan had backfired, turning into a one-on-one situation for Lin Quan against Boateng. Sweat beaded on Boateng's forehead, he was so tense he hadn't even noticed he was blocking his older teammate's position. Facing Lin Quan, he was completely focused, his eyes wide as he watched every move. Lin Quan spiked the ball, changed direction, spiked again, changed direction again. After several such spikes and changes of direction, Boateng was completely disoriented. Dante, having finally managed to circle around from the side, saw Boateng about to be beaten and, with a determined heart, opted for a sliding tackle, intending to stop the attack with a foul. However, Lin Quan was prepared. As Dante slitted, Lin Quan quickly moved to Boateng's side. Thus, from the spectator's perspective, it became Dante sliding against Boateng. With a thud, Boateng fell to the ground. "Ah!" Two screams rang out. Boateng was tackled on the ankle, yelling in pain. Dante, on the other hand, was slammed into by the fallen Boateng, nearly passing out. "Ouch, what are you doing? Why did you tackle me instead of him?" Boateng's forehead was filled with 100 question marks, completely baffled by his older brother's actions. Dante felt like his ribs were about to break, the pain making him want to faint, and he didn't want to pay any attention to Boateng. Neuer, seeing his two teammates fall one after another, was stunned for a moment, cursed under his breath, and then rushed out to challenge. Facing Neuer's challenge, Lin Quan, skilled and daring, didn't choose to shoot directly, but instead chose to dribble past the goalkeeper. Without the protection of the center-back, the goalkeeper was completely on the defensive, especially since his opponent was a player extremely skilled at dribbling. The duel between the two was without any suspense. Lin Quan successfully dribbled past Neuer and slotted the ball into the empty net, changing the score to 3-2. Manchester City took the lead again. And this time, with less than 10 minutes left in the match, victory was truly beckoning them. Goal. Yaya Toure provides the assist, and Lin Quan, after dribbling past several Bayern defenders, scores this crucial goal. This goal could very well change the fate of both teams on the field, and even influence the landscape of this season's Champions League. Unexpectedly, Bayern, who dominated the entire match, made such a mistake in the final stages. Yaya Toure's sudden forward run caught them off guard, creating a gap in Bayern's defense. And Lin Quan, he astutely seized this opportunity and punished Bayern severely. This is Lin Quan's first goal of the match, but it's a priceless one. Manchester City has now taken the lead, and if this score holds until the final whistle, they will top the group, leaving the defending champions Bayern Munich behind. On the commentary booths of various television stations, commentators emphasize the value of this goal to the audience. Since the Champions League knockout stage is a group stage where the group winners face the group runners-up, Lin Quan's goal could very well put the other group's powerhouses in a very difficult position. If the defending champions in Group D are forced to finish second and face the group winners, the other group leaders will be furious. Who wants to face the defending champions in the round of 16? We played 6 hard-fought matches, fought tooth and nail to secure first place in the group, just to avoid the strong teams from other groups. And now, A defending champion has snuck in among a bunch of second-place teams. It's like a Russian roulette game. Fans of other top teams watching the match were cursing after seeing the score. What the hell? Why did Bayern suddenly slip up? It's a rigged match. There must be something fishy going on. With Bayern's strength, they absolutely cannot lose to Manchester City. There must be something fishy going on. While some questioned whether the match was fixed or rigged, others naturally stood up to refute them. How? What's the catch? You're clearly afraid of facing Bayern in the knockout stage, so you're deliberately trying to discredit Manchester City. Exactly. Why can't Manchester City beat Bayern? Last year, Bate Borisov beat Bayern 3-1 at home. Is Manchester City weaker than Bate Borisov? Lingard truly lives up to his reputation as Bayern's nemesis. He often led his team to victory against Bayern when he was at Werder Bremen, and he's continued that trait since coming to the Premier League. Bayern is incredibly unlucky to face him. Who says otherwise? In this match, Lingard scored 1 goal and provided 2 assists. All 3 goals were related to him. You could say Bayern died at his feet. The fans didn't care who finished first in the group. The more exciting the match and the more chaotic the qualification situation, the happier they were. If Bayern really finished second in the group and faced other powerhouses in the knockout stage, they would be even happier. With them causing trouble, this year's quarterfinals would definitely be exciting. On the sidelines, seeing his team fall behind again, Guardiola's expression turned serious. This goal came at a terrible time. The match was already in the 86th minute. Bayern had very little time left. Even if they attacked with all their might, they might not have enough time to equalize. But Bayern was backed into a corner. They had no choice but to go all out. With that in mind, Guardiola called Guts over, gave him instructions, and brought him on. Bayern substituted a defensive player for an attacking one. They were really going all out. Manchester City retreated completely, leaving only Aguero in the attacking third. Everyone else retreated to their own half, desperately defending. In the final minutes, Bayern unleashed the most intense attacking surge of the match. Unwilling to lose away from home, Bayern players took turns attacking Manchester City's goal time and again. However, thanks to Manchester City's resolute defense, shots from Robben, Ribéry, Müller, and others were all saved. Beep beep, beep, as the 2 short and 1 long whistles sounded, the Etihad Stadium erupted in cheers. The fans went wild, hugging each other in celebration of this incredible victory. They had actually beaten Bayern Munich. The match is over. Thanks to goals from Aguero and Lin Quan, Manchester City defeated Bayern Munich 3-2 at home, securing 3 valuable points and temporarily topping Group D. Seeing the Manchester City players excitedly embracing each other in celebration, commentator Hiway remarked from the stands, before the match, few people were optimistic about Manchester City, but they silenced all their doubters with a magnificent victory. This is a collective victory, but even more so, a personal one. Lin Quan and Aguero, these 2 sharp swords of Manchester City, are sure to draw blood. I think from now on, all the top European clubs will have to be more careful when facing them on the field. Su Yang, standing nearby, also remarked with emotion, many people may have overlooked one thing, the seemingly invincible Lin Quan is only 17.5 years old this year. He has only been on the professional stage for a little over a year. We don't know how high he will go in the future, but we are honored to have witnessed every step of his ascent to the top. Bayern Munich fans who traveled with the team were filled with disappointment, many even shedding tears. When their team took the lead and firmly dominated their opponents, they thought the game was in the bag. However, Manchester City proved resilient, like an unkillable cockroach, always managing to equalize and come back to win. Before Lin Quan's last-minute goal, many had already accepted a draw. But Manchester City wouldn't even grant them a draw. The heartbroken Bayern now sits second in the group with 1 win and 1 loss, accumulating 3 points. They have lost control of their race for first place and are now forced to compete with CSKA Moscow, a team they had previously defeated, for a place in the knockout stage. This result is hard for Bayern fans to accept, and many are beginning to reminisce about their former manager, Jupp Heynckes. If he were still there, Bayern could have won this game, right? Pep Guardiola, however, didn't lose his composure despite the defeat. After the match, he went over to shake hands with Manchester City manager Manuel Pellegrini. Congratulations. Your team played exceptionally well today. Thank you. Bayern's strength also impressed me. I hope both our teams can advance together. Pellegrini was overjoyed with his first victory against Guardiola, his smile practically radiant, visible from a distance. "Thank you." Guardiola nodded, then went onto the field to comfort his players. Passing by Lin Quan, who was celebrating, the father and son exchanged only a glance before looking away. Bayern's players needed to lick their wounds, while Manchester City's players continued their celebrations, thanking the fans who had come to watch. After their celebrations, on their way back to the locker room, Lin Quan encountered an unexpected person. "Want to exchange jerseys?" Neuer saw Lin Quan approaching and immediately started taking off his shirt. "Oh, you've already taken your shirt off, can I say no?" "Of course." The two then exchanged jerseys in the players' tunnel. Neuer, as if receiving his prize, draped Lin Quan's jersey over his shoulder, stared at him seriously, and said, "Next time, I will definitely beat you." "Oh, good luck then." Lin Quan didn't consider Neuer an opponent, his opponents were Messi and Ronaldo. The second round of the Champions League group stage has concluded, and the qualification situation for each group has become clearer. In Group A, after a decline in their league performance, Manchester United's performance in the Champions League has also fluctuated. In this round, they were held to a draw away to Shakhtar Donetsk. Moreover, Moyes' team was completely outmatched in possession, passing accuracy, shots, and other statistics. If the team names were covered up, fans might think Shakhtar Donetsk was the real Red Devils. After this match, Moyes' days became even more difficult, and criticism from the outside world began to increase. In Group B, Juventus, back at home, were held to draw by Galatasaray, accumulating only 2 points after 2 rounds. Considering their next matches against the in-form Real Madrid at the Bernabeu, Juventus' chances of winning are extremely low. If they fail to win, their chances of advancing will become very slim, and they might become the first major team eliminated from the group stage. In stark contrast, Real Madrid, playing at home, were in phenomenal form, thrashing Copenhagen 4-0, with Ronaldo and Di Maria both scoring twice. Ronaldo, with 5 goals in 2 matches, is far ahead of his competitors in the Champions League top scorer rankings. As Ronaldo's performance in the Champions League group stage improves, calls for him to win the Ballon d'Or are growing louder, and Ribéry's previously significant lead seems to be rapidly disappearing. In Group C, Paris Saint-Germain swept aside Portuguese top seed Benfica 3-0, firmly occupying the top spot. In Group E, Chelsea thrashed their opponents 4-0 away, shaking off the previous lack of attacking prowess. However, De Bruyne, who left Werder Bremen with Lin Quan, seems to have been completely abandoned by Mourinho. He wasn't even included in the squad for this match. Although Chelsea won, they didn't top Group E. That title went to Werder Bremen. Thanks to Elia's goal, they secured a 1-0 away victory against Basel, achieving 2 wins and accumulating 6 points, putting them in a very good position to advance. Despite losing Lin Quan and De Bruyne, Werder Bremen, under Schaaf's leadership, has maintained a respectable performance this season, making them the biggest dark horse in the Champions League group stage so far. In the highly anticipated Group F, Arsenal defeated Napoli 2-0, achieving 2 consecutive wins and a very optimistic chance of advancing. Dortmund and Napoli both have 1 win and 1 loss, ranking 2nd and 3rd respectively, while Marseille's in Ligue 1 has lost both matches, making their chances of advancing slim. In Group H, Barcelona, the 3rd favored team to win the title, nearly suffered an upset away from home. Despite dominating possession with 82% throughout the match, Barcelona struggled to break down Celtic's solid defense. With Messi sidelined due to injury, Barcelona's attacking firepower immediately dropped several levels. Had it not been for Fabregas's converted free kick, Barcelona might have dropped points away from home. Chapter 199 Liverpool trip. After finishing their Champions League group stage matches, Manchester City immediately faced off in the 7th round of the Premier League. Despite making significant rotations at home, they easily defeated Everton 3-1. Lin Quan came on as a substitute in the 65th minute of the second half and scored a goal. The goal for Everton came from Chelsea's young striker Romelu Lukaku. Since being loaned out by Chelsea, the striker seems to have rediscovered his form. He has only played 3 games for Everton, but he has scored in each, including 1 brace. Before his arrival, Everton, like Chelsea, lacked attacking firepower, scoring only 3 goals in their first 4 matches. However, since his arrival, Everton has averaged 3 goals per game, more than tripling their attacking output. His outstanding performances have quickly earned him Everton's favour. It is rumoured that the Toffees intend to buy out Lukaku's contract during the winter transfer window, keeping their top scorer. Since Chelsea's attacking line is so crowded anyway, Lukaku wouldn't get playing time back, so why not just sell him to us? Lukaku's outstanding performance has intensified the criticism of Chelsea, especially Mourinho. Why couldn't Lukaku score when he was at Chelsea, but became a monster once he left? This criticism was echoed by Torres fans, who felt that Torres' transfer to Chelsea was a mistake. He was a monster at Liverpool, scoring goals like crazy. At Chelsea, he struggled to break through, his scoring efficiency dropped significantly, and he even lost his starting position in the national team. Naturally, fans blamed Chelsea's tactics for this. After all, Torres wasn't the only striker underperforming at Chelsea. Mourinho wasn't the only one being attacked. Barcelona's manager Martino and Bayern Munich's manager Guardiola were also criticized by the media after this round of Champions League group stage matches. The outside commotion was irrelevant to Lin Quan. After the 7th round of league matches, the FIFA international break began. Since Spain had qualified for the knockout stage 2 rounds early, Vicente Del Bosque didn't call up Lin Quan and the main players for the match, instead selecting a group of young players from the national youth team and the league. Thanks to this, Lin Quan received a rare 2-week vacation. Although it was vacation, he couldn't rest, he still had some sponsorship advertisements to shoot. Fortunately, Pere's excellent work ethic helped him schedule all the advertisements together. This way, all the work could be completed within 2 days. Okay, there's one last commercial activity left, but that's on October 12th. What kind of activity? A big-budget Hollywood movie is about to be released, and they're planning to invite some celebrities to the premiere. We'll see then. If I'm free, I'll go. If not, please turn it down for me. Lin Quan said casually. He had participated in some such activities, mainly to appear in front of the media and incidentally use his influence to help promote the movie. The process was relatively simple, but it was quite time-consuming. Then I won't bother you any longer. Have a pleasant holiday. Pere then took his leave, leaving Lin Quan with his own time. Lin Quan took out the fishing rod he had prepared beforehand, ready to fish on the River Awel. He had wanted to fish on the Weser River back in Werder Bremen, but he didn't have a fishing license. In Germany, fishing without a license is illegal, which greatly frustrated the angler. However, the angler wouldn't give up so easily. After arriving in Manchester, Lin Quan had Pere help him with all the necessary paperwork, and now he could legally go fishing. He didn't know if his skills had become rusty, or if the fish in England were just too difficult to catch. He fished for 2 days in a row and came back empty-handed. Damn it! It must be that the fish weren't to his liking. Oh well, he decided to give up fishing and go for a drive instead. Manchester used to be an industrial city, but since Thatcher came to power and implemented reforms, British industry gradually declined, and the factories here either closed down or moved away. While driving on the road, he could see many abandoned factories along the way. Without industrial pollution, Manchester, nestled in a basin, has seen a significant improvement in air quality. However, the cost has been widespread unemployment due to factory closures, leading to a declining population in recent years as more people move to London for a living. Lin Quan, an outsider, wasn't particularly affected by this. He drove along the coastal road for a short while before arriving at another seaside city, Liverpool. England is so small, Liverpool and Manchester are only a few dozen kilometers apart, a drive of less than an hour. Although the two cities are close, Lin Quan had never been here before. Liverpool is a famous tourist city with many attractions. After a quick visit to a few, Lin Quan arrived at William Brown Street. This is Liverpool's cultural district, boasting many historic buildings worth seeing. Inside the William Brown Library and the Walker Art Gallery, he encountered a girl who looked remarkably like Audrey Hepburn twice. She noticed him too, and the second time they met, she politely smiled and greeted him. He had only thought there was a slight resemblance before, but her smile made the resemblance even more striking. But why did this girl look so familiar? He had a feeling he'd seen her somewhere before. Lin Quan thought for a long time but still couldn't remember who she was, so he nodded in acknowledgement but didn't approach her. It was their first meeting, and approaching her rashly would likely be considered harassment. However, fate sometimes works in unexpected ways. They met again in the Picton reading room. "Are you here for tourism?" she asked curiously. "Why do you say that?" Because only tourists from out of town would be so interested in visiting so many places at once. That makes sense, but according to you, you're not a local from Liverpool? The girl nodded and said, I'm from Surrey. Lin Quan wasn't familiar with the administrative divisions of England and didn't know where Surrey was for a moment. The girl noticed his confusion and patiently explained, Surrey is south of London, bordering the Thames. Although he still didn't know the exact location, at least he had a general idea. You're not British? The girl asked curiously. No. Lin Quan answered truthfully, then asked, where do you think I'm from? The girl looked him up and down, then began to think seriously. To be honest, I don't know. Judging from your appearance, you're probably from one of the 3 East Asian countries, right? Congratulations, you're wrong. You have one more chance. Want to continue? I can't guess, but I think you're from continental Europe? Yes. Then it must be Spain. Huh? How did you know? Lin Quan was a little surprised. There are so many countries in continental Europe, how did she guess he was from Spain? Did she recognize his identity? Because... The girl covered her mouth and chuckled, because your skin tone matches my impression of tropical countries. Okay, the sun in Spain is indeed very strong. One day in the sun is equivalent to several days elsewhere. Professional athletes often train under the sun, so getting tanned is normal. The girl was amused by his words. When working outdoors, applying sunscreen appropriately can provide effective protection. Seeing that Lin Quan didn't seem to know much about these things, she offered some advice. Thank you for your suggestion. As a token of my appreciation, may I treat you to a meal, beautiful lady? The girl blinked. I'm very picky about food. Aren't you worried I'll eat you out of house and home? It's alright, it's just a meal, I can afford it. I didn't expect you to be a hidden millionaire. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. The girl readily accepted Lin Quan's invitation without any hesitation. There's a Michelin-starred restaurant nearby, and I heard the reviews are pretty good. How about we eat there? Let's go. The two left the reading room and went to where Lin Quan had parked his car. Seeing Lin Quan's car, she began to believe he was indeed a millionaire. Thanks to you, this is my first time riding in such a high-end sports car. Although she said that, her reaction showed no surprise. She didn't look around after getting in the car, clearly someone who had seen the world. What a coincidence, it's my first time too. This wasn't a lie. This Ferrari was a new model this year, only released in September. Masia had specially ordered one as a gift for Lin Quan. Lin Quan had only received the car keys last week, and this was his first time driving it. Starting the car, the powerful engine gave the two people in the seats a noticeable pushback feeling. Lin Quan hadn't had his license for long, so he drove cautiously. Collins, in the passenger seat, was initially quite nervous, but seeing how smoothly he was driving, she gradually relaxed. She was relieved, but the other drivers on the road were cursing. Damn, driving a Ferrari and going so slowly, why don't you get out and ride a bicycle? Although they complained, they didn't dare approach, only honking their horns. These cars were incredibly expensive. If they accidentally bumped into one, they might be bankrupt and still not be able to afford the damages. Besides, people who could afford such limited edition supercars were all extremely wealthy and powerful, not people like them to mess with. After dinner, seeing that they still had time, the two of them visited the several attractions they hadn't finished earlier. Finally, they watched the entire sunset together from Liverpool's iconic landmark, Liverpool Cathedral. It's getting late, I have to go back. I'll take you. Okay. So Lin Quan took her back to her hotel. Outside the hotel, Lily Collins extended her hand generously and said to Lin Quan, "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lily Collins. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin Quan, Miss Collins. Thank you for making my day so pleasant. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again." Collins thought that after saying her name, the other person would know who she was, but to her surprise, the other person didn't react at all. On the other side, Lin Quan was also puzzled. Why didn't the other person react to his name? Was he not famous enough? The two of them had the same thoughts simultaneously. "Mr. Lin Quan, a movie is about to be released in a few days, and I'd like to invite you to the movie as a return favor for the dinner you treated me to today. Are you free?" "It would be my pleasure." Who could refuse a beautiful woman's invitation to a movie? The two exchanged contact information and arranged a time and place. October 12th, see you at the Electric Cinema in London. Okay, see you there. 2 days later, Lin Quan received movie tickets from Lily Collins for a film called The Mortal Instruments, City of Bones. He searched for the movie online and discovered that the lead actress was none other than Lily Collins. No wonder she looked familiar before, she was a Hollywood star. She invited him to see her movie, so in return, should he send her a ticket to a game at the awakens Stadium? Just then, Paris also delivered the invitation to the commercial event to Lin Quan. Seeing the movie title on the invitation, Lin Quan was immediately delighted. Wasn't this the very movie Lily Collins had sent him the tickets to? How interesting. He wondered if appearing at the cinema as a guest at the premiere would surprise her. Chapter 200 Lin Wang's relationship exposed, his girlfriend is. October 12, at 6:30 p.m., at the Electric Cinema in London, director Harold and the lead actors of The Holy Grail arrived early to welcome the guests attending the premiere. Many guests were present, including film stars and sports figures. David Beckham, who had recently announced his retirement, was also present with his wife, Victoria. Taking advantage of the director's visit to welcome the couple, lead actor Jamie Campbell quietly approached lead actress Lily Collins and said, "Lily, do you want to go out with us after the premiere?" He gestured to the other lead actors. Many of the cast members were British, and some were even native Londoners. Lily Collins took a step back warily and declined, saying, "No, thank you, I have other things to do." Jamie Campbell was displeased. He was a well-known Hollywood actor, having starred in big productions like Twilight and Harry Potter. The other woman was just a newcomer, yet she dared to refuse his invitation, which made him very unhappy. What could be more important than networking within the industry? Let me tell you, a lot of big directors will be there this time. This is your chance. Lily Collins remained unmoved, not believing his words. Jamie Campbell was getting angry and was about to say something harsh when he saw Lily Collins suddenly leave, abandoning him and quickly walking towards the VIP entrance. Following Lily Collins's direction, Jamie Campbell saw a handsome Asian face. Lin Quan had just entered the movie theater when he saw Lily Collins rushing towards him. Before he could even greet her, Lily Collins quickly grabbed his hand and led him into the theater. As they walked, she secretly observed the director and producer's reactions. Clearly, she didn't want the director and producer to notice Lin Quan. In her view, Lin Quan was just an ordinary audience member, not an invited guest. This was the segment for invited guests. Ordinary audience members would only enter after all the guests had arrived. If the director saw an ordinary audience member at this time, he would definitely be furious. Thinking of this, Lily Collins secretly blamed herself for not telling him it was the movie premiere and he didn't need to come early, otherwise, he wouldn't have had to come so early. "Why are you here so early?" Finally, after pulling Lin Quan to a secluded corner in the back row, Lily Collins breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest and asked with a hint of surprise, "I thought this was our first date, so I left early." Lin Quan joked, waving the 2 movie tickets in his hand. "Pshwa, who wants to go on a date with you? We've only known each other for less than a week." Lily Collins' cheeks were slightly flushed, whether from walking too fast or from Lin Quan's words, it was hard to tell. "I just saw the poster outside and realized you're the female lead, so aren't you going to say something to me?" Lin Quan said, looking around. This cinema was one of the oldest in England, built in 1910, and over a century old. The interior decoration was very distinctive, adopting the Baroque style of the Edwardian era. Some areas have been simplified while seamlessly integrating modern functions, giving the cinema a retro feel while offering the convenience of modern technology. The front row features 6 red velvet double beds with cashmere blankets, allowing viewers to sit or lie down. Behind Lin Quan and Lily Collins are several small double sofas, very comfortable and secluded. Perfect for couples. In addition, all seats have a footstool with various snacks and drinks provided by the cinema, including fine wines. Viewers can enjoy the movie while savoring food and wine. "I thought you'd know who I was after I told you my name, but it turns out you didn't. Well, it's not too late to know now." Seeing the 2 chatting so happily, Jamie Campbell felt even more annoyed. "Lily, is this your friend?" He walked over, a forced smile on his face, asking in a feignedly friendly manner. Seeing him approach, Lily Collins' expression changed slightly. If this guy gets any information, he'll definitely complain to the director and producer. "Yes, I'm her boyfriend." Seeing Lily Collins' reaction, Lin Quan had a guess about their relationship. So he deliberately omitted a word to test their reactions. Lily Collins glared at him, her cheeks turning even redder. Jamie Campbell's smile froze on his face, his outstretched right hand awkwardly hanging in midair. Lin Quan then took Jamie's hand. "I've seen your movies, I didn't expect to see you here. Can I get an autograph?" He was like a fanboy, asking for an autograph regardless of the occasion. Lily Collins stomped her feet in anger. What kind of time is this? Why is he still thinking about autographs? Didn't he notice how jealous he was? Jamie Campbell was disgusted. Based on Lin Quan's words and actions, Jamie Campbell was certain this guy was just an ordinary person. Anyone with status wouldn't ask for an autograph like this, regardless of the situation. The thought that this ordinary man had gotten the woman he couldn't have made him feel like he'd eaten shit. HMPH, Lily Collins, this is the guest arrivals. What are you doing bringing irrelevant people into the theater? Jamie Campbell suddenly raised his voice, attracting the attention of almost everyone present. What's going on? Director Hudson and the producer, who were chatting with the Beckhams, heard the commotion and came over. Director, Lily Collins isn't greeting the guests, but instead she's here flirting with her boyfriend. Do you think that's appropriate? Jamie Campbell said indignantly. Director Hudson frowned. The exposure of the leading lady's relationship was usually not a good thing for a film. But it wasn't necessarily a bad thing, provided the person had high profile enough for reporters to want to create a story. He had no recollection of this person, he was certain he wasn't in the entertainment industry. In other words, he had nothing to offer for publicity. Sir, who are you? I'm here to watch a movie. Lin Quan waved his movie ticket and answered truthfully. Could you please leave first and come back in after all the guests have entered? Seeing that the other party couldn't even produce an invitation, the director was even more certain that he was just an ordinary person, so he lost patience and ordered Lin Quan to leave. With so many people present, if Lin Quan were really kicked out, not only would he lose face, but Lily Collins would also lose face. Lily Collins tried to plead with the producer, but the producer pretended not to see her pleading look and did not intervene. Lin? What are you doing here? Just then, a surprised voice came. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Beckham and his wife walking over. They had obviously heard the argument and came over out of curiosity to see what was going on. They didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. Mr. Beckham, do you know this gentleman? The director was surprised by Beckham's reaction and quickly realized that the young man in front of him might not be an ordinary person. Of course, he's currently the hottest top star in football. Beckham gave Lin Quan extremely high praise. These words shocked everyone present. They stared at Lin Quan in astonishment. This guy is actually a top star? Aside from being a bit handsome, he doesn't seem to have any connection to being a top star at all. Mr. Beckham, it's a pleasure to meet you here, but I'm a little overwhelmed by your praise. I'm not exaggerating. This is a widely acknowledged assessment. Lily Collins, standing nearby, widened her eyes at Lin Quan upon hearing Beckham's words. You, Lin Quan, you've been hiding it so well. I thought I was the only one concealing my identity, but it turns out you've hidden it too, and even more successfully than me. Lily Collins doesn't usually watch football and knows very little about the sport. Furthermore, Lin Quan has only risen to fame in the last year, so compared to veteran stars, his global influence is still relatively small, and many people don't know him. So what if he's a football star? He shouldn't be here without an invitation. Jamie Campbell protested desperately. Lin Quan was a football star, but that didn't matter. He had nothing to do with their entertainment industry, so there was no need to be afraid of him. Oh? Is that so? Then may I give him my invitation? Just then, a dignified voice came from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw Prince William had arrived. In England, you can live without movies, but you can't live without football. Prince William said, handing his invitation to Lin Quan. Lin, I've watched your matches. Your performance was amazing. Keep it up, and I believe you will definitely become the #1 player in the world. Anyway, he was just here to make a brief appearance, let the reporters take a few photos, and wouldn't stay long, so the invitation was useless. Thank you very much for your kindness, Your Highness, but I don't need the invitation. I have my own. Lin Quan took out his own invitation and declined Prince William's offer. Jamie Campbell immediately deflated when he saw Prince William come out to support Lin Quan. Especially Prince William's comment about him being the best player in football made him finally realize that the other party was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Director Hudson also realized that Lin Quan's background was extraordinary, so he immediately put on a fawning face and wanted to arrange for Lin Quan to sit in the VIP section at the front. No need, this back is fine, I'll sit here. Lin Quan remembered the other party's previous attitude, so he didn't give him a friendly look. If it weren't for Lily Collins, he would have left long ago. Okay, Collins, you stay here and take good care of our distinguished guest. Hudson knew that the other party might be angry, so he didn't linger there. After arranging for Lily Collins to accompany Lin Quan one-on-one, he went to attend to other matters. The reporters at the scene also noticed Lin Quan, so they all neglected their duties and instead of pointing their cameras at the director and the lead actors, they kept taking pictures of Lin Quan. They had already smelled the scent of gossip news and were preparing to go back and make a big story after they finished filming. Lily Collins sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, scrutinizing Lin Quan as if waiting for him to confess. We're even now, right? Lin Quan had recently complained about her hiding her identity, now it was her turn to be fair. So, you're a soccer star? We don't usually call you that. Then what do we call you? Soccer star. Lily Collins was speechless for a moment before asking, were you doing that on purpose? What do you mean, intentionally? Those 3 words, were they intentional or accidentally misspoken? Intentional, accidental. You. This girl's personality is awful. She and Lin Quan hadn't known each other long, and they weren't in a romantic relationship. But after today, once these reporters published the news, no matter how she explained, no one would believe her. Miss Lily Collins, may I be your boyfriend? If not, I'll come back tomorrow. PFFT. Lily Collins, who had been keeping a straight face, completely lost her composure after hearing Lin Quan's shameless words. How could someone be so thick-skinned? Then come back tomorrow. Lily Collins smiled slyly, not giving a direct answer. However, Lin Quan knew that her silence was tacit agreement. After all, by tomorrow, their relationship would probably be known throughout Britain. Sure enough, the next day, all the major newspapers on Fleet Street reported on Lin Quan and Lily Collins' relationship. However, many netizens expressed skepticism about this gossip. It's fake, right? The two haven't interacted at all, and no one has ever photographed them meeting privately. These unscrupulous reporters just love to fabricate stories. Exactly. This is definitely the production company trying to use Lin Quan's influence to promote their movie. I can vouch for him. Lin Quan spends almost all his time on the field and training ground. Where would he find time for dating? However, paparazzi quickly uploaded photos showing Lin Quan and Lily Collins shopping, sightseeing, and even having dinner together in Liverpool. Oh, I take back what I said earlier. Damn, Lin Quan is actually dating, and his girlfriend is so beautiful. I'm so jealous. I'm so envious. This is what a winner in life looks like. P.S. The female lead's age has been changed to be the same as the male leads. P.P.S. Slice of life stories are much harder to write than match stories. I started writing this chapter at 3 p.m. and didn't finish until 1:30 a.m., can you believe it? I really don't know how authors who write romance stories are so good at it. I'm so envious. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.